Hello everyone, this is Naidu. I'm from Great Online Training, and in this video I will explain advanced SAS programming tutorial for beginners. So in this I'll talk about macros. So that is your SAS macros, SAS SQL and graphs. We'll talk about in detail. So let me just go through it one by one. So in this particular video with me, so few of our students in the right now in the line. So can you just introduce yourself? Hello.
Yeah, this is Sandhya and I'm from UK.
Thank you, Sandhya.
Hello, this is Mary from United States, Richmond, Virginia.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Sangeeta from USA, South Carolina.
Hello everyone, this is Aditi Rathi from India.
Good. So thank you all. And so let me just go through this presentation. First of all, in this particular presentation, I'll try to cover agenda. So for this particular video is, I can say, the SAS macros. I'm going to cover SAS SQL and SAS Figures in detail. First of all, what is SAS Advanced? So the SAS programming is divided into two parts. One is base SAS programming and second one is advanced programming. So base SAS in the sense, it's up to some topics. It is not that it's a difference from, it is completely different from advanced or something like that. So the total syllabus is divided into two parts. One is a base and second one is advanced. So advanced advanced topics comes under like a SQL, graphs, and as well as macros is comes under your advanced topics. And whereas coming to your base topics like proc report, proc frequency, proc means, proc what I can say, proc print, proc contents, and all those stuff is comes under your base SAS programming. As we already covered the base SAS programming in our training, so we are move on to the advanced SAS programming. So today we'll try starting with learning a macros. So here, what is SAS macro programming? So what we do with this macro programming? So generally in every programming tools, like you just go for Excel, or else you can go for Java, or maybe a .NET, or any programming framework, you just take it. So in everywhere we have macros. Macros means, the meaning of macro is, if you want to do some work in a repeated manner, instead of writing the same program again and again, we try to macrotize it. So that means you no need to do the job every time. Just take it. Let's take a small example. You want to sort a data set. Okay. So there is a data set for you and you want to sort the data set. So you can directly write proc sort data equal to your data set name. For one data set, you will write a sorting procedure and you're done. Imagine if you want to do the same action for 100 data sets. So you need to depend on macros. So what it will do is, if you want to do some work again and again, sorting the same 100 data sets with the same thing, because proc sort data equal to your data set name and by which variable wise you want to sort it, and semicolon and run for one data set, again second data set also, third data set also, like that around 100 data sets also we can do it in a quick manner by using macros. That's the reason why macros we use. So if you're just looking into the macros, what exactly the SAS macros is, SAS macros are used to automate the repetitive tasks. Let's say, as I said earlier, is any task you want to repeatedly doing it, we depend on this particular macro. It can make your work faster by automating the task requires writing a same line of code every day. Suppose, as I said earlier, if you want to write a proc sort concept, every day you want to write it sort concept to doing a sorting of 100 data sets, 200 data sets or something like that. Or else maybe you are trying to create a proc means. The proc means you want to use it every day. So instead of just writing your own program again and again, try to write it as a small macro. That macro will help you to do that work in behalf of you. That means you can save your time and as well as you can work faster than normal when you are using macros. That's a main agenda. Before you write a SAS macro, you need to understand something. SAS macro code is separated from the SAS code. So that means whatever we are writing at SAS macros is completely separated. It's not completely the same code. The coding wise, it's different, but the inside of the macros, what we are writing is again our base SAS programming only. But the outside of your base SAS programming, whatever the lines of code what we are writing it's a completely new programming language, I can say. So it's a completely different from your base SAS programming. And the syntax is also different. It's not the same syntax like our regular syntaxes. The syntaxes also will be different at somewhere that we will see in upcoming class. So the SAS macro rules, the macro rules, so even in our base SAS programming also we have some rules like it must be start with a character or underscore, embedded blank is not accepted name, and it can be uppercase or it can be lowercase and all. So we have some rules. Even SAS macros also rules. Mainly in SAS we have two types of triggers we generally use. One is ampersand sign and second one is percentage sign. So ampersand sign is used when you are trying to call some macro variables. Percentage sign is used to call a macro right now. So we just try to give it ampersand and percentage. When your program at somewhere you are writing it ampersand or somewhere you are writing as a percentage, you are giving a signal to a word scanner that is in the backend of your SAS to execute this particular program into your macro compiler instead of a data set compiler. Generally in our SAS backend we have two compilers. One is macro compiler and a second one is dataset compiler. When you write a data, your dataset name, semicolon, input, cards and all those statements when you write it, so that's your dataset programming, so that the data step compiler will execute and it will give the output to you. But imagine when you are giving a data directly from, if you are giving in your code like an ampersand sign at somewhere, percentage sign at somewhere, this is triggering to your SAS software to use and to submit these particular programs in macro processor compiler in the backend. So it will be executed as a macros. It's not as a base SAS programming. Macro variable can be referenced anywhere in the SAS program other than in a data line statement. Generally what happen in your base SAS programming, if you want to declare any macro any variables, you will write it data, your data set name, and after that input statement you will write it. Within that input statement only you will write it id, pid, age, sex, gender, something like that. You will write a variable names. No, in macros you can define anywhere in the SAS environment. It's like our global options, titles, footnotes, no caps, no number, no date, no center, and all we have already seen on our base SAS programming. Like that we can write it anywhere. We can declare it anywhere in the SAS environment. It is not that compulsory we need to write it before input or we need to write it after input. Nothing like that. We can write it anywhere in the SAS environment. But the only limitation is you cannot write a data lines in your macros. Okay, you cannot write any data lines. So that means you cannot create a data set within the macro. That's not possible. We can't do that. Macro variable values text value up to 65k. That means 64k. So that means 65,534 characters or bytes. You can increase it. Generally in our base SAS programming, generally what happened, up to 32,767 bytes or characters we can increase it, but macros we can increase it up to 64k. That's the maximum size of a macro variable what we will have it. And the SAS name, so valid SAS name, the same rules like our base SAS programming and as well as macro programming, the same rules will be the same. It should be a valid SAS name. What are the rules for valid SAS name? It can be uppercase, it can be lowercase, it can be start with a character or underscore, embedded blank is not accepted. Sorry, all the rules will be the same. And the macro variable names are up to 32 characters we can give it. That's the same as your base SAS programming. There is no doubt in that. Only the variable values you can increase it up to 64k. So that's a max you can give it. So these are all the rules about this particular macro programming. Do you have any questions here? Anyone?
No, sir, clear.
Thank you. So now let me just go for macro facility. The macro facility is a tool within a base SAS software that contain an essential element enable us to use a macros. What happens, so in our basis programming tool itself, there is a software, it's already backend. So that software is enabling us to use our macros, right? So that's the reason why we can able to write a macro programming and all. Imagine you have a license for only basis software, then you can't run your macros. That's for clear. So we have to have a license for macros also to run it, then only you can able to do it. The macro facility contain a macro processor that translate a macro code into a statement used by the SAS system, and it will be converted as a macro language. So what happens? Whatever the statements you are passing it, like a data, your data step name, and after that cards and all what you are writing it, right? Everything it will be just splitted into a statements, like a single words, that we call it as a small tokens. It will be converted and it will be submitted to in the backend of your SAS into your macro processor. Macro processor will take care of the job, and it will run in the backend. Macro language provides that means communicate with a macro processor. So generally macro language means what exactly it is doing it. It will try to communicate whatever the program you are writing it, that program try to communicate with the macro processor, and it will be get executed in that location. You will get the required output according to your requirement, whatever you produce it. Macro language consists of a set of commands and options and syntaxes and compilers also. That means, and what happened, so all the same like our basis programming, whatever the commands you have it, some of the options you have it, and as well as some syntaxes, everything is same like our basis programming. So which is already there, it will be work in the backend, so to execute your macros. Now we will move on to the defining a macro. So as of now, we just talk about a theoretical concept like what is macro and all those stuff, and how we will utilize these macros in real time. First time we are writing it right now, how to define a macro here. So generally, what is the way of defining a macro here? If you want to define a macro, you start with the percentage macro and end with a percentage m end statement. So let me just go for explaining the syntax. How you will start a macro: percentage macro and your macro name, and then you will write the syntax what you want it, and then m end, and you will write it the macro name. Suppose my macro name is used for sorting of my data sets every day. So then I'll write it. You see that the example, this is your SAS code and this is your macro code. The SAS code is proc print data equal to your data set name SAS help.class and run. That is my general SAS code. If I want to convert into a macro code, you will write it percentage macro and you will write it the macro name. My macro name is print. That means it is just used for printing purpose. In real time, whenever you try to use a macros, you'll make sure to save that particular macro name with the purpose. Your macro name is mainly, the purpose is for printing, then you will create as a print macro. Suppose your macro is used for creating a mean, you will write a mean macro, or else your macro is used for to calculate the frequency, it's a frequency macro, something like that. If you name it, even in future when you try to refer, okay, what this macro is talking about, or maybe someone else is taking of your job in behalf of your absence, they'll also get to know that what macro you are using, what is the name and all. By looking into the name itself, they'll get to know that purpose of this macro, and then they can able to continue further. So make sure to give a user friendly name instead of XYZ, ABC. Don't give the macro names in real time like that. Try to follow the naming conventions. Your purpose is going to be your macro name. Maybe don't give it my macro is used for sorting purpose. Don't write it a big lines of code. You try writing it, simplify it, and give a proper name for that. If it is the purpose is sorting, just SRT macro. If it is a print purpose, write a print macro. If it is mean, write a mean macro. If it is a reporting purpose, then report macro. You can write it like that as a name, so that it will be easy. Percentage macro print, I'm writing it proc print data equal to your data set name and run, and percentage amend and print. What we do is we try to execute this particular code in our SAS software. So for that, let me just open my SAS. Let me open the SAS software. Good. So now if I want to write the same program, generally what we can do, proc means it's a, let me write it, proc print data equal to your data set name SAS help dot class, I'm writing it, and run. Perfect, right? When I execute this particular program by using Control A and run it, yes, the program is got executed, around 19 observations containing a data which is there with us, and it's got executed. Perfect. What we can do is we can use a macro. What we can do is simply do the same percentage macro, your data set name, you will write it. So here you can write it, the macro name is print or something, you can write it, the macro name, and within that you try writing the same code like a proc print data equal to your data set name SAS help dot class, you are writing it, semicolon, and run. Percentage m end, you're writing it, and your macro name is, you're just ending it, print, semicolon. That's it, you're done. This is just for creating a macro. So once you run this, don't expect any output. Once you execute it, it will be get executed. That's it. It won't give any errors or anything. The macro is just got created, and with the result of this, go to your Explorer window, mainly libraries, and go to your work library. There the SAS macro, the print macro you have created. So you can see that this is called macro catalog. Macro catalog will be created and it will be stored. So now you are storing it. How we can utilize it, this macro? If you want to use this for your purposes, you can write it percentage, okay, print, print. So you can give it in my keyboard. Some of the keys are not working. I'm writing it print, I'm writing it semicolon. That's enough. Only this piece of code, you execute it from here, you run it, and that's enough. You say execute it, see, automatically macro will run. Not only that, maybe in this particular macro you use a set of codes for printing, maybe you use a set of codes for calculating a like a frequency. You can write it proc freq data equal to your data set name, I'm writing it SAS help dot class semicolon and run. So that what happened? So you execute this particular code, it's enough. It will be calculated. When you execute print, is the program name is enough, it will calculate your print also, it will calculate your frequency also. See, frequency calculated, at the same time print also calculated. You can see in this, the first one is it's giving a print, the second one it's giving a calculating a frequency. Like that, the total number of codes, what you want to write it, you can write it inside of my macro. Just for calling purpose, you just write this particular piece of code is enough to submit or to execute all the program. Is it clear? Anyone have any question on this? What is the general programming? How to convert into a macro programming?
So like I was just wondering, like where should we use the ampersand, because in the PowerPoint we saw ampersand data set name.
It's a good question what you are asking. Let's see, if I declare my variable as a into this, I'm thinking that I will not give this SAS help.class right now. In future, I will give it whatever the data set name I want to give it. So right now what happened, if I'm writing my data set name here, so it is a static one. Instead of that, I'm trying to make my program as a dynamic way, so that now in future, if I'm passing it SAS help.class at somewhere, it will be populated everywhere. So I'm writing it here as a equal to, if I'm writing it, or else maybe you can write it DSN, write it directly DSN. Okay, instead of that, you can write it any name, you can write it as a DSN. That's enough. So here in ampersand sign, you write it ampersand DSN, and here also in future is required for me the data set name, I'm writing it ampersand DSN. That's enough. So when you want to use it, how you will use it, you know, you try writing the same in the program. You will write it dsn equal to what you want to declare. Maybe in this particular case, it may be a SAS help dot class. You will write it a SAS help dot class. You will write it. That's enough. So that what happened? This coding, if you execute this particular line, SAS help dot class will be executed for today. Maybe imagine in future, it's not SAS help dot class. You decided your mind, you change your mind. Instead of SAS help, I want to use a cars. So then I can directly use SAS help dot cars dataset. Okay, is it car or maybe I have a dataset called air. Go for air. So now what happened? In that dataset, I already have an air dataset. I want to use it. So I can select my program and run it. So that air dataset wise, you can see that it is giving a proc print also for air dataset wise. It's a printing of my air dataset, and the frequency also calculated according to my dataset wise. You can see the frequency. Possible. Got it? Understand? Where we use the ampersand sign. Ampersand is just to refer what we are giving it here. When you are passing this value will be carry forward by using ampersand sign, madam. Percentage macro and DSN is a macro name. So macro variable name you are passing it. So that variable will be having the value of here. Instead of SAS help dot air, SAS help dot class, you can give it anything. This is how we can do, madam. Clear? Shall I move?
Yes, sir.
So macro print is function, right? And DSN is a macro variable.
DSN is your macro variable and print is your macro name. You are telling a SAS to run this particular macro using this particular data set.
I'm talking about the line number 4.
Line number 4. Okay, tell me what you are saying.
So it says macro print is just one line of code, right? It is a function, macro print. And
It's not like that. You
just
can do one thing. Instead of print, you can write it your name also. Mary. Don't write it as a print. Write it as a Mary. And
okay.
Here also you can write it as a Mary. It is not mandatory that definitely you have to use print always. You can go for Mary. That's your macro name.
Print data is doing the function, right? Then
yes, prop
like
print
this.
data is your base SAS programming activity, as it is what you are doing it inside. But what you are declaring it, it's your macro name. The macro name is Mary now. Execute it and run it. Yeah, it will work without any issues. You will create one more catalog. See, it's working. And you can see instead of print, Mary macro is created now. Got it?
Thank you so much, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Shall I move to the next questions? Right. So this is your general code and this is your macro code. Perfect. Clear? Now, what we can do is we can just calling a macro as we have already seen here. So how to call a macro? So you're writing it proc sort, dataset name and all. So calling a macro in a different way. Right now what I have explained to you, I have explained directly just giving the values into my SAS itself. I directly given DSN equal to, I'm just writing it my dataset name what I want it, right? Instead of that, you try to declare it. Let's say I'm trying to write it the macro name here for my sorting purpose. Okay, I'm writing it proc sort data equal to your dataset name. I will write it ampersand DSN, and out equal to the new dataset name. I'm writing it ampersand out equal to in it, write it. So I output dataset, I will write it ampersand new, I will write it. And by which variable wise you want to sort it? By ampersand. Okay, I'm writing it the variable name maybe var1. I will write it semicolon. That's it, and run. What this will do, I'll try to put this name as a, instead of Mary, this macro name is for sorting. So this macro is for sorting. I'll try to write it as a SRT is my macro name. Maybe you can write it, the macro name is a SRT. Again, as I said earlier, you can put it any name, whatever you want it. So you are creating a macros now. You are running a macro now. Perfect. SRT macro created now. And how we can make this work? You have to use a statement called percentage let. Percentage let is the method is used to create a macro variables. Generally in our base SAS programming, to create a macro variable, we generally use it input statement and all. If you want to create a macro variables in our SAS macros, you need to write a statement. This is one way. So we have around 5 ways for that. So this is one way of creating a macro variable by using percentage let. By using a percentage let, you create it. So what you wanted? So DSN equal to. So DSN equal to. You give your value. What you wanted to give it? It's an SAS help library with the name of class data set. I'm writing it CL ASS class. I'm giving it and semicolon. One macro variable you created. Now you are trying to create a one more macro variable, percentage let. What is another macro variable name in my case? New equal to. Yeah. What is your new dataset name? You can give it any name. I'll give it for my new dataset name as a Naidu after sorting my data, semicolon. And then I'm writing it percentage let. I'm writing it here. Ampersand var1, right? Ampersand var1 means I'm declaring my var1 variable value var1 equal to, I'm writing it based on the sex variable wise. I'm writing it. That's enough. So what you have to do is you need to declare these particular macro variables and execute it. It won't run anything. It is just executing it and that's it. It will stop. Now your macros also, your macro variables also ready, your macro programming also ready. You combine everything by just mentioning of percentage. Tell me, percentage, what you need to write? SRT and semicolon.
Yes, sir.
And one more is here you're writing it. DSN is one macro name, right? Do one thing. Don't write anything. DSN or anything. You directly write it like this. Percentage SRT and your macro values. You're directly writing it. Percentage SRT your macro and ampersand DSN, ampersand new, ampersand var1 and all. You're writing it. Now percentage SRT, right? It's not str. Str is a function which is there in our SAS. So SRT, you will write it and semicolon and execute it. See, the data just got sorted. Understand? You want to see that is it really sorted or not? See, the data just sorted and it's created a new data set name called Naidu and having 19 observations in my new data set. You just go there. See, Naidu data set is created and the data values get sorted based on your sex variable wise. Making sense? Yes, no. This is the purpose.
So,
okay, suppose in future you think that instead of sex you decided to sort my variables based on my age variable wise instead of sex. What we can do?
Is let var1 is equal to age.
So now instead of var1 you just write it age. That's enough, madam. You just rerun. Only this piece of code is enough. You rerun because we have done some update so that this particular line of code need to be rerun and then write it percentage str and execute it. Then now you can see the new dataset values of Naidu is get sorted based on the age variable wise. If you want to check it, can I just check it? Is it based on the age? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Sir, it overrides previous one, or it is if we give it will give new dataset name, so it will create new name.
No, it's automatically you are giving a new dataset as a Naidu, right? First time when you are creating Naidu, second time also when you are creating a Naidu, old one will be get overwritten with a new one, madam.
Got it. If we want to keep it, so we need to change Naidu to different one, right?
Yeah, if you think that you want to keep it, you need to give it as a Naidu 1 or something. Then you can able to have my old dataset with you, so that you will have a one more dataset with the name of Naidu 1 there instead of having a Naidu. So now you check it and execute it. There will be one more dataset with Naidu 1 will be with you. Making sense?
Thank you, sir. Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, if it is like descending sorting,
Then if you want it in a sort in a descending order, you do one thing, you write it. So descending. Is it okay? Descending of your age. You just pass it. So what happened? New dataset values descending by age. Can you see that happening?
yes, sir.
How the descending
Yeah,
is
yeah.
working? The line of code what you have written in a var1 statement, it will be get pasted as it is into your by statement. Here it will be pasted. Descending space age. Or not only that, if you
Okay,
think
sir.
that you want to have one more variable called sex also, you try writing it sex here. That's enough. Understand? You no need to create a new variable for that and all. You can write it within the same line code of itself, within the same code itself. Descending based on the sex variable wise, you can see first descending within that male first and then followed by female or something like that according to your data.
Okay, sir. Fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it will. Clear? Shall I move to the PowerPoint presentation? Any questions? Good.
No questions from.
It's clear, sir.
Thank you. So now we'll go for macro variables. So macro variables and basis variable naming conventions are same. Like a basis variable also what we do, percentage, generally in our macro percentage let we call it, but in our basis programming input and all we try to create it. But it can be up to 32 character long, the variable name. It can be uppercase, it can be lowercase, embedded blank is not accepted, special characters is not accepted except underscore sign. So these are all the rules, right? All the rules will be the same for your macro variables also. I just used a macro variable name by using percentage let, right? By using percentage let, I have used a var1, percentage let dsn, percentage let new, and all. Those are all my different macro variable names. I'm just declaring it. The macro variable names, lengths, and everything will be the same. The values you can store up to 32. SAS programming, you can able to store it up to 32,761 bytes or characters. You can store it. But in your macro variable, if you are writing percentage let, you can store up to 64 KB. You can store it by default. Macro variable names not data set. Sorry, macro variables are not a data set variables. Sorry. Okay, so macro variable names are not like a data set variable names. So these are all different. It belongs to your SAS macros actually. So those are all not same. Like we generally use percentage let and all. So percentage let sign, why we are using it? If you want to make that as a macro variable, so you need to use percentage let. Otherwise, we can write a equal to a equal to 20, b equal to 30 or something like that. We can write it already in our data step method. We already know that how to declare the variables. No, when you are writing a percentage let, that means we are trying to create a new macro variable. Okay, so once the macro variable is defined, it can take any value during the execution of SAS program. Okay, so suppose what happened, you are declaring a macro a equal to 20 at somewhere, and within a program the calculation, and again after few lines of execution you decided you want to assign a new value for that, a equal to 30 or a equal to 40 or something like that. Yes, you can go for while executing the program itself, we can add any value if you want it. Okay, suppose imagine, let's see, let me try to explain with SAS. You already declared the variable name Naidu1 here, and you declared it for SRT. Now I'm trying to copy the same thing, but this time I'm writing it somewhere instead of Naidu1. I'm trying to create it a new dataset name called FF. So that what happened is the same variable name, it's the same, but we are assigning a different value. So when you are executing it here, it's a different value. When you are executing it here, you will have a different value. You will get it by default. Understand? So that means we can assign any values to your variables in upcoming when you are executing the program. Yes, you can do in that way. Possible.
I'm sorry, sir. It's not gonna be same thing.
Sorry?
We just changed it the name. So the variables will not be same thing. Observations and everything are not the same thing because we just changed the name of the.
You see this? What
data
happens,
set.
you know? Oh, I'm opening SAS. See, I'm writing it. If I'm interested to create the same program as it is, I'm writing it percentage str or as percentage srt, your macro name. I'm writing it and semicolon. So what happened now? If I execute this piece of code,
It's going to be the same thing.
it's the same. Can't we able to get a new dataset name as a FF instead of Naidu1? Yes or no?
Dataset name, new one will be, yes.
Right, that's what I've changed.
Yes.
Earlier I changed it as a Naidu1, it's working, but now I'm changing to FF, it's working. On the go, you can change it whatever the names you wanted, you can assign to a variable. Understand? It's not a fixed one. Earlier, what happened in your SAS programming, if I'm writing it data, your dataset name, input statement, X is a variable, if I'm giving it 2, throughout the dataset, the value will be 2 only, right? Everywhere. Right? But we are coming to here, we can freely assign a values whenever you want it. So now you can see a new data set is FF is just got created. Possible. We can on the go itself, we can change the values if you want it. Yeah, you can go for this. And the macro variables, as I said, the rules, it can be up to 32 characters for base SAS programming, but SAS macro variables up to 64 characters, you can store it. That's the default. Right? Good.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, like as we saw now, like for the proc print and proc sort, we could do the macros. So like, is it limited to any particular proc steps, sir? Can we do even charts and other things in the same
anything
thing?
in the SAS, you can do everything. So only limitation is, let me show you that also. So
sure, thank you, sir.
You can write it proc G chart also. Suppose you are interested within this particular code itself, you think that you're writing it proc G chart data equal to your data set name ampersand DSN. I'll write it. Okay. V bar, vertical bar. Okay. So based on the sex variable wise, you want to pass it, right? The values. Don't give it ascending age or anything. You want to give it a sex. V bar within a vertical bar, ampersand. So your var 1 semicolon. That's enough, madam. I think. You write it one more statement called run. What it will do now? It will sort the data. Okay. It will sort the data at the same data set wise, the information. Okay, here instead of ampersand DSN, you have to give your sorted data information. The sorted data set information as a ampersand new, you give it here, and maybe you need a graph based on the two categories wise, sex wise separate graph and males wise separate graph. You're writing it by ampersand var1. You can write it here. I'm just elaborating my program so that now you will be able to understand.
Yeah.
Now I'm using by also, so that now I'm putting a link. I'm sorting it. I'm just using the sorting concept for my graph concept also. Let's see, will it work or not? Yeah, if it is a sex equal to female, separate graph is generated. You just see in your graph, sex equal to female, separate graph, sex equal to male, separate graph is generated based on the by statement, because I have used a by statement in my proc step. So it is just splitted into 2.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So we can use anything. The only limitation is, let's see, let me try writing some limitations. I'm trying writing it, my program name SRT. I'm writing it data, my data set name KK. I'm writing it here. Input statement, I'm just specifying it X is one variable and Y is one variable, I'm writing it semicolon, card statement. Within a card statement, I'm just specifying it. X value 10, sorry. So X value 10, X value 10 here, and Y value 20, and here it's a 30, and here it's a 40. I'm writing it. I'm done with my program. I'm giving a semicolon and run statement. Don't expect to create a new data set with the name of KK now. If I execute it, okay, if I'm running this particular macro, execute it now. See, log will show this message, data lines. That means the macro SRT generated SAS codes for the data step, which could not cause incorrect results, which could cause incorrect results and all. That means the only limitation is you can't write it a cards or data line statement within a macro. As I said earlier, within the macro, we can't write data line statement. That is the only limitation, madam. Rest all will work with your base SAS programming. If you instead of use set concept,
sorry, sir.
yeah, modify concept, update, anything will work. Yes.
Yeah. So, like, if I'm understanding right, you can't create create a data set with the data step in the macros.
Yes, you can't create a data step with cards containing data step, not the general one. See, you can do this one without this, without input and all. You can see, you can write it set. Okay, if I'm writing it set, okay, here you write it SAS help dot class. If I want to make it, yes, madam, you can do that. There is no doubt in that. The only limitation is you can't create a data set by using cards or data line statement by using macros, madam. That's the only limitation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, can we use in file and do, sir?
Anything, you try anything now. You can use in file from the day one onwards. You can try. You can use your library statement if you want it. You can use your in file. You can use your formats and informats. You can use your proc sort concept. You can use your formats also. You can use anything in macros. Will work.
Except for the data lines.
Yeah, except data lines. Yes, you're right.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Clear? Any questions? Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
No, sir. Thank you.
Now we will just move on. So you are clear with this particular slide. So let me just go with this one. So types of macro variables what we have in our SAS. So the macro variables are, you can say, is broadly divided into two categories: user defined macro variable and as well as system defined macro variable. So user defined macro variables means you are the user and you can define the macro variables what you want it. Apart from that, you have some system defined macro variables also. So let me just say what are all the user defined macro variable and as well as what are the system defined macro variable. When I just open it, user defined macro variable again classified into two categories: local macro variables and as well as global macro variables. That means you are the user, you can declare some of the variables as a local and you can declare some of the variables as a global also if required. Yes, we can do that. Now we will move on to the next one here. Within that local macro variable, if you want to declare any macro variable, you will try to write it as a, instead of percentage let, we try to write it as a percentage local. So that no, it is going to be considered as it's a local macro variable. If you want to make that particular variable, see, in local macro variables also, global macro variables also, we need to create it with percentage let only. So to consider that as a local macro variable, to consider that as a global macro variable, you can tell it by just mentioning a percentage local ABC. That means this variable will be work within that particular data step or within that particular macro only. That means it will work inside of that macro is going to be local. Or else if I'm saying percentage global, so that you can work on this particular macro anywhere in the SAS environment. So it's a global macro variables. Apart from that, you can see some system defined macro variables. The system defined macro variables are nothing but your sys date, sysdate 9 dot, system version, sysuser ID and all, you will get it. So now what we do is we try explaining all these type of macro variables, how we can do one by one in our next slide. So you clear? Any questions on this? Please speak out.
Okay, sir.
That ABC is the variable name, sir.
Yes, ABC is your macro variable name. Percentage local ABC means the new macro variable name you are creating with ABC.
Okay, so percentage local will be the statement and ABC will be the variable.
Variable name. Yes, you are right.
Yeah, fine, sir. Thank you.
So now I'm just going for the next slide. So as I said, there are two types of macro variable, user defined macro variable, local and global, right? Local variables defined inside of the macro definition are considered to be a local variable. Okay, that means those are all local variables. That means we try to create it within the program itself. It will work only with that particular statement. Let's say take a input statement. Generally when you write it input x, that means the x variable will be available only for that particular data set only. That means it's a local, right? Again, if we go for titles and footnotes, those are all global macro variables. You declare it one particular place as a global options, you can use it anywhere. That's a global macro variable. That's what it happened. Global variables are defined outside of your macro definition or inside of the macro definition, specified as a global and considered to be a global macro variable. Once you decide it, you declare by using percentage let within that particular macro or maybe outside of that macro, you declare it, that will still consider as a global macro variable for future. Let me show you some of the examples, what exactly the global macro variable and what is local macro variable. First of all, before explaining that, there are ways to create a macro variable. As I said earlier, percentage let is one method, as I said earlier, to create a macro variable. And apart from that, we can create a macro variable by using percentage local, also percentage global, call SYMPUT SQL into. There are the 5 different ways to create a macro variable in SAS. If somebody asks a question, how many ways you can create a macro variables, means it's a 5 ways by using a percentage let, percentage local, percentage global, call SYMPUT and SQL into method. Let me just go through it one by one, what we can do with it. And one more thing is with loops also we can able to create it, the macro variables. Yeah, that's possible. Total 6 I can say. So one is percentage let, second one is percentage local, percentage global, call SYMPUT SQL into, and with loops also. Let me just go for one by one defining a macro variable. As we already know that how to define a macro variable by using percentage let sign. You will write it percentage let, and after that your macro variable name you will write it. The macro variable name you can write it anything. Percentage let a equal to 20. You can write it like a percentage let d name equal to sample. That means I'm just creating d name as my macro variable. Sample is my value. I can write it anything like that. Okay, so the quotation marks are not required and used a part of a value. Suppose generally what happens, if I'm writing dname equal to quotation sample, if I write it, generally we write it for a variable. Suppose sex is a variable. If you write it sex, you will write it in a quotation, you will write it as a male. That means you are considering that as a character variable when you're mentioning it a quotation. But macro variable, no need of having any quotations. Okay, you write it percentage let a equal to abc. If you write it, don't write it abc in a quotation mark. Quotation marks, if you write it, that's also comes under a part of a value. So that means when you try to print that percentage let a wherever you call it, the quotation marks also will come there. Don't use the quotation mark while creating a percentage let sign. Without writing a quotation marks itself, we can able to manage. Referring a macro variable, generally as we already know that percentage let is the sign to create a macro variable. If you want to call it, you will use it as an ampersand sign. Let's see, percentage let d name equal to sample, I'm writing it. Percentage macro contents is my macro name. Proc contents data equal to ampersand d name and semicolon and run. What does that mean? Proc contents data equal to your dataset name sample and semicolon and run. That's the statement what we are going to do with it. Percentage let is the sign is used for creating a macro variable, and you can use it whenever it's required. Let me just do that with my SAS. as we already know that. So we already doing it here. You see that percentage let, we are just using it dsn equal to SAS help.class. What we can do is simply data, your data set name, you can write it kk set, you can copy your values. So you write it as a set and ampersand, you write it dsn is enough, semicolon, and run. What happen if I run this particular program? What do you think is going to be happen if I execute it? New dataset will be created with the name of kk and taking the information from the SAS help.class. You just go there, kk is a new dataset is copied from your SAS help.class. Is it working? You created a macro variable by using percentage let dsn equal to SAS help.class, and you are using it for your purpose, whatever you think that. Maybe you can use this particular data set for your print purpose also. You can write it proc print data equal to, you can write your data set name ampersand dsn and run. That's working. There is no doubt in that. If you want, you can be able to work this data set as a printing purpose also. You can do that. That's possible. Execute it. Yeah, it's working for printing purpose. So close this now. So that is just for creating a macro variable and calling a macro variable. Anyone have any question on calling a macro variable? You created by using a percentage let. If you want to call it ampersand sign, you need to add it. Clear? Yes? No?
Sir, I have a question. Like right now we just gave the dataset name and proc print, print procedure, and we are just using ampersand dsn, and percentage let for dsn is defined. But like we are not using percentage macro anywhere, right?
Okay. So it is just for directly creating a macro. You think that you want to make it as a macrotized thing. Okay. Instead of just manually running it, try writing it percentage macro. You write your macro name. SG, I'll write it, the macro name. Okay. Semicolon. And you try writing this step at down, saying it as a percentage
MN.
M and what is your macro name? SG, macro name, semicolon. If you want to call this macro percentage SC semicolon is enough. Yes, this will work.
Okay, even without that it is working.
Yes, without also.
Okay.
Right? The new data set is just created. You just go there, KK data set is created. You do one thing, maybe KK is already created. If you are not trusting it, try to create it a KKZ as a new variable, new data set. Let's see, will it work or not? Execute it. Run it. See, KKZ is a new data set. It just got created. Yes? Agree?
Yeah.
We can write it without writing also. We could work with macro without writing a macro, because it's a global macro variable actually. Percentage let, if you say it, it will work everywhere. It is not that mandatory, so we have to write it within the macro. You can write it outside macro also, we can write it inside macro also. Percentage let sign will work. Yes, madam, please continue.
So this
Thank you.
set ampersand dsn is the data set name, right? So sir, how are we calling the variable here?
Percentage let is my macro variable. I am using it, and the value of my macro variable is dsn equal to SAS help.class. I am passing it as my value for my data set.
Okay.
Right? Forget about this particular 19th and 20th line. You just think about that. Percentage let dsn equal to SAS help.class. So that if I call the dsn, that means it's a SAS help.class.
Okay, so dsn is the variable name over here.
Yeah. So instead of that, you can write it ADT also if you want it. Okay. You try writing it ADT here also. Will it work? Yes, it will. What is the problem?
Yes.
Right? The new data set is created with the name of KZ So that means KKZ, yeah, it's working. You can write it any name. It's not mandatory that you need to use DSN. You can give it any name. That's up to you. It should be a valid SAS macro variable name. That's it.
Okay.
Sir, one more follow-up question.
Mm.
Yeah, like sir, we have given data KKZ, right?
Mm.
Instead of that also we can give ampersand DSN or something, but in that case
Yes, you can
we
give
have to
it.
give and DSN,
Right,
no?
you write it. Percentage let. Okay. So give it as a new DSN. Okay, NDSN or something like that, equal to, you can give it the new dataset name as a KKZ. You try to give it a semicolon. Here, what you do is ampersand N
NDSN.
DSN. You write it. Is it enough? I think it's enough.
Yeah, but we should give SG and in bracket also we should give, is it?
No, that forget about for that. So that is a positional parameters macro and keyword parameters macro. When I'm talking about it, that we will talk about in detail. For a while, you can create it in this way. Yes.
Okay, yesterday's class we had that,
Yes,
so that's why.
yes, because I want to explain in detail over there. So that's the reason why we
Okay,
do it. Actually, we do have a plan for that. So there will be one more slide talking about that. What is keyword parameters macro? What is positional parameters macro? There I'll talk in detail. For right now, I'm just keeping that for you to avoiding the confusions.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it will work. As a new data set, you can write it. So there is no error. Good.
Okay.
So come to our
Yeah.
presentation. So referencing a macro variable we have done. So now how we can able to declare a global macro variable, how we can declare a local macro variable. Let's see what happens. If I'm writing it percentage macro, in is my macro name, I have given in a brackets as a var, percentage local SS, percentage let SS equal to ampersand var, percentage put, then inside, and we are writing it. What does this mean? What exactly happened?
I mean the percentage local, the local macro variable, that also we have to give percentage let and we have to define. Is that right?
Yes. Let's see generally what happens, we'll try copy the same program as it is. Bring to SAS. I'm just deleting it, all those things, because to avoiding confusions. I've just written percentage let, percentage macro, in is my macro name, var is my statement I have given, percentage local, my macro variable name as SS. Percentage let SS equal to ampersand var. Percentage put inside of ampersand B. Percentage put, I will not write it anything for a while. Let's see what happens. Okay, percentage in. Percentage let, I'm giving a value SS as a 5, I'm giving it. In value, I'm giving as a 3. What value you are expecting now if I execute it?
Why are we giving in of 3, sir?
Because in var place, wherever we are giving it, that value you are giving it as a 3.
Okay.
Okay, so that means actually what happens, if I'm writing it, I'm writing a variable value var equal to, I'll write it. Okay, so var equal to, I'll give it as a 3. I'm writing it var equal to, so 3 I'm writing it. So what happens now when I'm passing the value 3 here? So you declared it as SS as ampersand var and in equal to 3 you're writing it ampersand 3. So if I run the program, what happens now? Let's see. What is the value?
SS will be 3.
SS will be
3.
SS will be 3, right? So now where it will be displaying, if I'm writing it, percentage put ampersand SS, what will be the value? Why it's displaying 5?
There is no 5.
Ampersand SS is there, but we should.
Percent let SS is equal to 5, sir.
Suppose you write it everything. Okay, you run it and you're declaring it. Now tell me what is the value? Still, why you are getting why you are not getting a 3 instead of 5? We are getting it.
I think because of that ampersand, right?
If I write it the same statement within
No, sir, we have not. Sorry. Like we have in line number 3, we have ampersand where, but where have we written what is where? In of where equal to 3. That is the definition, no? For where?
We have written, right? In equal to where means 3.
Okay.
When I'm passing it value, I'm expecting a 3. So try writing it. This percentage put inside.
Okay.
Now we are getting 3. What is the reason? Do one thing. You see, you try put that particular percentage put outside macro.
Sir, in of where equal to 3, there is a semicolon missing.
That's okay. Now still 5. Why? Because when you are declaring it, sorry.
Where can you see 5 in the log window?
You can see 5, right? You see ampersand 5.
Actually, even I couldn't. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Do one thing. So just avoiding a confusion, okay, if I'm writing it, percentage let, please put the mute, percentage let, if I'm writing it the value A equal to 20. A equal to 20 if I'm writing it, semicolon. If I'm writing it percentage put is the sign to print the values in your log. Ampersand A. Tell me what value you are expecting now.
Should be 20.
Yes.
20.
In your log also 20. Percentage ampersand A value is 20. 20 as it is displaying it. There is no doubt in that. Okay. Now I'm declaring it. What I'm declaring it? Data or macro. I'm writing it. Within that macro, so I need to write it with percentage. Percentage macro. I'm writing it. Within that macro, I can write it the macro name anything. KK is a macro name. I'm writing it. I'm writing it value equal to x equal to, I'll create it. Okay. Then semicolon. I'm writing it. Right. Percentage let. I'm writing it. Percentage let or else percentage local. Okay. Percentage local. A. I'm writing it. Okay, so according to this, you just see what happened. Percentage local, your macro variable name, you write it. Percentage local A equal to, I'm writing it, and I'm just giving my value as a you can just write your macro variable name what you think that. So you don't write it anything, you just given A here. Okay, that macro variable you created as A. Now percentage let, you write it. Okay, here ABC equal to, okay, I'm writing it ampersand A. Percentage M end. right? So you just try to stick with this. So percentage let ampersand let ss equal to, you are trying to write it ampersand var. So now you are trying to write it percentage let ampersand x value, you need to write it instead of this, you try to write it x there, ampersand x. What happened? So you are declaring a x variable in future, whatever the value, you are trying to write it as a ABC of that particular value. And m and I'm writing a kk. Here also you write it ABC. Percentage let ABC value you are giving it, and here also ABC you are giving it. Percentage let ABC equal to 20, percentage let ABC, so that there is no problem. The 20 will be printed as it is in your log, right? That's no doubt. Now come here, percentage macro, you are writing it kk, x equal to, you are giving value, percentage let, percentage local, you are writing it ABC, I'm writing it here. Within the ABC, percentage let ABC equal to x, and run it. So now if I run this particular macro, I'm giving a value percentage kk, I'm writing it, I'm passing my value k equal to, if I'm writing 30
X, right?
instead of, yeah, it should be x equal to 30 if I'm writing it, semicolon. What happens? What value it holds now?
30 should come because we ran
Yeah,
the same.
30.
So now we are expecting, now you write it percentage put ampersand, if I write it ABC, what value you are expecting?
20.
Is it a 20 or 30? We declared the ABC
30.
outside also, we declared the ABC inside also. Now when I'm writing it, percentage x equal to 30, percentage put ABC. Now tell me.
Okay.
10% X is mentioned, so maybe 30 should come.
First of all, you run this piece of code, or else do one thing, try running it everything. Here I try to maintain the space, should not use the space, it should be combined. Like this, you write it. What you are expecting? Why you are expecting 20? I'm expecting 30, right? Understand what I'm saying?
Because it is global.
So what you declared, percentage let a equal to 20, it will work outside of your macro. But when you decided to use ABC as a local, it will work. If you write the same percentage inside of your macro, what do you think? What value you will have it now?
Then it should
30.
Now you will have a 30. Yes, you're right.
But I have one question, sir.
Yes, let me just explain this.
Thank you.
You're getting 30. That means when you decided to use certain variables as a local, it will work within that particular macro only, will work it as a local macro variables. Right? Maybe if you think that you want to make that as a global, you try to write it as a global. So that now what 30 you are expecting now if I run the program? Is it 20 or 30? If I write it percentage global ABC, I'm writing a 30. If I run the percentage put sign outside of my macro, what do you think is going to be happen?
30.
get 20
Is it still 20?
because you put global.
It's a global. That means it will work outside also, inside also same, right? So the old value of 20 will be overwritten, and now you can see the value is 30. right?
Sorry.
Try to understand what is local and what is global. Once the particular variables is declared within the macro itself as a local, that means within that particular macro only the value will work as a local macro variable. When you try to print the values within the macro, yes, it will give the value. But if you try to print it outside the macro, it won't. Okay, again, to avoid a confusion, what we will do is, we'll try removing it. KK dataset. Instead of that, I'll try to create it as a percentage local. Percentage local abcx, I'm writing it a new variable name, and percentage let abcx, I'm trying to give it. If I'm writing it percentage put abcx, do you have that variable, such a variable as of now? Now tell me what is going to happen.
No.
abcx is freshly created, which is created within the macro only, but I try to print it percentage ampersand abcx. Execute it. Done. Go to the log. Why you are getting this error message? Ampersand symbolic reference abcx is not resolved. Why?
Why not assigned?
It's not assigned yet. Yes, you're right. It's not assigned yet. But when you will not get that message, if I put this particular percentage put inside of my macro, will it work? Will it work here if I write it? Yes? No? It should, right? Yeah. Now go and check it.
It will be local,
Yes,
right?
the value is 30. You are getting it. Perfect. Got it? That means when you declare certain macro variables as a local, it will work within that particular macros only, not outside. Got it?
Sir, outside means where?
Outside means outside. See, this is within the macro means starting from macro onwards, ending with macro end. This is inside. If you write something, it will be inside. Within this particular macro only, that global local macro variables will work. Suppose the same macro variable you try make it as a global, then what happened? Now tell me.
Then it will work outside also, as you said.
Yeah, it will work outside also. If I'm writing percentage put sign, earlier we used to get some warning, right? Apparent symbol reference not present or something like that, not resolved and all. You will not see that message anymore. Execute it and run it. Still you will have a 30 outside also, even though you have written outside of my percentage put sign. Got it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Questions?
So
Still you can ask. It's a very important concept in your real time. Yes, please.
So, sir, like if we are using global, we have to use the percentage put. I mean, we can use the percentage put outside. We can also use it inside, right? Like
yes,
that should
inside
not be a
and outside
problem.
also percentage put everywhere will work.
Yeah, and for local, it is like only inside. If we give the, I mean, we'll be getting the output.
Yeah.
Okay.
Percentage put in the sign is used to display the information in your log, what variable value it holds. It is not that mandatory you need to use it this one. Maybe in future when you are trying to create it a new data set name as a, you can directly write it as a data, your data set name X and ampersand. Okay, don't write X, maybe you'll get confused. So new, I'm writing it. My keyboard certain keys are not working. Ampersand, I'm writing data new ampersand. If I'm writing it directly, saying it as a B, C, X. If I directly saying it, set SAS help dot class semicolon and run. So I have to remove the space here. Now what happened if I run this data set? What is my new data set name? Tell me.
New 30.
New 30, right? That's correct. If I run this particular program, so that the macro variable I have created within the macro, but still I can use it wherever I want it. It is not mandatory that definitely I have to use a percentage put. You can create a new data set. Now you can see the new data set is just got created with the name of new 30. Making sense?
Yes, sir.
You can create a macro variable. Within that macro, you can derive it, you can declare, you can use it wherever it's required. You can make a local variable, you can make it global variable. So you declared already some global macro variables by using %let sign, but you are not thinking, you are thinking that that value should not impact on within that macro. You can declare it as a local so that the values within work within the macro only when you say local. If you're writing %let ABC x equal to 300 also outside in your program within your macro, still it will work whatever the value you are assigning it. It won't get changed. Understand?
Keep % put within the block, no, sir?
No, it's not that. Suppose if I'm writing it, suppose I declared my macro variable length is local, I'm writing it here. Okay. You just go for local, I'm writing it. ABCX let equal to %, all are my local macro variables. But here when I'm writing it, %let if I'm writing it ABC X as a new variable, if I'm assigning a value as a 500, tell me what happens now. Will it have any impact on your new data set? What is your new data set name then?
It should be
New 500.
500.
Is it 500 or new 30? Which one is correct?
500 because local, I mean percentage local is, I mean as of now the line number 2 is global, right? So
Line number 2 is global, so that outside macro you will run it, you will have a new 500 as a data set name. Can you see that? Not new 30. Because when you say it's a local, it will work within this particular macro only is possible. It will not work outside. That's the difference between local and global. You got a difference? Yes, no?
Yes.
yes, sir.
Shall we
So
move?
then if we put it back to the, if we make it local, let that %let ABCX equal to 500, then what will happen? Can we do that?
Okay, so tell me what you are asking. %let ABC.
Yes, this one, if we move to inside the macro, like if we make it local. Now it is global. If we make it local, what will happen, sir?
Local in the sense where you are expecting this value. So this 500, where you are expecting me to change it?
Inside the macro.
Okay, that means you are expecting me to bring it inside my macro. That's what you are saying.
Yes. Yes, please, sir.
Then it will be 500 in that case. So you no need to use anything.
It will override 30, or it's gonna be new 500.
Actually, like in that case,
Yeah.
It will override 500.
Yeah.
no, I'm thinking, I'm sorry, but like you can give x is equal to 500. So if you want the output
Yes,
to be
that's what
500.
I am thinking. It is the same. Why we need to write it? If you think that you want it as a 500, then make it x equal to 500. Then instead of local, you make it as global, or that's up to you. That's you want it. So instead of 30, you want to see it as a 500. Yes, you can see. You write it percentage put ampersand x. What is the value? Tell me.
500.
500, right?
500.
500, you are getting it. Perfect. Whatever the value you are passing it within the macro, it's different. Outside the macro, it's different. The difference between local and global, local, you will start with a local and you write a macro variable which will work within that particular macro only. If you write a percentage global, if you write a macro, so that it will work within the macro also, outside the macro also, it will work. That's what the definition is, if I remember correct. Right? So you see that when I'm explaining about the definition, local macro variables defined inside of the definition are considered to be a local. Variables defined outside of the macro definition or inside of the macro definition should be as a global, as considered to be a global variable.
Yes, sir.
Am I justifying to this particular lines? Yes, no? Shall I move to the next?
Sir, one more question. So local means it will show this in log side. If it's global, it will make in the SAS some. I still didn't get it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Local means it will work. This variable you want to write it. Suppose you created this particular, see, you just created, so the variable x equal to 500. Okay. Now you want to create a one more data set inside, saying it as a data. Okay. So you're writing your data set name. You can write it. C ampersand x if you write it, or else ampersand A B C X if you write it, set SAS help dot class if I write it, semicolon, and run. What do you think is going to be your new data set? Tell me.
C500.
Then that's it. That's correct. That means when I'm passing it, a new data set will be created, C500. Perfect. It's created. But if you do that, the same thing, you bring it outside of my macro, you try running it. Can you get it the 500? Will it work?
No, sir, because it's not global or we didn't assign it. That's why it doesn't work.
You're right. That's correct. If you run it, it won't work. So we have given ABCX, right? So ABCX, we are trying to derive it. I think percentage KK. What you have done, you have given it as a.
Actually, put should come outside, no, sir. Like.
Put. That's okay. Put where we are writing also, it not make sense whether you put it or not. Try deleting this. Actually, I have not deleted it earlier. Just delete it. The C is already open. Let me delete it. If I'm writing X500, let's see, I have mentioned as a local ABCX and all, and I should get an error. I think this macro variable we have declared it earlier global also, I hope, if I remember correct.
We declared global and we brought it inside, I think so.
Yeah.
You try writing it as a ABCXC. You try writing it ABCXC. You write it ABCXC. You see what happened?
Yes.
It's not
I
working.
didn't get 500.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not working anymore.
You will get that error message because that variable is not declared yet. It's only declared in local. CABCX. So what we have done? CABCX. ABCXC. Yeah, it's a new variable. Earlier what happened, I declared it as a global, I declared it as a local. That's the reason why it's working in both the sides. But now I taken a fresh new variable and I declared only in local, but I try to copy it in a global. So I try to run it in this particular way. It's not working. You clear with the concept what I have explained, local and global. Anyone have any questions at anything, you just ask.
Sir, like now for the error, actually we've got the error message, right? Like it says that, can you please go to the log window, sir?
Yes.
So, what does it mean, sir? Apparent symbolic reference ABCXC.
That
So,
means
it's
SAS
shown near the ampersand.
SAS didn't find a macro variable defined in the form of ABCXC. That's it. So actually, if the macro variable is already defined, SAS can call that. But when SAS doesn't know that, what is it ampersand and all, then SAS will consider it as a syntax error. Because as we already know that we should not use any special character in our data set name. Am I right or wrong? Yeah, that's throwing an error.
Okay. And one more thing, if it was a global macro variable, then it would have, it would have been executed.
Executed, right? You make it this as a global.
Yeah.
Do you think, is there any issue with this? You won't.
No.
So global you have written, and new variable you have written, and let's see what error we are getting it. C. What I have written?
Already C500 is there, sir.
Sorry?
Already C500 dataset is there in the work library.
That's okay. That's not a problem. So what we are thinking is, I think C500 is there. Let me delete that. I'll try do it to make it 400 here. So why to change it? That one.
Now we'll get C400.
But why you are getting a log? First log error we are getting it. First we try to fix that. I think there is no error.
Then where is the data set gone?
But still it's giving 500 because X you are giving it. X is ABCX and global you make it CABCX. It's not giving an error. That means it should work. C400 you got it. See now? Yeah, you got it. That's working. Right? So this is about your local and global macro variables, what we have it. So we just done up to here. Okay, now we are calling with ampersand sign with macro variables, how to call it and all. Percentage put statement we already seen. Percentage put statement writes a text in your current value of your macro variables in the SAS log. Yes, that's doing it, right? So when you are just looking into a program, suppose you are writing it percentage let, you would declare or delete everything from here. You writing it percentage let a equal to, if I'm writing it 300 semicolon. So I created, okay, just imagine I created, but due to some reason I removed it. That means the macro is still in backend. I want to know that somewhere in my program it's called as a data, my data set name X with ampersand A, they have called it. What is ampersand A value? You want to know it. Then very simple, you write it percentage put ampersand A with semicolon is enough. It will give the message what value you hold it in this particular variable. Go to your log. Log will tells that you have a value of 300. Got it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Percentage put is the sign is used to know that what value the variable holds it. Not only that, you have some system defined macro variables also. You can see what are all the system defined macro variables. Right now you created this macro variable. That's the reason why what you are doing it. You are just hold on a second. My SAS is opened in another window. So it is just created, right? So what I'm just thinking is, I want to know that what are all my system defined macro variables is there in my SAS. Then I'll write it percentage put underscore all underscore. If I write it semicolon, what it will do, it will give all my macro variables list in my log. You can see these are all my system defined macro variable, which are all starting with automatic. That means sysdate, sys9 dot, sysdate, sysversion, sysuser id, sysname, and all you will get it the system defined macro variable. And now you can see that this is my global macro variables which I have created as of now. These are all my global macro variables. The list is. Can you see that? The list are global macro variables. Suppose if you created any local macro variables, that local macro variables list also you will get it here. Understand? So you create any local macro variables, global macro variables, all the list, you can able to get it here. Or else instead of that, you want to see only the system defined macro variable. You are not interested to see the user defined macro variable. Then you write it underscore automatic underscore, you write it. That's enough. So what it will do is, it will give only the automatic macro variables what you have it in your SAS. You will get that list of only automatic macro variables. You see, I have written percentage put automatic underscore automatic underscore automatic underscore, so that all system defined macro variables only you will get the list. Understand? Or else you are interested to see, as I am a user, what are all the user defined macro variables in this list. Then go for underscore user underscore, so that if you want to get it only the user defined macro variables, if you want it, yes, you can get it. See, as I am a user, I created only these macro variables as of now. Am I right or wrong? The list which
Yes.
I have created, yes, I'll get it only the user defined macro variable. Or else you want to know that only global macro variables I have created. Maybe the user defined you have it global and local also, but I need only global macro variables. What you can do? Write it global underscore. What happens now? If I run the program, what is going to happen? You will get it only global macro variables list. These are all my global macro variables list.
So one question. Like there should be global macro variables which are system defined also, right? Yes or no?
All my system defined macro variables are global macro variables only.
Okay, so okay.
You can use it anywhere. Let's see, I'm writing it. Proc means procedure. Print means you're printing it. Data equal to your data set name. I'll go for SAS help dot class. I'm going for it, semicolon, and run. I'm writing a title. What I'm writing the title, you know? Title is the statement. I'm writing it within a title statement. You need to make sure to give quotations with double quotations. You cannot write a single quotations here because macros need a double quotations. As of now, we didn't see any problem with single quotes and double quotations, but here you have to make sure to get double quotations. Maybe I'm writing a title. This is my students info as of ampersand sys date. If I'm writing it, what happened now? What does that mean?
It will assign.
As of today.
My system date, whatever it is. So this is the students on info as of 3rd January of 2020. You will get it.
Okay.
3rd June, not January. 3rd June of 2020. You will get it. If I run the same program tomorrow, what happened? The title automatically get updated with your values. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right? Maybe, suppose imagine, I want to write one more footnote also. This report generated, you write it as a footnote, quotations, this output generated by SAS, that means ampersand SAS user ID on ampersand SAS date 9 dot sys date 9, or maybe sys date 9 if I'm writing it. Let's see, semicolon, what happens? Execute it. Then it will tell that in my computer. So this output is generated by PC according to my computer. My system name is PC. I just named it as a. Otherwise, if I log in with my name as a Naidu, so that it will be displayed with Naidu. Maybe Sangeeta, when you are logging to your PC, your computer name is Sangeeta. So this report is generated by Sangeeta. The same program, when you running it, automatically output with your header or your footnote. Maybe if I am running the same program, I will get it my footnote, right? Understand? It's a dynamic one. It's not always static that you are giving your name. The date, maybe when you are running, maybe the date of your computer, maybe by that time, maybe 2022 or something like that, automatically the output will be generated with the latest data, with the latest titles and all. Yeah? Yes? No? How these particular things are working?
But sir, like one question.
Yes.
Initially we defined percentage let and we are giving a is equal to 20, right? And then again when we are creating another macro, while defining there we are giving percentage local and then we are changing its value to 30. What happens is it is overwriting the value 20. Is there a way to get both the values like 20 and 30?
20 and 30, you can write it. One is you declare it as a local, and another one is declare it as a global. Then you can have it too.
Yeah, like my question is, sir, like suppose we have one data set in two libraries. We are using like SAS help dot and SAS user dot to get that data set, right? So like that we can't get this value, is it?
Once you declare
it is always overwritten.
Let a equal to 20 at somewhere, and you are declaring it at somewhere again percentage let a equal to 30, 20 will be get overwritten with 30. There is no chance for you.
Yeah, okay, sir.
It's like our title statement here. You written a title at somewhere as a this is my student data. When you are declaring it somewhere again another title as a this is my employees data. So do we have still the student data with as a title still with you? It will be get overwritten, right? Automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. See, whenever you want it, you can use it in this way. Let's see. You can write it percentage let, I'm giving it a equal to, I'm writing as a 20. Is it okay? I'm writing it data, my data set name, I'm writing it x ampersand a, okay, and semicolon set SAS help dot class, I can write it, and run statement. Is it okay? This is one statement. Now immediately you want it again percentage let, you need it same a value only, percentage let a equal to, I'm writing 30 now. Can we do the same as it is? Can we have two data sets or one data set? What do you think? Now tell me what happens. If I run it at the both lines of code, what is going to be happen?
Okay, so we'll have A30, I mean X30 actually.
X30 is one data set and X20 is another data set, right? What is the problem? Because, you see this. Percentage let a equal to 20, you have run. Let's see, you have executed, the data set is created, it is there with you, with the name of X20. Clear? No matter if I change it here, will it still affect the old one? I don't think so, right?
Okay.
Percentage let a equal to 30 if I write it, so that new data set will be get created. You see? X equal to 30 here. But if I'm again writing it, percentage let a equal to 20 or 30, or you think that if I'm writing it immediately percentage let, again you are writing it Percentile let you written A equal to 20 and immediately you written percentile let A equal to 30. Tell me what happens.
Then it will be only 30 for both of
Only 30
them.
for your two data sets also.
Only one data set
Will be created. Yeah.
Yes,
eventually.
one data set will
Yeah.
be created. Yes, you're right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Right? So underscore user underscore automatic underscore and all the macro variables, how to displaying your macro variables we done. Clear?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good. So we have done with this slide. So let me just move on to the next one. Creating a macro variables with call SYMPUT. Yes, as of now, we have done creating a macro variables by using percentage let, percentage local, percentage global and all we have seen. So this is another way of creating a macro variable in SAS by using percentage call SYMPUT method. What is this call SYMPUT method? How you will write the syntax for this? Call SYMPUT, you will write it within a bracket. You will write a macro variable name and what value you want to assign for it. Let's say an example. So data underscore null underscore. Why we need to write a data underscore null underscore? See, the thing is, percentage let is the method is used for creating a macro variable by using percentage let. If I directly write it, I can freely assign a value 20, 30, 40. I can assign it. Okay, but that is not the case. I'm creating a title saying it as a number of persons in this particular data set have 20 members or something like that as a title. I want to write it. Okay, let me write it in SAS and so that I will explain there when we will use it. Go to SAS. Here when I'm writing it, let me print it directly. The title I'm writing it saying it as a title. I'm writing it within a title. You write it in this data set have number of females equal to, you're writing it maybe 10 now. Okay, and number of males equal to, I'm writing it as a 9 or maybe it's reverse. So I'm writing it as a that I know that in this particular data set of my SAS help class we have a 9 members of females and 10 members of males in my data. So I'm just writing it and imagine semicolon I'm writing it. Now I'm writing a program saying it as a proc print data equal to your data set name. So that's your SAS help dot class you are using it, semicolon run. Now once you execute it, run it, you will get it the title as a this data set have number of females are 9 members and number of males are 10 members. Perfect, there is no doubt in that. I'll use the same title. I'm just doing it for another data set. I'll try copy the same data set. I'm pasting it one more time. I'm passing a new data set name as some SS or something. Instead of my SAS help, I'm passing it SS here. Let's see. In this, I have a 19 plus 19. How many records? 38 records in my data set right now. The data set which is there with me as SS, you open it, you have around 38 observations. Now I'm passing this data set SS here. When I try to execute it, do you think the title is reflecting as same or is it different title? Tell me now.
It should be.
I have a 38 records, but the title is still saying it as a 9 records or 10 records only. Possible?
Yeah.
How we can update the title according to your data? It should be dynamic way. Understand? Once the in future, if the data get increased, automatically number should be changed at the top title. Correct?
Okay.
So that means the title number should be derived from the data set as a macro variable. Then only it is possible. But percentage let will not do that. Percentage let sign is definitely not possible. So that's the reason why we need to see an option, or we need to see such a variable to be derived within a data set level and use that macro variable for your purpose wherever it required. Understand? Then this calls input come into picture. What calls input will do? Calls input will derive the variable within the data, and then you can use that variable whenever in future. Let's say if I'm trying to derive a variable here, how I'm deriving it, set data, your data set name SS, set SAS class, I'm writing it. Now I will write it a statement saying it as in the next one, proc preq data equal to your data set name. I'm writing it SS semicolon. So table statement, I'm writing it. So what I will do, I need to identify the unique records in this. So based on my sex variable wise, I'm trying to find out a unique records in this data set, semicolon. And within the same statement, you write it out equal to the new data set name, you're writing it. So you can write it anything. I'll go for OO as a new data set name, and default it's giving a print in my output. I don't want it that print to be displayed. I'm writing it no print, semicolon, run. That's it. Now once you execute it, the piece of code is created and the data set will be get stored with the name of OO. In that you have a unique counts of females wise unique count and males wise unique count. You have it in your data. Can I just see that? Females wise 18 members in your data, males wise 20 members in your data. Perfect? Yes or no?
Yes.
Out of 38 records, the 38 records are divided into females are 18 and males are 20. Okay. Now I want to make this as a macro variable. Yes, I got a counts now. I want to make it as a macro. Can we do that? Then you need to write a syntax saying it as a data, your data set name underscore null underscore, because I'm not interested to create a data set name here. Understand what I'm saying? I don't want it as a new data set, but what I wanted, I need a values from my data set of OO. Okay. I'm creating a new variable saying it as a call SYMPUT. Okay. Call SYMPUT. I'm writing it the name saying it as a what I wanted, the variable name. So in this I don't want it for all, for I need to filter the data, only female data I want it, right? Where equal to sex, I'm writing it, it should be in a brackets. We need to make sure where sex equal to, if it is in a F, we are trying to create a only females data. We are taking it as a new data set, and then we are trying to write it the variable name. According to this, you see that call SYMPUT. What is the syntax? According to this data, call SYMPUT and then followed by your variable name, then your value. So you need to write it the variable name. The variable name you can write it anything. I'll go for var1. I'm writing as my macro variable name as a var1. The value where it is coming from in my data set of my OO, you carefully observe. So the data is coming from the variable called the variable here is called count. The variable I need to get this value from the count variable. I'm assigning that value here. So I'm writing it COUNT count, semicolon, and run. That's it. Now Is it that macro variable really created or not? I'm still doubt. So what I'll do is I'll check it by using percentage put ampersand sign. I will use it. Var 1, you will use it, semicolon. That's it, we are done. Check that. Will it work or not? Executing it, done. Go for the new value. It is saying symbolic variable name must be in a letter or argument. Something if I missed it.
Quotation, sir.
Quotations, sir.
Where one and single quotes.
I don't think so. Is it a quotations is a problem?
I mean in the PowerPoint we saw
PowerPoint we
single
have it,
quotes.
but I don't think so. Let's see.
Okay, yeah.
No, that's not a problem here. Okay. We taken a variable from SAS help.class. First of all, is it over dataset is available? Yes, it is available. We wanted the data only sex equal to female. Yes, we are taking it. Call SYMPUT var1 and count. Okay, what log is trying to say? Let's see. Try to filter out. The thing is, you write it. Check in your log what sex variable, what var1 is printing. What is the var1? Yes, it's printing. You see that?
18.
var1
Yeah.
value is 18. It is printing. So there is no doubt in that. So what you have to do is you directly pass your value ampersand. Okay, you directly write it ampersand var1. You write it here. Okay, this is your for female data. Then you do the same thing for your males also. Do it directly. You write it the variable name saying it as a male, and then make it a new variable name called 2, and in your data also you check it, it should be 2. You're writing it, and then you are writing it male. So within a male information you are writing it the value as ampersand var 2. Got it? So now we are done. So if you are running this step, automatically the titles will be ready according to your data. Check it. Females are 18 members or males are 20 members in your data. But why it is taking this much of gap 18 to 20? Because even though I have given very near only, but why it is taking by default calls input, it will take some space. You try to change the function to as a calls input to calls input x, so that it will truncate that particular spaces, and now you can see that the values perfectly aligned. You see that? Is it properly aligned now? So females are 18 and males are 20. You are getting it. Now what we will do is, imagine if I try updating a data with a, see, earlier what happened, I doubled the data with SAS help.class multiple times. I'm just trying to do SS data set only one time now. That means only 19 records right now we have it. Check that is the title is going to be updated according to my 19 records or not. See, now we have a total 19 records. Is the title is saying still the 38 records or 19 records? What it is saying?
Yeah, it's updated.
It's updated, right? So that in future, if I update it, my data set, suppose imagine in this SAS class, I'm writing it in multiple times, saying it as a SAS class one time, and again SAS class another time, SAS class another time. How many times? Total 319s, right? Check that the count is applying as a 319s. Check now. Is it getting created? Yes. Is it getting updated title automatically?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the use of calls
Sir,
input. Calls input is created. Yeah, I will explain. Calls input will be created. You can derive that variable within a data set level. That's a purpose. Yes, madam. Please continue. You're asking something.
I'm sorry, sir. So why it's a difference? Which code is making difference? Could you please explain one more time, please? Like which one is giving just 19? Which one is giving the 3 times 19? And what gives like line number 9 and data X and ampersand A? What does it give? It's we're putting A, or could you please explain?
Okay, so actually what happens, in this particular data set, what we have it right now, it is taking the data from the SAS class. How many observations we have in this data set?
19
records. So what happened if you given a fixed title as a right now, like earlier I have shown, right? If females are 10 members and males are 20 members, something like that, if I write it, it's a fixed one. You need to update again and again whenever the data gets changed, right? In future. Okay. So that's the reason why you written a calls input method to derive that particular variable, and so that now we are calculating it. Suppose imagine in future, if I'm writing a SAS class, let's see, I have a around 300 plus records. We have it in future. Automatically, is the title values is getting updated with the same or not? You want to check it. It is just I'm just duplicating the data because is that particular program is properly working or not? I want to check it. Understand? I duplicated the data. How many observations we have it now? 95 records we have it. Yes. In my data set of SS, 95 records. If I'm passing this 95 records containing a data into my data set, is this particular title is getting updated or not? I want to see according to the 95 records. Right?
It's supposed to update.
It's supposed to update, right? It's supposed to update when you have written a program correct with calls input method.
Yes.
You see that 45 members of females and 50 members of males. Perfect. Got it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So when we will use it in real time, when we have number of people participated in the clinical trial, you will write a program and you produce the output. Okay. The N you will generate it. But in future, what happened? The clinical team will always enter the data into the databases. So that what happened? When you run it now today, you may have it around 20 members of patients, which is there in your data. Maybe in future, you will have a 200 patients also. There is a possibility. So that you can't go and change your program there according to the title, according to the data, right? So we have to write a program in such a way that the title should automatically updated according to your data of inside. This is the use of a statement calls input. We can derive the variable which is inside of your data set and we can use it whenever it's required. I hope it's clear. Yes, no. Mary, it's clear to you? Clear to remaining? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Like in this case, we are only using percentage put just to print the value, right? And there is no, I mean, we are not creating the macro or something in the...
No, it is just for to checking. Is it macro variable really created that value or not before using it? It is just for checking purpose. Understand? It is not that we are not doing something. If you are removing this percentage put sign in your data, it's still okay. It is not mandatory. Okay. What value you hold it, you get to know that, then only go for percentage put. Otherwise, you no need to write. Once you know that the program is working perfect, then without writing a percentage put itself, you can continue with your program, madam. Yeah.
Okay.
That is just you letting know that what values you have it for var1, what values you have it for var2.
Okay. Okay, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
And sir, one more question about the little bit. If you go up, there is a like non-print. First time when you wrote, if you go back to the program,
Is it
there
not
is
no print
oh
option I have
yes
written it very first time? Then you're wrong.
yes
I have written this
uh-huh,
option in our proc frequency class itself. No print means we are forcefully telling proc frequency not to print output. By default, what we know, by default, what happens, every time it will give a print in your output window, right? Every time.
yes.
But I'm forcefully
So
telling SAS not to print that because I'm not interested on my output. I'm writing an option called no print.
so my question is, sir, yes, if we put no print and out, so if we don't put no print, will it create still create in SAS? I mean, work table, the OO table data
Yes,
set or not?
no print is just stopping your output, not for stopping
Okay,
your
got it.
creating a data
Sure.
set.
Thank you, sir. It
Yeah.
was my question. Thank you.
Actually, when you try to learn the macros, it is a very compulsory that definitely you are strong enough on your base SAS programming.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, that is for must. You are not confident on base SAS, then base SAS program will keep you back every time. So that you don't know the syntax, first of all, how to write it, then how you will macrotize it. So that way it's very dangerous one. So make sure the base SAS programming be strong enough. I think I have explained the same program for you. It's already there in our PowerPoint presentation. So I have done the same for you. I have taken it, the data, and I'm just assigning a values. Yes, done. Right? And calls input is not always deriving it. If you want it a new variable creation also, you can write it. Calls input, you do one thing. Calls input X, you try to create a new variable name called, you can write it any variable name. You can write it ABC equal to, as a new macro variable name, I want to give it as a 10. Wherever you want to use ABC, you just make it as a 10, execute it and run it. Now, you see that what value you have it in ABC. Percentage, put, ampersand, ABC, semicolon. That's it. Execute it. Run it now. Perfect. Percentage I misled. It's not ampersand, it should be percentage. Go to log. Perfect. 10 you are getting it, right? The value.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you will get it. Come here. The next one is, this is one way we have learned. What is that? SQL into method. Sorry, one is with your calls input method. There is another way also to creating a macro variable. That is a SQL into method. How we can do that? Very simple. You try taking the same code as it is into SAS. What I'm doing it here, as we already know the SQL procedures. So meanwhile, my outputs are very huge. I'll try to just, is it deleted? Yes, I hope it is. Yeah. So now you are pasting it. So what you are writing it? Proc SQL no print. I don't want to print in output window. By default, SQL will give a print in output. Now what I'm doing it, I'm telling it as select count sex. That means I'm counting variable based on your sex variable wise into is the statement is used to create a new macro variable. So what we are doing it, we are doing the same step like your calls input method, but calls input method is our what I can say, it is if it is in the data step method, and then only we can go for it. But imagine you don't have any data step, you are writing everything in SQL. Then how you can derive a variable within the data set containing macro variable by using SQL statement? Yes, we can write it SQL into method. SQL, you write it into N1 from N1, N2, N3. That's up to you. You can write it any name. That's completely depends on you. So select count of sex into N1 from SAS help.class where sex equal to male, separate variable. Select count sex into N2 from SAS.class where sex equal to female. That's it. Can we able to create it? Instead of calculating frequency and all the stuff and calculating calls import, can we do this method? Is it easy? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can do that. The same thing what we can do with the calls import, here also we can do the same and execute it. And now you can see your new variables will have the values of, one is 10 members in your data, N2 means it is your 9 members in your data. Perfect. What you have done?
So why are we using the colon, sir? Like
colon is the sign to derive. This is the syntax, madam. Colon is the sign to derive a new macro variable as a N1, to derive a new macro variable as a N2.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Creating a macro variable with loop. As we have already know that we have learned with percentage let, we have done with calls import, and we have done with SQL into. And this is another method is called a loop. How we can do with creating a macro variable with loops? Let's see that also. Come here. I'll just remove everything. It's a use concept. Okay. Now what I have done, percentage macro, I have written my macro name as a repeat. Data equal to ABC. Do I 1, 2, 3. First of all, when you are writing any loops in macros, within the macro mainly, not outside the macro. If you are writing outside a macro, you no need to use any percentage signs or anything that we have already seen throughout our SAS programming. But what we are doing it right now, percentage do. That means if you write a macros, if you write a loop within the macro, definitely percentage sign is required. If I'm not giving it, it will throw an error message. The loop is in open quotes or something like that. So make sure to write it percentage do. I want to. 2 also should have percentage 3. That means I value 1 to 3 times I am running it. X equal to is a new variable I am creating it. That means X means ampersand I am writing it. That means first time the loop is running, the I value is 1. So that the X1 variable will be created. The value is test1 in that case. Second time the loop is running, X2, test2, you will create a new macro variable. X3, test3 will be created, percentage end. You see that? You are trying to create a new data set called ABC. Yes, go to my work library. So there are many data sets. Let me delete these data sets also. So I'm just writing it, delete, or else just deleting the data sets. Is it not deleted? Because right click. Yes, sure, I'm interested to delete all. Okay, that's fine. So now you have deleted percentage report. So now what we can do is, let's see, the ABC dataset is not there. I'm freshly creating it now. Now you see that ABC dataset wise, we have a 3 variables, X1, X2, X3, and you have a 3 values also, test1, test2, test3. Got it? What you are doing it? This is the macro variable. You are creating it by the do statement. You can use this macro variable wherever in this particular program. Within a end statement, before end statement only possible. You can't write it anywhere else apart from end. Within an end statement, before that you can write it anywhere you can use it. Understand? You can write it a separate variable or separate condition or anything. You can declare it. What you have done, percentage do I 1, 2, 3 times you are repeating a loop. X ampersand with I. That means we are concatenating X value with my ampersand I value. I value right now it is 1. So that X1. So that test is the variable and I value is 1. Test1. You will get it. Test2, test3, test4 like that. You can create unlimited variables by using this one. This is another way of creating a macro variable by using SQL. By using loops. Is it understood? No? Yes?
So we are creating the variables is fine. To include some observations, like how would it be?
Suppose tell me what you want it. So observations in the sense?
Like in the macro, we are using the data step, right? Like data ABC up to run. So like in Instead of giving input and the variables names, we have given test1, test2, test3. What is to include what value for test1, test2, and test3, something like that?
You can write it, no condition. If, okay, you write a condition saying it as a if ampersand, okay, if ampersand, sorry, x ampersand I, what you want to write it? Tell me, do you any condition you want to write it? If it is a test1, then you want to write it something?
Like maybe just the value of 100 or something like that.
Yeah, you can write it. So if this is the value, so x1 of your test1, then what you can write? You write it as a val equal to 100. Make sure you write this also in a quotations. Percentage if, percentage, then it should be in a quotations. Yes, you check it now. The thing is, while creating it, let this variable created freely, because before variable creation the if is working there. That's the problem. You write it now, percentage if and percentage then, and you write it now, it will work. Because
is it like val variable should be created first, huh? Or is it okay that we can directly just say?
No. The problem is what happens, the macro variable execution happens before your if statement.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're writing it. So your interest is if it is a
Can we do like do test1 equal to 100 semicolon just in one step, something like that, sir? Like
test1, if you know that if you write it, it's again automatic. So you're not using automation. Understand?
No. Test ampersand I. That we can't use, right?
So do, you can write it percentage do. Okay. So then you are writing it do ampersand x ampersand, not ampersand, just write it do within the same condition itself. You can write it, right? What is the problem? If do 1 2 3, you are writing it x equal to test, and you are writing it. Write a one more loop here. That will solve our issue. Now.
Hello, sir.
Sorry.
So sorry to interrupt.
Yes, please.
So this is the last class in advances.
Last topic, but not last class in the sense.
Hello.
Hello. So you are expecting some value. If test1 is this one, so you think that first of all you want to write it 100 or some value like this directly. Is it something like this is possible?
Yeah, like what I understood is like x ampersand I we are giving, and we are giving it as test ampersand I. Okay, sir. So x is it only for variable creation, or can we even include observations in it? So that was the
Not
thought
only
actually.
that, wherever you want that one, you can use it. Suppose imagine you want that value as a 100 plus, okay, ampersand I, you can use it. Ampersand I, you can use it. In this case, is it okay?
Okay. So will it be coming in the variable name, or
You see
that's
that?
the question?
X1 as a 101, X2 as a 102, X3 as a 103. Got it? That means
Yeah,
it's a summing
okay.
up if you want it. You can do anything with that. You can write any logic, you can build it on top of it. You want to multiply with it, or you want to filter that, or you want to use that as a subster function also. Suppose imagine you have a data, okay? So you have a data, you are writing it as a equal to, imagine you are writing a equal to in a subster of sub substr subster of my value. I'm writing it, what I'm writing it, instead of subster, write a scan, so that no, you will get a good results. Scan, I need it, what I wanted, my name is Naidu, I'm writing it. So what I wanted, comma, ampersand, what I can write, I. Write it, I can write it, right? Ampersand I and semicolon. So what happens now? Here,
First
ampersand I, you try to write it here also.
Okay.
So that first value, first word will be what? Second word will be what in your data? Tell me.
My will be first word.
My name is, but I'm thinking, should it be each, like, it will scan the first letter, right? Or it's a word?
Scan the word, not letter. Subster is looking for a letter. Scan is
character. Okay.
Code word, first word. So that what happened?
Yeah, so my name is will come, right?
You see now? My A1 as a my, A2 as a name, A3 as a is. You got it?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
that is your purpose actually. This is just not for any standard rule, we need to use it like that. So then you can use it, based on that you can build any logic. Maybe I need it for this value for scan, or maybe I need it for something for multiplication. I need it something to wherever you find a missing value, I want to put the I value there. You can write it any logics based on it. Yes, that's possible.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. So that is your creating a loops with macros. And now we will move on deleting user defined macro variable. We're done with all the macro variable creation as of now. You know that percentage let, percentage local, percentage global, percentage calls import, and SQL into method. What else? Last one which I have said. Do loop method also. Within the loops also we can able to create a macro variables. Now if the macro variable is created, but now what happened? If I'm running it, the macro variable which is already there, it's working in my computer. So let's see if I'm writing it some way, some value as a suppose if I'm writing it any macro variables I have created in my SAS, I want to know that var one macro variable, what value I have it in this. So I can write it by just mentioning it percentage put what value you have it for ampersand var one. Do you remember? Even I too don't know that. So what I can do is, if I'm just clicking on it and it's giving it, the message is saying it as a ampersand var, var, not va. There is no variable, such a variable created earlier. Let's see, ampersand var is a macro variable created or not. Execute it, run it, go to the log, and now you can see that it's a 45, you are getting it. Yep. Just hold on a second. Okay, so now you will have a value of 45. So if you want to delete that macro variable, you can write it by using an option called symdel. So what it will do, it will delete that macro. So right now I know that I don't want this particular macro variable to be used anymore. Actually what happened, you have seen a global options in our titles, right? Once you have activated the title, it will be continued for your next also. If you want to stop the title, you will write a statement in your global option title with semicolon, that's it, it will stop there. But here what happened, this is your, you want to continue, you don't want to continue, then write it as percentage symdel and write it the variable name. So what it's clearly saying, which variable to be deleted. Is it a var1 to be deleted? Write it var1 semicolon and run it. That's it. Execute it. So that variable is deleted. Now I think it's successfully deleted. Yes. Now you check for ampersand var1 value is still it exists or not. Check it by using percentage put. Is it with you? I don't think so. Yeah, it's saying the message, the variable symbol is reference not resolved, because we deleted that variable. There is no such variable now, so that you won't get it anything. Clear? Good. So that is just for deleting observations in a data. Right? So this is placing a text before a macro variable. Okay, so now once we done this, so deleting a defined macro variables, so which is already there, the macro variable is already there, and if you want to delete it, yes, you can delete by using an option called symdel, and we have done this. Now we'll move on to the placing a text before a macro variable reference. How we can place a text before a macro variable reference, and let's see what happens. Okay, I'm just writing it here, percentage let visit underscore id equal to 4, percentage let id equal to 50. So what is the difference? I'm just creating a two macro variable names. I'm writing it percentage let visit underscore id equal to 4, percentage let id equal to 50. Two macro variables I have created. Now I'm creating my data set name as a data, your data set name Naidu ampersand visit underscore id and ampersand id. I'm just giving it set SAS help.class. What happens in if this particular program runs? So let me do one thing. Let me copy the code what I have written here and paste it into SAS and pasting it here. So data, my data set name I have written here, it's in a visit underscore id as a 4, percentage let id equal to 50. I'm trying to write a new data set name as a Naidu visit underscore id with the ampersand id. If I run it, can you just tell me what happens if I execute it? Yes, please.
Naidu 450.
Naidu 450 is the data set name you are expecting. That's the right answer. If I execute it, yes, you can get it, a new data set in your work library. Naidu, you will get it from here. Ampersand visit underscore id from my data set, which is already there here. You will get it 4 and id will be the 50. So that Naidu 450 is a new data set will be get created. So what we are doing it here, we are placing a text before my macro variable. The place here is the text. Naidu is the text. I'm placing it before my macro variable. Yes, that's perfectly working fine without having any issues. So the placing a text before a macro variable, so that's perfectly fine. Now what we will do is placing a text after macro variable, we will see what happens. I have a data with me. Data trial is my data set name, input statement, patient ID, visit 1, visit 2, visit 3 and visit 4 cards is a statement, and there we are providing some visit information. Everything is perfect. I'm creating a data set name with the name of trial. But now what I'm doing is percentage let p equal to visit. So then if I want to use it, let me just write it in SAS. There I will explain. First I will explain this program. You see here, what I'm doing is data, my data set name trial, visit 1, visit 2, visit 3 and visit 4, I have it. So I'm just creating it, a new data set name. Perfect. New data set is just created with the name of trial. And there you have a PID, visit and visit 2, visit 3 and visit 4. Information is just got created. Perfect. Now what I'm doing is, I'm writing it, percentage let ampersand p equal to visit, I'm just creating as a new macro variable. So I can directly write it as a ampersand p means visit 1 means visit 1, ampersand p means visit 2 means visit 2. I'm writing it so that I'm placing a text. 1 is one text and 2 is a text. I'm placing it after my macro variable. I'm thinking that it will work fine without having any issues. Let's say percentage let p equal to visit and proc frequency data equal to a dataset name trial, table statement ampersand p1 and as well as ampersand p2. Execute it and run it. That's done. So new data set, when you are printing it, so when I'm trying to execute it, you see that the message, error message, you will get it, and it's clearly saying that apparent symbol reference P1 is not resolved or P2 is not resolved. Why SAS will think in this way? Do you know?
Because we didn't assign values for P1 and P2.
You're right. We didn't assign any value directly as a P1 or P2, right? How we assign the value as? P means it's a visit, ampersand P means visit, and ampersand P means visit 2. But what is the problem? Earlier, when I'm writing it Naidu 450, it worked, right? Naidu is the text I'm placing before my macro variables. That's working well. But why in this case it's not working?
Maybe text is placed after the variable.
So you're right. Placing a text after macro variable reference when you're calling it, so definitely it should be separated with dot. This dot refers to a new text line you're performing it. So ampersand P means it's a visit, 1 means it's a visit 1, ampersand P means it's a visit, 2 means visit 2. You're trying to create it and execute it, and now you run it, and now you can see that a new data set it just got created, and there you can see visit 1 with values of 20 and you will get it 22, visit 2 with 40 and 45, you'll get it. Perfect. Yes, clear? Questions?
Sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah, sorry, sir. My network, there was some network issue. Could you please just explain one more time? Sorry.
No, madam. So it's already there in the recording video. Maybe just go through it. Here I'm not explaining anything new. So here what I have done is I'm just placing a text before a macro variable to placing a text after macro variable concept I'm explaining. Earlier placing a text before a macro variable, it's working well. And placing a text after macro variable, definitely we need to write a dot, then only it can be read. That's the only difference.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you.
So now we will go for a classic example with this. We'll see here. So what we have it here in this particular program. Let me just talk about that. So what I have, percentage let lib equal to SAS user. Okay, I have written. I'm directly writing it. Proc sort data equal to SAS help dot class. I'm trying to create a new data set name called ampersand lib. Ampersand lib means SAS user dot class. I'm interested to save my class data set in my SAS user library. That's what I'm trying to do. If I execute this piece of code, what happen? Will it save the data set of your class in SAS user? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Reasons?
Like generally the two level name is library dot the data set name. So, but after the variable, if you're going to place a text, you need a dot, right? So I think there should be some dot.
Yes, you're right. So what happened if I run this particular program, execute it, go to the log, and log is clearly saying work.SAS user class as a new data set. Is it correct? Is it what we are expecting?
No.
We are expecting a new data set here as a nothing in work library. In SAS user library, we are expecting a data set called class. But unfortunately, what happened? It is reading as a SAS user class. Do you know why it's happened? Because you are placing a text. Class is a text. You are placing it after my macro variable. The macro variable ampersand lib is my macro variable. There you have a SAS user. One dot is required. But where is another dot to mention the library? One dot is for placing a text before a macro variable. Where is another dot is for placing your text? One is for library reference, another one for macro variable reference. You need to make sure to write it proc sort data equal to SAS help dot class out equal to lib dot. So two dots you need to mention based on the class and by sex variable wise and execute it and run it. That's done. Now you created a new data set with the name of lib. So go to your new library, or even you check your log also. Log is clearly saying SAS user.class is a new dataset created. Go to SAS user library, class dataset is created. Perfect. So what you need to remember always, placing a text after a macro variable, definitely dot is required. Placing before text, so placing a text before a macro variable does not require anything. Placing a text after macro variable, definitely the dot is required, right? So you try remember that, so that we have already done in this particular slide. Let me just go through this we have already completed. Placing a text before a macro variable, placing a text after macro variable, we done. So now appending a macro variable, how we can append it? So we can append the macro variable by using ampersand sign. Ampersand means you are calling that particular macro. So you can think the double ampersand size is a special reference resolved to a single ampersand. When you are giving a double ampersand sign set somewhere, it will work like a single ampersand sign. Here is an example. Now I'm writing it. What happened? Percentage let DSN equal to market, and percentage let N equal to 10, percentage let DSN equal to 10, and percentage let market equal to 10. So that what happened? You have a value, first one DSN as a market, N is 10, and DSN 10 is old, and market 10 is new, something like that I'm giving it. Let's see what happens. I'm writing it the value percentage let ampersand DSN and ampersand N. What resolves it? The macro values it will resolve to. Ampersand N means
Market
it is
10. It is 10.
It is 10. DSN 10 means what is the value?
Market 10.
So market 10 you will get it. DSN 10 means here how it will, first of all, how it is resolved. First to DSN means it is market. You will get it. And ampersand N means it's a 10. So that market 10 you will get it. You see this. What happened? Ampersand DSN. What is the value? How it will be resolved as a?
Like as per the text, you should take only one ampersand.
So it will be, instead of, as I already mentioned, 2 ampersand sign will be considered as a 1 ampersand sign. So in that 1 ampersand sign, how it will be considered? Ampersand DSN 10. What is DSN? Ampersand DSN and ampersand N. So ampersand, that means it's a DSN 10 you will get it, right? So ampersand DSN 10, what is the value?
That is old.
Yeah, you will get it old. Now you see that
So,
ampersand, 3 ampersand signs and DSN and ampersand N, and now you will get it. How the first resolution will be? It will be resolved as a ampersand DSN is going to be market 10. It is just, first of all, you will get it market with 10, you will get it. Ampersand market 10 is resolved to what? New, you will get it, the value is. Got it what I'm saying? When you are combining the variables together, you will see that how the macro variables are resolving. Ampersand DSN and ampersand N. So first one is market 10, and ampersand DSN and ampersand 10. First will be 2 ampersand sign will be resolved as a single ampersand sign there. So ampersand DSN 10 is going to be your old. And now last one is ampersand market 10. So that what happened? 2 ampersand sign will be resolved as one thing. So that DSN 10 is going to be so DSN 10 is going to be your market 10. So you will get it. So sorry, market 10 you will get it. Market 10 value you're finally resolving it as a new here. So if you want, you can try it in your SAS. It will work in the same fashion.
Excuse me, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, sir, I have a question with the last one, the final row with the triple ampersand. Actually, ampersand DSN, ampersand N is market 10, right? With the first line. So here we have double ampersand and then market 10, right?
Double ampersand sign will be resolved as a single ampersand sign. So what happened at final last? You will have a double ampersand sign with market 10. Am I right? Correct?
Okay.
Yeah, double ampersand sign will be considered as a single ampersand sign. That you already know that. So that single ampersand sign with market 10, it's going to be your old.
Okay. You're new actually. Yeah, new. Okay.
So, sorry.
Yeah, got it, sir.
Old. It's a new. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, sir. I just have one last query. Sir, if we put percentage put and followed by this combination, the last combination, so are we going to get new in the log or first can result in?
Sorry. Okay. We'll do one thing. Okay.
Okay, sir.
We'll try running this value. What value we will get it in our
Log.
Percentage. Put
the value.
You're getting new, right? Perfect.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Fine. Thank you.
Good. So now we are done appending a macro variable. Sometimes when you will use it in real time, you know, percentage let DSN equal to DNB, percentage let F equal to XLS, somewhere like this. So if you want to write it DNB XLS, so you will write it ampersand DSN and ampersand F. That will be DNB XLS. Or sometimes you want to write a 1 ampersand DSN 1 as a DNB 1, you want to write it. What you will do, ampersand DSN dot, you will write it, because I am placing a text. 1 is the text, you are placing it after macro variable reference. 1 is required, and so it should be dot ampersand DSN dot 1, so that DNB dot DNB 1 you will get it. Or else if you want it DNB dot XLS, so the dot is required for your XLS extension, then you need to write a 2 dots, that we already seen that right earlier. Ampersand DSN means it is your DNB. So dot is required because you are making a value says XLS, you are placing a text after your macro variable. 1 dot is required, another dot is for your XLS extension. So DNB dot XLS, you will get it. I think this will, you already know that. I no need to mention why we need to mention the 2 dots. Yes, agree? No?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Macro parameters. So in macro parameters is nothing but macro parameters allow you to define a macro variables without using a percentage let statement. As of now, what happened, what we have done, whenever we want to use any macro, you define with percentage let, call SYMPUT, or maybe percentage do statement, percentage global, percentage local. So these are all the options we use to do it as of now. Now we are using a macro parameters. It's not required to write it any percentage let signs or anything. We can directly use this particular macro variable. Macro parameter as used to pass the value or a text string into a macro. That's the first thing what we do. So how we can use this particular macro parameters mainly in SAS? So 2 parameters we have it. One is types of parameter, positional parameters and keyword parameters. So what is the difference between these parameters? Positional parameters when we will call it as, and keyword parameters macros when we will call it as. Positional parameters in the sense, so positional parameters derive their name from the fact that are defined using a specific position on the macro. That means, see, it's a positional parameter. That means it will work always based on your position. If you are giving a first position, the macro will work on first position only. Second position, second position. Let me see some of the examples. I'll show you in the next slide. When a macro is executed, the value passed to the same position in the macro call. Yes, that also I will explain here. You see, percentage macro, SRT is my macro name. I kept it. You can give it anything. That's up to you. X comma Y comma Z is the 3 positions. I mentioned it because when I say it's a positional parameters, X is 1 position, first position, Y is the second position, and Z is the third position. Proc sort data equal to ampersand X. Whatever you use it in the first position, that you are calling it. Out equal to ampersand Y. In my second position, whatever I'm just using it, I'm just using it as a ampersand Y. By which variable wise you want to do it? Ampersand Z and run it. Proc print data equal to ampersand Y wise, whatever we have given, and run percentage amend. Let's say what we will do is, let me just copy this particular program into SAS software and run it. I'm just writing it. Percentage SRT is my macro name. Within that macro, you have a X, Y, and Z. So 3 positions we have it. This is your positional parameter macro. This is my first position, second position, and third position. So everything you are performing, you're perfectly writing it here. There is no problem. Perfect. So if you want to call this macro, what you will do? Percentage SRT, you're calling the macro. X value, it's a SAS class. Y value, it is Naidu. I'm trying to create a new dataset name as a Naidu. And Z value, you are trying to write it as a sex. That's it. You execute it. Run the program. You execute it. That's it. The data just got sorted based on your sex variable wise, and you created a new dataset name as here into your work library as a Naidu. Perfect. It's working. What you have done? I've done nothing. I just mentioned it positions wise. X position, it's a SAS class. Y position, it's a Naidu. Z position, it's a sex. Let's see if I change the positions, what happens? If I'm changing it, the positions from here, instead of SAS class, I'm trying to write it the first position as a, I'll directly write it as a sex. I will write it here. Will it work? First position is sex, second position is Naidu, and third position is based on my SAS help dot class. Tell me, will it work?
It doesn't. No, it doesn't work.
Right? How it will be resolved? Proc sort data equal to your dataset name sex, out equal to new dataset name Naidu. By SAS help dot class wise you are sorting it. Will it work? It won't. The limitation is you have to make sure to use your parameters, that is your X and Y and Z is the parameters, to be used in a order wise only. First X, then followed by Y and followed by Z. You declare it, then only it will work. If you declare it in different way, then your program will not work. Making sense? Yes or no? Good?
Yes, sir.
Good. Suppose imagine I'm not creating a new dataset name called Naidu in this itself. So what happened? If I'm not using any new dataset name Naidu here, what is going to be happen? Will it throw an error?
Yes, because there is no enough information for it to give it on a table.
Huh? Is it giving an error? After that, out equal to, I'm just giving ampersand Y, but I'm not giving any name for that. Expecting SAS is expecting a name, so definitely throw an error. Got it? So we need to mention that particular value, and then only the issue will be get solved. Perfect. This is your positional parameters macro, and that example which I have already explained. Calm down. Now we'll go for keyword parameters macro. What is keyword parameters macro? What we can do with keyword parameters macro? You see, parameters may be designated as a keyword percentage macro statement. So that means you will write it percentage macro as same. Then the only difference between your positional parameters and keyword parameters is the equal to sign.
Yeah.
My voice is breaking.
Yeah, sir, we couldn't be able to listen anything.
Can you hear me now? Clear? No? Yes?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Perfect. So the audio is restored now. Okay. So now what happens, passing a keyword parameters macro. You see that how I can able to pass a keyword parameters macro. It's same like earlier. The only difference is we will write it equal to A equal to B equal to C equal to options equal to or something like that. So that no, it is not mandatory that I need to mention based on the positions. It is based on my names. If I'm writing A equal to, at last also it will work. Passing it, you see that equal to pass parameter. Same.
We are losing it.
You are losing me because of internet issues. So in this particular positional parameters macro, keyword parameters macro, so we have to give the positions. You with me? Can you able to hear me?
No.
Let's say some positional parameters macros, we are just using it. Positional parameters wise, percentage macro, and you can give a macro name anything. The only difference between positional parameters and keyword parameters is positional parameters, you will mention positions based on the positions wise. X equal to Y equal to Z equal to, if you mention it, you will stick to that positions. But when coming to here, it is not based on the position. It is like a equal to sign, A equal to, B equal to, C equal to, options equal to, or something like that, we write it. So that is your keyword parameters. What we will do is, we'll try taking the same example and let's see how we can able to do with it. First, I'll try to write a macro. in my SAS, and then followed by, I'll try writing it. So now what happened? Percentage macro, keyword equal to, A equal to I have written, B equal to I have written, C equal to, options equal to. I have written, see, earlier I have mentioned X, Y, Z and all positions, but now I'm mentioning it A equal to, B equal to, C equal to, options equal to. Proc means data equal to our ampersand, data set name ampersand A and options, class statement B and var statement ampersand C, you're writing it and run. So now you are trying to create a new data set name as class. Perfect. Now, if I mention the positions, how I need to mention? A equal to SAS help.class, B equal to, you're mentioning it, the value is going to be sex, and C equal to age, and options equal to N and mean you are giving it. So it is not mandatory that I need to mention based on the positions wise. You see, according to my declaration, I can change my position to here to anywhere. Okay, if I change my position, so instead of having last, I can give my positions here, it's the top itself. I can give it. The only thing is just mention with the cause. Is it fine? I can write it like this also. Options equal to N and main, A equal to SAS help.class, B equal to sex and C equal to. The difference is we are just maintaining with equal to signs. Okay, let's see if I execute.
Sir?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Yeah, like after percentage M end, we have to give the macro name, no sir? Key WD.
See, the thing is, if you can give it or without giving also, it will work. The thing is, let's see,
Okay.
if I'm giving it, you are telling that specifically which macro you are ending it. Okay. But when you are not mentioning it, when the problem will happen, you know, you have written a macro in macro, macro in macro, like a number of macros you have written. Which macro is started where and which macro is ended where is difficult job when you are writing in sometimes. So in that case, you have to make sure to mention the macro name. Otherwise, if you are not writing the macro name also, still it will work. It will not throw any error to you. Suppose,
thank you, sir. Thank
imagine I have written a macro, if this one with the keyword, I'm writing a one more macro inside of my this main macro. If I'm writing it percentage macro, if I'm writing it, I'm writing it as a. So I'm writing it as A. I'm writing it something, or maybe don't write anything, and I'm writing it again M end statement. Percentage M end. Tell me which macro is started where and which macro is ended where. Do you remember? It's difficult, right, to answer it. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? So if I tell this particular macro is A, then it is easy. If I tell this particular macro is key WD, so then it is easy, right, to mention it. For one macro, if I'm writing it without, if I'm not writing a name, that's completely fine. That will work. But when the confusion will came into picture, when you're writing macro in macro, macro in macro, which macro is starting where and which macro is ending where, it's difficult. Then you have to make sure to write it a proper name. Then only it will work. Making sense, I hope. No need to explain more than that.
Sir, so we need to decide where it goes, right? Like which macro comes first, or it is per requirement we need to finish the task.
Yes, you're right. So when you're writing a multiple macros, then we need to make sure which macro to be executed first or which macro to be executed last. You can write it. You should be in a position to take a call on that. Which macro you will write it as a main macro, what will be the sub macro inside of it. Understand?
Got it, sir. Yes.
Yep. So this is your positional parameters macro. Suppose if I'm mentioning it positions wise, if I'm writing it var statement, if I'm not mentioning it here, I'm just writing it var C equal to, I'm not mentioning anything. Will it throw an error now? Yes.
No.
It won't. Why it will not be error? Earlier we have seen because when you are not mentioning a positions, what it's giving?
All positional parameters must be.
Got it? What it is mentioning it? So definitely, so you have to mention your the value, because when you're writing it where ampersand C, when you are seeing ampersand C means it should have some value, right? I'm expecting. Otherwise, how these particular things will work?
Yes.
So
We
you
don't
have
have
to
one.
write
Yes. Yes. Yes.
it. So now we'll try to do the same thing. We'll try writing it proc means data equal to, instead of means I'll do one thing, proc sort data equal to your data set name. I'm writing it ampersand a out equal to, I'm writing it
ampersand C.
Ampersand C by
Ampersand B.
ampersand B. I think that's done. Let me write it run statement. Will it work?
Again, we have to give here something value.
Let's see.
Okay.
Which one it will take?
All positional parameters, macro and keyword, it's giving it. Is it because of that it's not working? Check your new data set is created. Do one thing. The work library already have. So you are giving an out statement, but out statement you are missing out. Definitely it is not working. What do you say? Yes?
It's probably for that, yes.
It won't. Right? It's throwing an error. So it's not correct. Good. So now we'll go over, this is your positional parameters and as well as keyword parameters macro. And this is how we can able to use positional parameters, keyword parameters macro to import your Excel sheets also if you want it. Maybe you try to impute some Excel sheet, you want to write it. Let's see, you are writing this program. Percentage IMP is my macro name and A equal to, you're writing it. Proc import your data set out equal to your data set name, you're writing it. Work dot ampersand A, you're writing it. Otherwise, without writing work also, it will work as you already know the default where it will save. It will be saved in work library. Data file equal to the path of that particular Excel where it is located, and DBMS equal to XLS, and replace sheet equal to which sheet to be imported. Ampersand A, that means I will pass it in future. What data set name, I'm just writing it here. So don't write anything dot or anything. Get MC equal to yes and run and IMP. I'm writing it. If I'm trying to call it, what I need to call?
Ampersand. Percent in ampersand.
A equal to?
What we want.
Then I need to mention first of all the paths and everything I have to set it, right? First thing, go to my SAS classes day 6 and 7. There are many files in this. Let me go for my data 1. So here go to properties. Yes, it's there with me. I'll right click on it. Go to properties, make sure to copy the path of this particular file where it is located. Copied. Then which sheets you have it in the data. Let me just open my sheets also. I have to give my sheet name. Naidu is a sheet which is there. Then I'll try writing it, the path of that Excel file where to be read, because the path what its existing one is not correct. I'm trying to read the correct one, and you are just giving a path, and here I'm writing it. The sheet name is called Naidu. NAIDU, you write it, semicolon. That's it, we are done. This particular piece of code is enough to execute the data to be imported. Make sure that Excel should be closed before, and make sure before running it there is one more sheet called UU also. Let me run that also later on. So now I think I just imported. Yes, the sheet is imported with 120 observations containing a data is imported. Go there and check your new data set of your Naidu. See, all the data on that particular Excel, what you have it is properly imported into SAS environment without have any issues. Making sense? Yes or no? So now if I want to import it from another sheet, can we do the same? Do we need to change anything in my program? Just to change the parameter. Instead of Naidu, I have a sheet name called UUU is a sheet name. You try writing it and execute it. I think we are done. Go to your new data set called UU, open it, and there you can see that all the sheets information is imported. Perfect? Agree?
Okay, so we like we had this UUU sheet. It exists.
Yes, it's already exists in my Excel sheet in my data one dot. That's the reason why. Otherwise, if your sheet name is called sheet one, then you can write it percentage IMP, and then in a bracket you write it A equal to, you write it as a sheet one. Then the sheet one data, if it is there in your data set, will be get imported. Then you need to mention which sheet to be imported. That's your data set name, and that is your sheet name to be imported. Imagine you have a sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, like 100 sheets you have it. But all the 100 sheets you want to import as a different data set names. Is it possible? Understand what I'm saying? So I have this data. What I'll do is, I'll try copy this data to my desk. I'm pasting it on my desktop. Perfect. I'm pasting on my desktop. I'm changing something in this particular Excel.
Oh, this is copied one.
Yeah, this is copied one. So I'm giving it my name as a sheet 1. This is my first sheet. Maybe I need to write it. Sheet 1. This is my first sheet information. And this is my renaming it sheet 2. This is my second sheet information. Perfect. I want to import 2 sheets information without writing the program twice. Okay, the logic is now.
Okay, sir.
I have a data and the security. It's there in my desktop. I'll copy the path. Earlier I have written the program twice to copy it. What I'll do is, I'm changing my program as this one. I'm trying to import it. Let's see for testing purpose is it working or not. First of all, let me close my UU. If I write it my sheet name called sheet 1, is it working or not? Write it sheet 1 for my first sheet. I think it should be spelling mistake. You write it sheet 1 for my first sheet. I'm writing it sheet 2 for my second sheet. Can I import 2 sheets? Check your log. First of all, I think I have executed everything. Select, don't select anything. Yes. You have a sheet 1 data imported, sheet 2 data also imported. But the thing is, you have 100 sheets like this, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, like 100 sheets. Can we be able to import all the 100 sheet once? So that you will repeat this particular program 100 times? How you will do? Is there any logic behind it?
A macro to call all the sheets.
All the sheets, how we can tell that? All the sheets. What is the difference in the sheet?
The numbers.
Only the last digit referring, right? Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, like that it will keep on. Can we do using loops?
Okay.
You do this.
Do.
Do I equal to 1 to 100 something like that.
Can we use that particular procedure what we have used earlier? Can we use that logic? So let's see where the logic you have built already. Do you remember?
Yeah, it's a do loop.
That's right.
So somewhere you already learned it somewhere, calling a macro variable.
Macro variable with loops.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So try to use that same knowledge what you already know that. You try use the same knowledge what you already know that. Okay. Try taking this particular data. Try execute this particular sheets. Will it work? You have written percentage macro repeat data equal to your dataset name A, and instead of that I am not interested to have my dataset name underscore null underscore, because I'm not interested to have it in my data set. How many times this particular loop to be run this time? 2 times only. So what is the macro to be run? Which macro to run?
Name that.
IMP?
IMP.
This macro to be run. How many times it need to be run? 2 times we need to run this macro. We are just writing it. Instead of ampersand, what we will do, write it now here. Ampersand? I. Perfect. If I try to repeat it, let me delete everything. Don't delete macro, because the macro is IMP macro, which is already there. It is created. So now what I'm doing is I'm just importing it. 2 sheets also will be imported. Yes. This program is enough to import 2 sheets also. Yes or no?
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Even 100 sheets also can we able to import it with the same method? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right. So the only thing is the last digit you need to automatically get updated. This is another way of using a loops, madam, with macros to run.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good. So we can repeat the loops like that also if required. We can do that. Okay. Let me just go to our slides where we are. Positional parameters, keyword parameters. I think we have done it here. So now we have some options called mprint, mlogic, and symbol gen options. What is this mprint? What is this mlogic and symbol gen? What we can do with it? First of all, you see in your log what is happening. The macro is running. What is the sheet 1 value refers to? You are not getting it. And understand? Yes or no? What sheet 1 refers to?
Yes, sir.
How the value will be refers to? What program it is printing to write this particular message? Is there any program? How we get to know how the program is working in the back end? If you want to know it, how we can able to know it? Very simple. You write it. Options mprint. Let's see what it will give the message to you. Once you activate it, it's a global option again. Once you activate it, mprint option is activated now. If I run my program now, if I execute it, go and check your log. What it's giving a message? It is giving proc import out equal to sheet 2, data file equal to path, and replace sheet equal to sheet 2 information you are getting imported. Earlier, do you see that?
No, sir.
But why you are getting it? Because mprint, it will tell the source of the program to be printed after resolving your macro variables, how your program looks like. That will be printed in your log. That's the use of mprint option.
Okay, sir.
Understand? Okay. Mprint, you already know that the program is how it is printing, how it is working, the macro variables are resolving, and everything is printing perfectly fine. Okay. Then we want to know that instead of
so what is get names?
Oh my god. Get names equal to yes is default. If you want to get the first observations as a variable names while importing Excel sheets, you write get names equal to yes statement, madam. You already know the syntax for your SAS programming import of Excel, because I am not telling the program how to import Excel sheets. I already explained in your day 6 and 7 how to import Excel sheets into SAS environment, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I recalled. Yes.
Yeah. So now mprint is already activated. Once it's activated, it will be continued for throughout your SAS session, but I am not interested anymore. I written an option called no mprint so that it won't give any print anymore. Execute it now. You are deactivating it, that options anymore to run. Go to log. So there is no mprint again. Now we'll talk about what symbols and we'll talk about it. Okay, you written no mprint. That's okay. You activated and you are deactivated. SYMBOLGEN symbol gen. What it will do? Execute it, run it. It's giving it. Let's see, is there anything talking about the symbol gen? Is it symbols and what it resolves to? It clearly tells that what macro variable holds and what value it resolves to. When the macro variable I equal to first time, it resolves to 1. Then it will be resolved as a sheet 1. And here also it will be sheet 1. Again, when the macro variable resolves to 2, then it is going to be your sheet 2 and it will be resolved as a sheet 2. Making sense? What it tells us? It tells us is that macro variable is properly resolving or not. Got it? Yes? No?
Yes. Yes.
Instead of just
Yes,
total
sir.
program to be printed, you are interested to see is that particular macro variable only printing or not. You can get it by using these particular options. That's the use of symbols and option. One more called M logic. I can't explain the M logic because I don't have any examples, but I will explain in upcoming programs to you M logic also. It will tell that which logic wise the program is right or wrong. You can get it by using this particular M logic. That we will see in next program. So
Sir, I'm sorry, one more question. That this underscore null underscore, it is, but because of that we're not getting anything output like output.
You are not creating any data set. You see, where is the data set name as an underscore null underscore? Because I'm not interested to create a data set here. Understand what I'm saying?
No. Yes, sir, but what it gives, like underscore null underscore, what it gives?
It's not giving anything. At the same time, it is allowing me to run my loop. Loops, we can write it only in the data step. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Yes. Right?
Yes, sir.
But within that, I'm writing a data underscore null underscore. So I'm creating a still data set, but I'm writing it not to create any data set.
Because of that null, it's
do one thing.
Doesn't allow us to create.
Do one thing. If you think that it's giving a problem, directly write it %do 1 to 2 I. This is the time, and let's see, will it work or not? Is it giving an error, Priya?
No.
Is it not? No, right?
No.
We can write a macros within that also without writing also. Null is the sign is used for when sometimes you don't want the data set to be created. At the same time, you want to use the loops and conditional statement, if else then conditions. If you want to use it, then you need to depend on null statement.
Okay, so all of this is for backend, right?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so now we'll move on. So this is the what mprint is talking about, and this is all about your M logic and symbols and option. I already explained to you in detail. So what mprint is talking about and all. So simple macro functions. What we can do with this particular macro functions is %str. When you will use this particular str, let's see. As we already know that what we know, we are writing it the title. Okay, while printing this particular program, once it's imported, I'm interested to print it as a proc print data equal to your data set name ampersand a title. I'm writing it. Title I'm writing in a quotations that ampersand TL is a new macro variable. I will create it. I will declare it here and run statement. What I'm doing it in this, I'm writing it a equal to I have written, TL also equal to I will return. So that a equal to you already declared it here. I'm writing it TL equal to I'm declaring it. This is my student info, something like that. I'm writing it. That's it. So that what happened? The title will be printed while printing the output in output window. The title will be printed. This is my student info. Yes or no? Making sense? The title is printing. Okay. So now imagine this is my student info, comma of today. If I'm writing it, will it work? Yes or no?
Should work, yes.
It should, right? Because
Yes.
the comma is of my title, not for my macro parameter. Let's see what happened. Now you will error. A positional parameters must be preceded with the keyword parameters and all. SAS will think that the comma what you have given inside is thinking that it's a new parameter as a of today. Is it of today is a new parameter? I don't think so.
No.
It's a title. Then how I can tell my SAS to take it as a title instead of as a new parameter?
Concatenation maybe, or
Then this particular function will come into picture called percentage str. I'm just using it. I'm writing it somewhere. So do one thing. You write it here. Percentage str. You are writing it, and you write it one more bracket because this bracket is belongs to the one that one. That's it. Now you run the same program. Will it throw the same message again? Yes. No.
no?
I don't think
It will work.
it should work. Yes. Now you can see this is my student info comma of today. Comma is there. It's printing. What this str will do? It will minimize your SAS functionality like a commas and all. Maybe due to some reason I kept the semicolon here because semicolon is like this I need required. Can we do this? Earlier comma that minimize that str can minimize your columns also, semicolons. Yes, it is.
That will be an end of statement.
No. It will read as a text when you are using an option called str.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay. But when the str will fail, suppose if I'm writing it, this is my student info of Jan and Feb. I'm writing it. Can we do it like this? Possible with str?
I don't think so.
It will be ampersand. It will take
that means ampersand fib means somewhere macro variable is resolving. Go there and log. You will see that aberrant symbol macro variable ampersand is not resolved. Do you think it's an ampersand? It's in January and February, right? We are giving it not as a ampersand. How we can get rid of it? str is not solving the issue. Then you will go for nrstr. Then you can go for it now to solve the issue so that it will solve your minimizing commas, semicolons, and as well as ampersand signs also. You won't see that message anymore. Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I want to write it January and February in quotations. Can we do that? Possible?
Might be yes. Because we have functions.
Sorry?
Using functions, maybe there might be a way to get rid of that.
For nrstr will solve that issue. Let's see. The titles are printing as it is without having any disturbance. Why that quotations you are not getting it? And at the same time, you will get it some errors also. This is my student info onwards that will cut the data and it's show something like this it is showing. That means you started with double quotations, you ended with double quotation, again you started with the double quotation. That's what SAS will think. Is it correct? No.
Okay.
Then percentage B code your value and write it one more on that. Will this solve?
Yes, it will solve.
But what it solved? What happened?
It has just taken off the quotes and all brackets. So
within
so
the parentheses.
You try taking everything from here. Okay. Let's minimize the ampersand signs one more time. Write it this particular function on top here.
Oh my gosh.
okay, sir.
Let's see. Is it getting it the quotations perfect? Without issues, right? That means you can read the quotations also into your titles. Right? I'm talking about that. STR, NRSTR is the same. You can write a subster, index, scan, anything you can write it. So you can do already, I think scan function, you already know that. So NRSTR, you are just writing it because you want to minimize it. So you want to write it, the second letter in your data, something like that. You can go for this example. Any of these examples which we are giving it here, you can go for it. Then you will get an understanding of what scan function will do, what subster will do, what is index will do. You want to see that? You want to let me just explain one example?
Yes, please.
Percentage let A equal to smile to me. That's a good one here. Okay, percentage let B equal to subster ampersand A 1 comma 5. What will be the value you are expecting?
Smile.
1 comma
Smile.
Because it starts reading from S and ends with E.
Right? That's what you are expecting. Let's check. You created percentage put. What is the value?
A is equal to ampersand A.
B equal to, I need to write it, right? Not A.
Yeah, subster we applied.
Yeah. So B equal to what value you have it in my B? I am expecting
Smile.
Smile. You're getting it. Perfect. Right?
Yeah.
Good. So it's the same thing. You can go for another examples also, which is already there here. Right? It's making. So what is the change you have done? You used percentage subster function directly on top of my values. Okay. So when you can go for this one. Percentage let A equal to NRSTR to my smile. To me, smile to me, there is a comma. Once you have a comma, generally what subster will think, generally scan. So what it will do is percentage let B equal to scan of ampersand A. Why you are giving NRSTR? Because I want to minimize this particular comma to read it as just a comma instead of having a SAS statement. It is trying to read it as a comma. So ampersand A, comma 2, that means second word. If you find semicolon, what is my second word in my data? After comma.
2.
Is it 2?
After comma it is me. After comma it is me.
Yes. If you run this particular program, if I run it, percentage put ampersand B, what will be the value if I run it?
It should be me.
Yeah. Me. You'll get it. Understand? No? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good. So now go for eval function. What it will do is eval function. Let me try to explain that also. What eval will do? Percentage let A equal to 1, B equal to ampersand A plus 1. What will be the value you are expecting?
2.
Ah, that's wrong.
Ampersand.
Percentage put ampersand. Okay. What is the value? Ampersand B value. What you are expecting?
Percent B.
1 plus 1, 2. Yes, you are as a human being. We are calculating as say 1 plus 1, right? What is wrong in that?
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
But you will get it with 1 plus 1 only. Do you know why?
Oh.
Because
arithmetic operator.
It is just reading everything as a character. When you are giving A equal to 1 as a character variable, not as a numeric. Again, ampersand A, it's a character only. Understand?
Okay.
Character plus character what? Can we have Naidu plus Sandhya with some value? No, it's a still character value, right? It's the same thing happens. If you combine our ages, okay, some age plus age, then you will have some value. But the character values will never have sums, right? That's what happens. How we can convert this as a analysis value?
Then
percentage let C equal to percentage eval is the function. Ampersand A plus 1. Now what you are expecting your value will be?
Should be 2 because you specified it to convert.
You can run it. The value you want to see, ampersand C value. What you want to see? You will see the 2 in your log. 2. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
I hope everyone able to follow me.
Sir?
Yes.
So what difference does it make when we write %put C equals to ampersand C, and like is it the same when we write %put ampersand C?
No, what I didn't get your question. Can you just elaborate it?
So earlier it was written %put C equals to ampersand C. So how does it make a difference from this statement? %put ampersand C.
Oh my God. Percentage put is the sign is used to print the value, right? What C value you are holding it here and you are trying to print it.
Yes, sir. So when we write %put C equals to ampersand C, what difference does it make?
No, if you are writing equal to also, it will be printed as a text. Suppose if I'm writing percentage C equal to, you're writing some text as a correct. It is just text. It is not something what we are doing it. Okay, it will be printed as a text. Whatever you printing it in the log, it is just printing it. Now you will see that. Now you will see that. Correct.
2 equal to correct.
Okay.
You can write it any text. Percentage please put the minute. Percentage put the sign is used is always to displaying your text. What text you want to display it in log, you can write it here. At the same time, you can able to print your macro variables also in your log if you want it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So that's all about here. So now we are done with our eval functions and all. So now we will go for another function called syseval. When this will be useful? What is the difference between eval and syseval? So let's say you take this particular example. Let me just play in SAS software. What we can do with it? I'm giving it the value as a percentage at 10.34, 12.23 and all. I want to do the sum. Earlier we used to do the sum with percentage eval and all. It's working well. And okay, so now in this particular syseval, what we can do is, so we have a value, so we can like a percentage let A equal to 10.3 and percentage let Y equal to 12.23 and all. If you want to do the sum with the eval, it won't work. It will work, but the problem is it will throw some errors or something like that. What we will do is we'll try copying these particular values and let's see, and we'll try to play with our SAS software. Will it work or not, and what exactly the difference is. So now go to your SAS, you just open it. So now you're just pasting that percentage let X equal to 10.34, percentage let Y equal to 12.23, percentage let ADD is a new variable. I'm writing it. So AD sysval equal to, I'm writing it. So I'm writing a function called syseval here. So within the syseval, if I'm writing it, let's see what happens. If I'm using up to here, Control Shift with upper button, I'm just selecting it, this total, and run it. I just executed it. So now if I want to know that what value you have it for this particular AD sysval value, when I try writing it and I'm just printing it here, semicolon, I'm writing it. Now you execute it. Go to the log. What value you are holding it? It is giving a value as a 22.57. Perfect. So that's correct only. So according to my data, when I'm just using it, it should be so 22.57. You are getting it perfectly fine. I'll try doing the same thing with eval. What happens? We will see. When I execute it, I just executed and go to the log. It will show a message saying it as a character operand was not found or percentage eval function and all. Because when you have a values with the decimals, we can't able to handle it with the percentage eval. So we need to depends on syseval. So now you can see that the difference between add eval value, add syseval value, you want to just check it in your log. What values you hold it, it's giving. Syseval value, we have it as a 22.57. As we are getting an error for eval function when you are calculating for decimal values, it will throw an error. That's the reason why eval values are missing. Syseval values are working because you have a decimals. So one thing is very clear. If you want to use eval, the scenario is definitely it should be integer value. So if you want to use for syseval, so you can use integers also and as well as without decimals also. Suppose imagine if I'm not giving it as a value x equal to 10 and y equal to 12.23, and let's see will this work or without giving any errors. You go to log and you see that it's working 22.23. It's working. There is no doubt in that. Yeah, without having a decimals also syseval will work, but eval definitely if you are trying to handle the decimal containing values with eval, it won't work. You need to depend on the function called syseval. That's the difference between your eval and syseval what we have in our SAS. And so sysfunc, I'm just using it here. Yes, please continue.
Yeah, like why is it syseval f, sir? Actually, like what's the reason?
Maybe the floating values, I think I can say f means.
Okay.
The decimals.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're coming to here sysfunc. So what is this sysfunc? So what it will do, it allows you access the macro processor to most of the data step functions in several SCL functions. So the solution for a common macro task can be a simpler and more efficient way. So generally when we write a sysfunc, what is the use? When you want to calculate a mean, the mean will not work directly. So you need to use a function called sysfunc. So then you will use a mean for that. Suppose imagine I have a value. So I want to calculate a mean of your this particular value. Okay. So what I'm just doing it, I'm writing it. I'm writing it percentage let I'm writing it ABC equal to, if I'm writing it I'm directly writing it mean of my ampersand x comma ampersand y. Will it work? Yes or no? So will it throw an error or anything? We'll see first of all. If I'm writing it mean function, I'm directly using a mean function, I'm trying to give it. So without any errors it's worked. Let's see what we can do is, if I'm writing it percentage put ampersand ABC, what value you will have it. Is it a mean value you are going to get it or not? We want to see that. ABC wise, is it mean getting it here? Possible? You are not getting it, right? So as it is, the text values is printing as it is. Okay, instead of mean, I'll try to do with percentage mean. Will that work? Go to log. The percentage mean, it's showing invoking a macro mean function. So mean will not work in this case. What you have to do is you try using it one more function on top of it, saying it as a percentage SYS FUNC sysfunc. You try using it. SYS sysfunc. So sysfunc and percentage mean are something like that. Let's see, will it work? Execute in log. I think if for a mean function you don't need to write a percentage sign. You remove it. Percentage mean and all, SysFunc you are using it. 11.115 you are getting as a mean. So that means the function, if I'm directly using as a mean, it won't work. You need to use a function called, an extra thing is called SysFunc. Then only the general functions will work on your macros. Understand? So the general functions, if you want to work on macros, you try writing it a function called, some case like upcase, lowcase, propcase, by using percentage upcase, by using percentage scan, by using percentage substar, those functions directly will work. Certain functions like this mean function and aggregate functions will not work. So definitely you need to use SysFunc, then only it will work on your computer, otherwise it won't. That's happening here. So it will just check, it will check that particular SysFunc value, is it allowing that particular regular functions to work on your SAS software. Like that, what functions we have? If you want to open the data set, you can use a function called SysFunc open. It will open the data set. If you want to close it, the close data set also will happen with this. Or else you want to check that that particular data set is already exist or not, by using an option called you can exist. And ATTRC is another. It returns a character attributes in a data set. So what character values in your data set you want to go for it? Yes, that values you can get it. Or else only numeric attributes you want to find out, you can write a function called ATTRN, so that it returns a function called, it returns all the attributes of your data set values, so like a numerical values only. If you want to get it, you can get it. Or else the variable type, if you want it, the var type is, it returns the variable type. Is it a what variable it is, it a character variable or numeric variable, you can get it, and returns a variable name. Suppose if you want to know that what variable name you want it in that particular data set, you can go for it. What I will do is I'll try to explain one or two functions in my next slide. You see that what I'm just doing it, in which scenarios we try to use it. So let me just take this particular example. I written a complete macro for this, so that what I can do is I can use this particular functions, how it will be useful. So what I want to print, if the data set is available in my SAS user library houses, then only I want to print that particular data set in my output window. Otherwise, I want to put that message in my log saying it as this particular data set does not exist. How I get to know that the data set is already exist or not? Based on that particular condition, I'm applying a function called exist. What I'm doing is percentage macro, check ds is my macro name I have written. Within that, I'm writing my macro value as a dsn. So I'm writing it a, b, c. Instead of that, you can write it anything called dsn. Percentage if SysFunc exist ampersand dsn. If that particular data set is exist, it will check in your work library, or maybe wherever the library you are providing it, it will check on that particular location. If that data set is available into that location, then do what it will do, it will print that particular data set. If else that particular data set is not exist, then it will try to print it the message that does not exist. So now I want to find out, is it a SAS user dot maybe let me just check it. Is it ABC dataset is available or not? I want to check it. Actually, ABC is not there, that I know that. So let me run it. Is this particular dataset is already exist in my SAS user library with the name of ABC or not? If this is working, then I want to run a set of macros on top of it. Understand? Based on this particular condition, when this particular macro should work, if the data sets are available, then only give a trigger, or maybe take a launching point to run the macro. So when it will happen, in real time. So client is saying that maybe tomorrow, end of the day, you will get the data sets available. Based on that, your program should work. Then is that particular data sets are available or not? How I can check it? I can't manually go there and check by tomorrow by the same time. Automatically my program take care of that particular job. How I can tell to my SAS? By just using an option called exist. If that particular data set is exist, then try to run this macro. Or if the data set is not exist, then don't run this macro or something like that. We can tell it by using an option called exist. Yes, I just checked it, and it is giving a message, the data set SAS user.abc does not exist. That's what it's giving it. Okay, go to my libraries. In SAS user, class data set is available. Let me tell that to my SAS, is it a class data set available? If it is available, what it will do, it automatically print the output in output window. See, it is giving output in output window. That means the data set is already exist and my macro is running, and my macro function is just print my output in output window, it is printing it. Based on a single condition checking, you want to trigger a macro, or maybe you want to run a macro. So that is just like a triggering point. When this particular program to work, you are writing a condition. Understand what I'm saying? Yes, no? Able to follow me?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Right? So exist
But
the
I have
function
a
is used to just
question.
function it. Yes, please.
Yeah, like in the PowerPoint, I saw exists as the word, and here it's exit. So either ways it will work, or is it only exists?
It
Like
just
how we
exists
saw
only.
it?
I think data set is
Oh,
spelling
okay.
typing it.
All right. All right.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
exists.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing out.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. So we are writing an option here called exist, so that it will try to exist that particular value, then it will give it, otherwise it will run for another thing if you want it. Again, so if you want to open the data set, if it is already open the data set, then you can open it. Or else if you want to find out how many observations in that particular data set wise, so if you want it to go for the number of observations you are trying to print it, yes, you can print it. Or else you want to bring all the list of variables in that particular data set, you want to go for it, yes, you can go for it, all the data set wise the variables. So this is all your do one thing, let me run it. What is the problem in this? All my programs which is there in my PowerPoint presentation is ready to execute. Percentage macro, OBS, NVAR and DNM, I'm just giving a DName is a macro name, I'm giving it. So sysfunc opening the data set, and as well as to find out all the numerical variables in this particular data set, we were trying to identify it, number of observations we are writing it, and as well as number of variables we are trying to identify. So let's close the data set once it's open. I'm just writing it, the data set name. I'm writing my data set name SAS user library with the name of SAS user. I'm writing it and class data set. Let's see what it will give. Done. See, it is giving in the SAS user library how many observations we have. Once the data set open, we have around 19 observations we have and 5 variables we have in the data set. Yes or no? Yes? No? Got it? Because this particular functions are working. Opening the data set, once the data set open, we are trying to find out how many observations we have, and at the same time how many variables we have in the data set, and we are printing that message, and finally we are closing that particular data set. Got it? So DSID is going to be my data set name. So macro variable, I'm directly using it here. So DSID, I'm creating it here. I'm using that macro variable wherever it's required for me. That's the use of this particular, how these particular functions are working. And one more is, as I have seen str, nr, str and all the functions, quoting functions, as I said, so str function is used.
Sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, could you please explain the previous program again?
First of all, percentage macro, I'm writing my macro name as a OBS NVAR. Within that, I'm creating my macro variable as a dname. I'm passing my dname as a SAS user.class now. So it will go there as a dname. Where it will go? The dname you are giving it as a, you are telling percentage let this ID is a new macro variable you are calling it, and sysfunc, I'm trying to open the data set. Which data set you are trying to open? What is this open program? SAS user.class, it will open. Once it get open, then we are trying to find out a trend function. What a trend function will do? It will try to find out the number of observations what you have it in the data. Slash with NOBS means number of observations in your data I want to find out into my OBS column. Yes, I can get it. Or else at the same time, a trend function I'm using, I want to know that number of variables in the data set. So I'm getting it. 2 variables I'm creating. One is OBS and NVAR is the 2 macro variable you are creating it. I'm printing that message in my log saying it as a number of observations equal to ampersand OBS, number of variables equal to ampersand NVAR. You're writing it. Finally, as data set, you already opened it and you're closing it in the back end. So closing my data set. So now what happened? It will print in my message log how many variables and how many observations in my data set of your class. You got the reason?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what.
Yes, sir.
And as I explained about the quoting functions, so like a str, nrstr, b quote, nrb quote. So we have one more called super quote also, we can say. Okay, super quote also, nr quote and all. So these are all the different options when that particular options we need to use. We have used it macro compiler for a and c. What we can do with percentage a and c means a means all these any letters you want to minimize it, we can use str. And apart from the c, so that means with the quotations, single quotations or double quotations, if unmatched strings also, if you want to use it, you can use str function. nrstr, when you will use it, nrstr you will use it with a b c. That means a with all the values. If you want to minimize plus signs, minimize comma, minus signs, star signs, slash with greater than symbols, less than symbols, any of these special character, we can use nrstr also will work on that. B quote when you will use it, nrb quote when you will use it, super quote when you will use it. So these are the descriptions we have it in this particular macro quoting functions in detail. When you will use str, when you will use nrstr, when you will use b quote, when you will use nrb quote, and you will use super quote and nr quote and all. I have already mentioned it here. I have taken this example from the internet. Maybe you just go through that and try to put a plus sign if I'm putting it into my title. Is it working? Or else if you want to use that particular plus sign, suppose you are writing the values as a January maybe 23 plus 44, you are writing as a plus sign. So if you are using it as a plus sign, what happen? It will sum your values. If you don't want the sum of the values, then you can use it str so that the plus sign will be minimized. So that things we can able to do with this particular macro quoting function. This particular slide will helpful. So where to minimize and what option to be used, you can easily get to know that by using this particular option. And apart from that, the conditional logics. The conditional logics is talking about something here like a generally in general what we use. If you want to use a if else condition, if a is equal to 20, then you're writing maybe age group equal to below 20 or 20 or with 20 below, something like that. We are writing some condition. The same thing we can do with macros also. We can write it percentage if the condition, then percentage the action, else if the percentage condition, then action, else the action. So something like that we use to do it, right? The same thing we write it SAS also. This is my just best example to explain about it, what we are writing it in SAS. I'm copying it, bringing into my SAS. I'm pasting it here. So what I'm just doing it, percentage macro, X is my macro name. What I want to write it, I want to writing if else condition, percentage if. See, you no need to write any data step method, data run and all. No, not required. Within the macro, you can directly write a if else condition. Within the macro, you clearly tell that percentage if sys day, that means if my system day equal to Friday, then do what I want to do. Proc means step I want to execute it. The piece of code what it is written. Proc means data equal to SAS statement, sex and var statement, weight and height wise I want to calculate the analysis and run and end. If it is a system day equal to Friday, imagine system day equal to Saturday, I want to do the proc frequency. Else do either of these condition. The system day is not a Friday and not a Saturday, then I'm telling a SAS to execute my proc print step. So that my proc print will work now because my system day is not Sunday or anything. You see that according to me, it's a Wednesday. By default, proc print of my SAS.class, it's printing it. One more. So now the condition is we have a lot of logics. Which logic is true? Which logic is false? How I got to know? Suppose I executed, due to some reason I got output. The output is generated because of which logic is true. Right now we have 3 logics, then you can easily say that the last one is correct. But imagine you have around 20 logics. Which logic is true? Which logic is false? How I get to know that? Then you will use an option called, as we already know, that mlogic option. What mlogic will do is come here, write it. Options mlogic. It will tell that Which logic is true, which logic is false, because which logic you are getting this output also you will get it in your log. It clearly says that. So which logics are false? The first one, Tuesday equal to Friday logic also false. Tuesday equal to Saturday logic also false. These two logics are false. Which one is the last one then? Only one logic, right? Apart from that, when these two conditions are false, the last else condition is working. If this either of this is not working, then finally else do to print proc print. So last logic is working, that you can get to know that. M logic, as I said earlier, I will explain when coming to the if else conditions, I will explain there. Yes, this is the place. If you want to know that is that particular if else conditions are properly working to identify, so you can use an option called M logic. It will tell that is that particular logic is working or not. You can get it by using this option. Right? Clear? How to store the macros? Yes, as of now what you have done is you are writing the macros. All the macros will go and default store into your work library. You just go there and go to your SAS, go to your work library, default, go to work library. All the macros what you are storing it, you see that check ds is a macro I have written, obs nvar is a macro I have written, x is a macro I have written. Everything it's just getting stored into this particular work location. Once you close the SAS session, open again, work library containing information will go off. No, I don't want it. I want to store this particular macros in future also. I want to use this for future. By default it's creating in work library. How I can tell to my SAS users, SAS user or location to store the macros, or maybe something else library, how I can tell to my SAS to store it into that location. So I can use it, this particular syntax, what you need to write it. To store is the macro, you write it options mstored equal to SAS mstore and give a library name. You write it this particular line. Suppose imagine. I'm writing it. Options mstored equal to SAS mstore. Which library you are trying to use it to store it? Maybe I'm trying to use it. SAS user is a library to store my macros now. So I'm writing my macro name as a, I can write it, the macro. I'm writing it. So the macro name, you can write it. The macro name is for SRT macro. This is just used for, or maybe print macro. I'll write it the macro name as a print. It's already there, sorry, print. Print is my macro name. I'm writing it, what I'm telling SAS to run it, so I'm just writing it, proc print data equal to, I'm writing SAS help dot class, I'm just CLA SS, I'm using it, and run statement. I am done. Yeah. So when I'm just executing it, what happened? The macro is got stored. Where it's stored now? So it should be SAS user, no? So it should be SAS user. You are writing it. That's it. Now you are storing it. I think we are done. Check your log. Perfect. Go to your SAS user. Is it macro got stored into that location or not? I'm not sure. First of all, I will confirm that. So yes, we have a location for SAS macro. Print macro is stored now. Got it? So this is the way of storing a macro. Okay, you are storing the macro, but if I'm writing it percentage, if I'm writing it directly, print, will it work? Yes or no?
No, because it will by default take the work library, right?
So that you are saying it won't work. It's working. It will work until right now. Okay, imagine if I close my SAS, I'll do one thing.
Okay.
So the macro is stored into my SAS user library. I'm just closing my SAS today. Perfect. Now open my SAS again. If I'm writing it percentage print, will it work?
It should be there in the SAS user also.
Then if I'm directly writing percentage print, is it working? It's giving a message that the apparent invocation of macro print is not resolved. Do you know why that? Why that is not working? You created and you stored into SAS user. When I'm writing it now today, it's not working. How we can retrieve back the data? Then you need to write it this option. You write it this option, libname whatever the library you used it, right? Options mstored equal to SAS mstored, and give that library location again. Understand what I'm just doing it? Options mstored equal to SAS mstored, and give that location. That's enough. You try writing the same. Even today also you want to run that macro. Make sure write it options mstored SAS mstored equal to SAS user. You give it. Is it enough? Will your program
like how
works?
we use
Yes.
the libname
Yes,
statement,
yes.
right?
Libname statement with options fmt search equal to, right? We generally use. We created the formats and we stored into a different location. If you want to use it, you need to write an options fmt search equal to, you need to mention which library to be located. It's the same.
Okay. Thank
You
you.
stored it into the location, you saved it there, and if you want to open tomorrow, you don't need to run the macro again as it's already stored. You just call that particular piece of code is enough to execute it. That is one way of doing it and storing the macro. Agree? There is one more way also called percentage include sign. Let's see what we going to do with it. Suppose you have written some macro at desktop at somewhere. It's not macro, it's a general SAS program also fine. You stored it at your desktop. You want to run that particular program as it is in your SAS without any change. Let's see. What I'll do is I'll try to see in my day SAS classes. There are many files which is there with me. I'm thinking that this particular proc format class to be executed. So I'll right click on it. I'll go to my properties. I'll go to security. I'll directly write it, the copying a path of that particular file where it is located. I'm just using it. Click OK. Then what I will do, I can simply say percentage include, then quotations, you write it the path of that file where it is located, and semicolon. That's enough. You will run this particular line of code is enough. Automatically it will be executed in your SAS. See, something is wrong. There is a question mark in my path. You see that there is a question mark on my path. I have to remove that question mark. What I can do is I'm completely copying it. Go to my tools, go to my program editor. I'll place it here. There I can see my question mark. What I can do is I'll remove that question mark from here, and then I'll Ctrl A. I'll copy the program again, and then I'll come to my editor window, and then see, I can't see that question mark here because it's a non-printable typo. We don't know that where it exactly exists, but in log it's saying it's a question mark. Then I got to know that what to do. So what I'll do is I'll go to my program editor and I'll place it there, so that is there any non-printable character, it will highlight there. I'll remove it from there and I'll copy that again from there, and I'm pasting it here. Then it's done. Now you run this particular program. Why it will not work, we will see. See, all the program what you have it in that particular SAS file, how many lines of code you have it in there, everything is just got executed. With regarding that, all the outputs are generated as same. Can you see that? How you are getting it, all these outputs? Did I create it anywhere? Yes? No, right? So that means it's already there in my program. Once the program is got executed, automatically the program containing outputs will be ready for me. I no need to go select the program total and select it and run it. No need to do it. I can directly say it, a command saying it as a percentage include, tell my SAS to just run the what program to run it. Yes, it's got executed. Suppose what happened, you know, in real time also, you written all the macros and you saved that macros into this particular SAS file. Just imagine you written a program called macros.sas is a program you have written on your desktop. So if you want to utilize that particular macros, what you will do is percentage include and write that particular macro file where you created. You call that particular .sas file. so that all the macros will be get executed. Once it's ready, then you can use it for your purpose. You no need to use options mstore equal to SAS mstore and all. You no need to do that. Without writing that also, we can able to bring it in that way. So when you want to use it, or else you think that let it be these macros are standard one, so every time we will use this macro, let it store into that particular SAS user or maybe permanent library location, then go for another option like earlier what we have already discussed, SAS mstore option. This is to execute the program on the spot within that particular program running time only. If you want to execute all my macros ready, then I want to start my program. Keep it all the programs in your macros.sas or somewhere. So copy that and put it into include statement, run it, and then you run your macros what you want it. So you call the macros percentage print macro you want to call it, percentage sort macro you want to call it, you can't call it. The macros is already created for you. This is the way of using the macros in a different ways of your SAS software. So this is all about for this particular macros what I have. Yes, please.
Wow. Okay. So it's done. Yeah, like about the 7BDAT format, like that file user, like
not .SAS 7BDAT. I'm talking about .SAS file only here.
Okay.
You see that it's a .SAS. That means any file, any program, when you write it, where you will save it, it will be saved with the name of .SAS only, right? So imagine you have written a big macro, madam. So where you will save that macro, maybe you save to desktop. What is the file name with that? Maybe you have written the macro as a my practice macro .SAS, right? General, if you want to write it a name. So that if you want to run that macro in SAS, you will directly write it percentage include, and then you will write it the path of the macro where it is located.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir.
You execute it automatically, the macros will be executed first, then you will reutilize it. You know, right, how to call the macros now. Once the macros is created, you know that, right, how to call the macro is by using percentage print or something like that, which we have already written right now. Percentage SRT and all. Yes? No?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is all about your macros and advanced programming, what we have discussed. We are done with all the advanced programming topics. So what is required? So thank you all. Hello everyone. Today we are going to talk about SQL concept. SQL means it's a structured query language. Whatever the work we have done with SAS, the same work we can able to do with SQL also. But as this SQL is not different from our regular SQL. The syntaxes and everything is mostly the same. There is no difference in the syntax and all. But here we are using it under a proc SQL. That means it's in a procedure method. So in that we are writing this SQL concepts. Each and everything. The advantage with this one is mainly in a financial sector, they'll use SQL in a very in-depth manner. But in a clinical sector, I can say it's very less useful because except some places where we use mergings and all, we depend on the SQL. But remaining all those things in a financial sector, everything we do with this particular merging, this particular SQLs only. So let me talk about this SQL. So it's almost 3 days to complete it within SQL itself. So let me just explain about one by one what we can do with SQL and writing a simple programs. Let me just open my SAS software. So here go to SAS classes, day 23 and 24 and go to the SQL. Good. So now here what I have is data. I'm writing it here. So sorry, it's in a proc means it's in a procedure. SQL, that means it's a structured query language. You're writing it, and quit statement. So these are the two things you need to keep in mind that every time. Proc SQL and quit. So proc SQL means it's in a procedure structured query language, and quit means it's like a run statement. Generally we call it as a, right? So here we call it as a, instead of run we call it as a quit. So now what I'm doing is create a table. I'm creating a table. That means data, your data set name demo, how you create it, right? It's the same way. So create a table demo, and PID you are writing as a patient ID in a number format, age in a number format, gender in a character format, you are writing it here. So each and every variable need to be separated with comma. Where you're coming to in your basis programming of you're creating a data set, each and every variable just separating with a space is enough, but here SQL you need to write a comma. And apart from that, in your basis programming, each and every variable no need to mention it's a character or numeric variables default SAS can recognize by default, we no need to worry about it, but character values you have to tell something to write it. But when you're coming to SQL programming, it's a character and numeric, both also should be mentioned clearly. If it is in a PID, patient ID in a number format, and age in a number format, gender in a character format, we are writing it. And we just done with our declaration part of variables here. Now we will move on to the next concept, is called insert into a demo. So now you are inserting a values into a demo table. The table what you have created, you are inserting the values into a demo table. The values are 100, that is your patient ID, that is my first record, and 23 is the person of my age, and the gender is male. Another person is 101 with 34 and female. Another person is 102 with 45 and female. That's it. You no need to write this particular selector star and all the line. You can remove it and run the program. What happens, you are creating a new data set name with the name of demo. You will have a 3 column names like a PID, age and gender, and 3 rows also, 100, 101, 102, and 23 and 34 and 45. Male, female is the data will be get created into your work library. Once you execute it and run it, the new data set will be get created in your libraries, and work library location demo data set is just got created. We never know that is it this particular data set is created by using a SAS programming or else SQL. If you just open it and see it, the information which is inside of my data set will be the same. There is no difference in that. So patient ID, age, and as well as gender wise, 3 variables and 3 observations containing a data it just got created, and this is how output is looks like. By default, the data set it just got created, and this is how it's stored. Now you are interested to store this same information into a different library. You can store that also by just mentioning it SAS user dot, or maybe your own library name, anything, whatever you want it. You can store it into that location also. Once you execute it and run it, the information will be get stored into that location if required. Go to your SAS user library, demo data set it just got saved here. That means you can give the library name whatever you want it. The same rules like our basis rules only. We can give your libraries, it can be up to 8 characters long of your library name and all. And apart from that, the variable names and rules and naming conventions, everything as you already learned in your basis programming, everything is same. So there is no much differences in that. So this is how we are reading it and execute it, and now you can see that the data set it just got created into your work library. And now what I want to do is I want it to print this output in output window. Generally in our basis programming we do have a procedure called proc, means procedure, print means printing it, so that it will print the output in output window by default. But I'm not getting the output to be displayed in output window. How I can print my data set in my output window? So very simple. You need to write a statement saying it as a select. Okay, you write it select star from, that means all the variables I need it from the star from the table name. The table which I have created is my demo. I'm just selecting it and semicolon. So this statement is allowing me to print this particular output in output window. And now you can see that output is just generated. Now you will get a line of one line also at top, and apart from that, PID, age and gender wise the information is just by getting printed by default. So this is just a creating of your data set by using SQL procedure. Proc means it's a procedure. SQL means structured query language, creating a table, within that declaring a variable, then you are just inserting the values into my demo table, and the values are looks like this. Is anyone have any question at any time in this?
Yeah,
Yes,
so
sir. I
like
think
when we,
I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead, Mary.
Thank you. Then if we want to drop one of variables, so how we should do that?
There will be an option for drop and keep also, or else if you are not interested, I will show you that. I can show you that in next programs. If you are clear with this particular program, that's fine.
Yes. Yes, sir. I'm clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question, sir.
Yes, please.
Like we created the table, like suppose we are storing it in a library, we gave SAS user dot demo, right? So similarly, when we are printing, maybe we can give select star from SAS user dot demo.
You're right.
But while inserting, should we give SAS user dot demo?
No. So here, okay, it's a good question. We'll try to do that. What we do is we'll try not giving it. Okay. So I'm just giving it here as a SAS user dot demo. I'm writing it, and at down also I'm writing it SAS user dot demo. When I'm inserting it, just demo I have given. Let's see what happens. Done. It will show that message worked out demo does not exist. Understand?
Yeah.
One more, wait.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a SAS user, right? I have written what? Is it clear? Let's see in this case.
Sir.
Will it give an error or not? Log. Is it still showing same? Work.demo does not exist. Why the work.demo does not exist? Because you have to tell that the specific location also where to insert. It should be SAS user dot demo, then only the values will be get inserted, madam.
Oh, okay, sir. Yeah, thank you.
So we're coming to here. We'll go for the next program. Proc SQL create a table MIDI. Okay, I'm writing it the table name, and ST number, store number, that means drug in a character format, date in a number format, S time in a number format, ED time in a number format. I'm just taking it here, different variables, store number, drug, start date, and start time, end time, and all. I'm writing it in a number format. Insert into a MIDI, you are inserting the values into MIDI. The values are store number is 100, the drug is 5 mg, the data is your start date of that particular drug is on 12th January of 2003. D means it's a date constant. This is how we can directly insert a values into our data. S time, I'm writing it here. The time format is 12 o'clock, 23 minutes, 23 seconds. In a time format, we are reading it here. And end time also we are writing it. So that means end date and time is this one. So end date and time, I'm writing it 13th August 2003, 13 hours, 12 minutes, 12 seconds, and date and time is the format we are writing it here. So this is for one record, we are just inserting it. You do one thing, you try writing it, everything is one line. So this is for one data set, one particular row. Another row, I'm writing it here. Yes, two rows, I'm writing it. So again, 101 with 100 mg and 13th February of 2003 D, and as well as time also, and date and time combined together. Select store number and drag. You are applying a formats for that. What else variables is required for printing it? I need a store number and drug also to be printed, and apart from that, other variables also need it. So in that, I'm applying a format for that. So what format you are doing it here? S date is a format is ddmmyy 10 dot. S time, I'm writing a format as a time am pm 12 dot. I'm writing it, and date and time I'm writing as a date 9 dot, date 18 dot format from MIDI data set, and run it. So that what happened now? You execute it and you can see that output with all the information 100 and 101, 5 mg and 10 mg, and the date and the time, or else date and time combined together. If you want it, we just managed with our SQL using our dates also with formats also. Making sense what we have done?
I have a question.
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. So the S date and S time and the ED time. So the dates we have only given as numbers in the creation, right? Like when we created the table, we just said those variables are numbers.
Number
But
format means it's as
while
we said earlier. So we have to specify, even though it is a numerical value, we have to specify it's a num as a character, a format name. Num means it's a numerical variable. Num means not
yeah,
a
so
number.
there is nothing date. There's no date
No,
format.
it is first initially we are reading everything as a numerical value. That's it. That is first thing we are doing it. Then while giving it, we constantly giving a value as a 12th January 2003 D you are giving it. That means it's a date constant you are giving it.
Yeah, okay, so well, I mean, okay, why I was asking this question is like we give 12 JAN and 2003, right? So characters are there, but still we are only
No,
giving it
as
as
it is a character, as we always we write it in this way, right? 12th January 2003 quotations with D means it's a date constant. SAS is automatically
date
reading this
constant, yeah.
particular format as a some number into SAS. Am I right? So the number is
Yeah,
will be
that's true.
around 18,000, 14,423 days or something like that. It will take it right by default. When you're writing quotations with D, don't consider it is a character. Yes, it will be a character when you are not writing a D there. Then it is a character. Okay, quotations you have it.
So now it will be in SAS date format. That is number.
If you want to read this as it is in the SAS date format, make sure to give it as a D, date constant.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now you execute it and run it. Now you have it. Your store number, drug, S date, S time, and E date and time. You are getting it. Perfect. Now we are trying to go for explaining the new program here. So how we can able to create a same date, but this time select star. I'm just using it. I'm just using the same like earlier, create a table as MIDI and all. I think we have did that earlier also. You just scroll up. So create a table MIDI and the same thing like earlier, but we are writing this particular formats at top. Okay, you can write these formats anywhere. That's up to you. So serial number. So here directly what you are doing it. So ST number, that means store number, drug in a character format, SD date num. Earlier what happened, we written a num and we are applying a format at down. But now what we are doing is we are writing applying a number and applying a format both also one place. You may ask one question, Naidu, in this case, do you really require the num format to be created? Num definitely is required, then only this format will be applied to your S date. Otherwise this format will not be applied. So now we are writing it. So here, so S date means number format with date 9 dot ddmmy 10 dot S time will be num. So format will be time 12 dot format. We are writing it here. Again, n date and time num format we are writing it. So the num format we are writing as a date time 18 dot format. We are writing it here. Insert into MIDI, you are inserting the values into the MIDI. So again, same thing. There is no difference in the above program and this program. Above program, we have written a format at down while creating it, and this one we are writing a format at above. And apart from that, I'm writing a select star from MIDI. Earlier, what happened? We are selecting each and every individual variable, but now I'm selecting the total variables from my data set. That's the only difference. But rest all the content what I am just explaining will be the same like above one, inserting the values into my demo table and all those stuff as we have already seen. So there is no difference in that. Okay, but the only thing we are writing it select a star. When you are using a select star, that means I'm selecting all the columns from this particular data set and execute it. The same output you will get it. You can see that. The only is creation wise it's a different. We created earlier one, we created the format at down, at now you created the format at top, except that there is no much difference in your program. And apart from that, if you want to create a table inserting a data using a set clause, what does this mean? We already know that by using a set concept, we try to copy the information from one data set and pasting into another data set, that we already know that. So, but now we are setting up the values what is required for each and every row wise. Let's see. Proc SQL create a table lab PID in a num format test in a character format, units in a num format. I'm writing it here. Insert into a lab, inserting the values into a lab. So PID is 100, test is HR. So you are directly giving a values. PID is 100, the value is, we are directly giving it. So earlier what happened, insert into a values, we use it to write it. But now there is no values. Directly we are setting up the values. Set PID as a 100, test as a HR, and units as a 78. Set PID as a 100, units as 89, test as DBP. And again set PID as 100, test as a SBP, units as 145. Select star from lab. I'm just executing it and run the program. And now you can see that this is how the output looks like. You are setting up the values to create a new data set by using set concept. Either you can go for value statement also to insert the values into the data set, or else you can use a set also. But when you are using a set, only the difference is each and every time you are writing the variable name again and again. PID equal to test equal to units equal to, again PID equal to test equal to units equal to, and all. But when coming to the earlier one, we don't have that issue anymore. Okay, so now we are setting up, and this is perfect. We are inserting that values directly, and this is how it's appearing. It's PID 100, test is HR, DBP and SBP, and 78 and 89 and 145. You are getting it. Any questions on this particular program?
Yeah, so values is effective than the set statement?
Not values are effective. I can say that in this case, what happens, each and every individual variable you are setting up here. Each and every variable you are typing it here. But we are coming to the above one, so we can directly insert it. It's very simple here. So by using in the base SAS method, by using input in the input statement, we try to derive everything whatever is required, right? In base SAS programming. But we have one more method called column input method also. Sorry, name input method also. You will write every time name equal to. That means PID equal to, age equal to, sex equal to. We will write it, right? The method name input. So in that case, we use this. Okay, it's the same. Okay. It's like here we are setting up each and every record. It's not data set. We are setting to another data set.
Yeah, the observations are set.
Yes.
Yeah. Sir, like one question, like suppose there is, a particular variable doesn't have a value.
So particular variable doesn't have value. You take a test variable, you don't have any value as a HR. You take it as a missing. So you do one thing, you directly insert it, and the value will be get inserted as a missing only. You see that test variable value for that particular test is missing.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. But for values, what will we do? Like we'll just give comma, comma?
Comma, comma, that's it.
Okay.
You don't need to give anything.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So proc SQL, so this one is done. Now we'll go for proc SQL, select star from SAS help.class, order by age. I think we do the same thing in our base SAS programming also. We use a concept called sorting. Proc sort data equal to your data set name by which variable wise you want to sort it. Yes, I can hear you. Please continue.
So can you show the example for missing values?
So this one you're talking about?
Yes.
Once you have a missing, you see test variable value is missing for my first row. Am I right? Check that. Is it got inserted as a missing?
Yeah. So I'm asking for missing numeric values.
Missing numerical value. Do one thing, PID, don't give anything, and let's see. So here the next value, here it's showing that we have not assigned anything. Try to write it as a dot. Can you see that?
Okay. Yes.
Got it? Character missing value, you need to indicate it as a blank, and numeric missing value, we need to indicate it as a period whenever it's missing, right?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So we're coming to here. So we already know the concept called sorting. So if you want to sort the data set, yes, you can go for it. Proc SQL select star from SAS.class order by age. Age wise, if I sort it, yes, we can do that. So now you can run it. So the data just got sorted based on the age. You want to do the same thing with our base SAS programming, we can do it by using proc sort data equal to your dataset name and by which variable wise you want to sort it and run it. But here we use a statement called order by. Okay, order by which variable wise you want to sort it, you write it that from the data set, it will be get sorted and it will be created the output in a sorted manner. The advantage with this is I'm taking the data set from the SAS.class directly. It is not overwriting. I'm not creating any new data set, right? It is only for my printing purpose. Yes, it will sort it, it will print it. But if you are directly working on your proc sort concept, proc sort data equal to your dataset name, SAS.class by age wise, if I select it, run it, you will get an error message. It will show the message user doesn't have appropriate authorization level for this particular action. So what is the mistake there? We have to write a statement called out equal to, then you are trying to create that particular sorted data set as a new data set, and then you can print it in your output if required. But SQL, the advantage is you don't need to create any new data set for printing. It automatically sort it and it will print it by default. That's a use of order by statement and executing it so that it is just printing the data like this. Perfect. Now we'll go for one more is SAS help.class order by age, but this time it's a descending. Earlier one default, I no need to say anything called ascending or anything. So if you want to get these values in a descending order, proc SQL select star from SAS help.class order by age in a descending order. So now you can see that the age wise, the values in a descending order, you will get it 16, 15, 14 and 13, 12, 12 and 11 and all. So like a top to bottom. So you can see that 16 to 11 you are getting it in this way in a reverse manner. In a descending frequency you will get it. Or else if I'm writing it here, creating a new table, okay, you are sorting it and you are printing it output window, that's perfectly fine. How you can store this particular sorted data set as a new data set? You can create a table. Yes, please. You're asking question.
Yeah, like just now I just saw like for in the 62nd line, like we have proc SQL and then select star from SAS help.class. So there is no semicolon. Like we are just giving order by and then semicolon. Like is that how it was? Okay.
So
in the first it was just printing.
So okay. So you think that it's a two statements. Everything is comes under one statement only, madam. Proc SQL SAS help.class order by age descending. Everything comes under until semicolon is one statement.
Yeah. Okay.
Got it? For our convenience, because we try to write it in the second line. Otherwise, you have to write it in a single line.
Okay.
Got it? Good.
Yeah, but the 53rd line and all is for printing the lab data table. So that is why we just gave select star from lab semicolon.
So this one, if you are not interested to print it, just let's create the table as a lab, leave it. You are not interested to print it anymore. So that what happened? It won't give any errors to you. Okay, it won't give any errors. Execute it. It won't give errors. You see that? But it is not printing in output window. That is the only problem. Lab data set is created, will have the values and everything is ready. But it won't print it because you written a separate state procedure. So here select star from statement when you are writing it, it is exactly equal to proc print statement in your base SAS programming.
Okay.
Clear?
Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you.
So if I'm writing it order by here, I'm trying to create a new table as a class 2 from the SAS help.class order by age in a descending frequency. So that what happened? You are creating a new table as a class 2 as select star from SAS help.class order by age in a descending. Same thing like earlier, but this time only the difference is you are trying to create a new table with the name of class 2. Now you can see that class 2 dataset is sort there with all the descending frequency wise the sorted data it's stored. Making sense? Yes.
Sir, but adding as what it gives as class the class.
As select. So that means you are creating as a class 2 data set as select. You're writing it. So as is nothing but, so you are just storing that information into your class 2 data set.
Okay.
Understand?
If we don't put there else, it wouldn't work, right?
Execute it. Can you see that message?
Yes.
It is expecting an as, right? As is must, you have to. It's a syntax. So
Okay, got it.
create a table class 2 as select start from SAS help.class order by age in a descending frequency. That's correct. Okay.
It's like, is it equivalent to the out in proc sort?
You're right. Exactly same. Proc sort data equal to data set name, out equal to new data set name, by which variable wise you need to sort it. If you want it, you will write it descending. The difference between your base SAS programming descending and SQL programming descending, base SAS programming by statement, after that you will write a descending first, then you will write a age, right?
Correct, sir. Yeah.
But here you will write a first variable name and then you will write a descending. This is the exact the difference is the sorting order. So in a base SAS programming, proc sort data equal to data set name, out equal to some xxx, by descending of age you will write it. Descending you will write first, then followed by your variable name. But we are coming to here, first you will write the variable name, then followed by the descending you will write it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Proc SQL select star from SAS help.class where age is greater than 14. Can we able to get it? So the output will be displayed the people who are the age greater than 14. You can see greater than or equal to, if I understood correct. Is it correct? Yeah, it's a greater than or equal to. So that people who are 14 or above 14, I need all the people information to be displayed in my output window. I did it. Good. So now we'll go for proc SQL, create a table class 3, select star from SAS help.class, I think where age greater than or equal to 14. What is this? The earlier one, it is just for printing in your output window. But I'm interested to create a new data set as a class 3 of taking this information from where age greater than 14. Yes, possible. We can do that. What I'm doing it right now. Proc SQL created new table as a class 3 as select star from SAS help.class where age greater than 14. So the data set of your class 3 will have the values of only the people who are age greater than or equal to 14 people only will be there in your data set. This is just for not printing purpose. It is just for creating a new data set. That's done. Proc SQL select star from SAS help.class where age greater than or equal to 14 and order by age descending. So that what happened? Proc SQL select star from SAS help.class where age greater than or equal to 14 and order by age in a descending. Execute it and run it. Now descending frequency wise you will get it. So that 16, 15, 15, 14, 14, 14 and all, you will get it in a descending manner. You will get it. It's the same, but order by age in a descending. So you're writing a condition at the same time you are writing in a descending. That's the difference. Earlier one, what happened? I did it the sorting different and I just filtered the concept is different. But now I'm combining two things together. Where age greater than 14, age greater than or equal to 14 and order by age in a descending frequency, I'm writing it. Yeah, that's working. Again, so come here.
So this we can do in base SAS, right?
Sorry?
Like we can only we can first sort the data and then we can use the where statement in the new data set, but we can't do it together in the.
No. In your base SAS also we can do it, no? So try to apply the same thing in using base SAS. Proc sort data equal to your new data set name, that is SAS help dot class data set. You are writing it out equal to the new data set name as a LL semicolon where you can write it where here is greater than or equal to 14 semicolon by age wise semicolon.
Descending age.
I'll write it and run.
Sure.
Suppose if you want it age in a descending, you will write it. Correct?
Okay.
You will do the same. Yeah, it's the same story. LL dataset with descending age wise, the information is there and it's stored. Possible, we can do that. Same thing with our base SAS programming also. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Now we will move on to the next one. Proc SQL create a table as select PID name from the demo table and quit. So that what happened? You are assigning a values from the demo table to your JJ. That means if you want to write it in your base SAS programming, this is the way. Data JJ set demo, keep PID and name from the demo table. Understand? You are creating a new data set as a JJ and you are copying the values from the demo data set, only PID and name from the demo. So the same thing we can do with SQL. Proc SQL create a table JJ as select PID name from the demo table. Perfect. Execute it and run it. New data set is just got created with the name of okay. First of all, is it demo data set? I think I don't have any demo. Let me try writing it as a SAS help dot class dataset, which is there with me. I'm trying to create instead of name, I'll go for age then. Age and name. Execute it and run it. Yeah, I can see it. The JJ is the new data set. Age and name variable is created. Got it? Possible. The same thing with what you have done with your base SAS, we can do it. Create a table demo1 as select PID as a ID name from the demo, or else maybe I'll change it to, tell me, I'll go for SAS help.class instead of name, I will write it as a yes name. Okay, instead of name, I'll try to write it as a S name, that means student name, and A is also required. So what I'm just doing is I'm copying the information from the SAS help.class, but I'm not copying and pasting it. While copying itself, I'm clearly saying it to rename that particular variable. So instead of name, I'm trying to rename as a S name and age from the SAS help.class and quit and execute it and run it. We're done. Go there and go to your new data set of your demo1 will be created, have the values of your name, and name is turned into S name because we renamed the variable while copying itself. Or else the table which is already there with the name of demo1, or maybe some table which is already there, you are trying to insert some values into the table. Yes, you can directly insert it. Okay, if the demo table is already there, you want to insert the values is 14 YYY 67 something like that, you can directly insert it. Actually the demo table is not ready, so if that table is already ready, we can directly insert the values. You no need to write it a set concept or anything. You can directly insert it. If the table is already exist with already having some observations, we can directly insert the variable, we can directly insert the values to that. That means we are appending few observations to the existing data set by using insert concept. Is it clear? Any questions? Yes, no? Shall I move on?
So like one question. Like sometime back we saw that we could what is that? Like with the SAS help.class, we could actually we could do some change to that, right? Like sometime back, like you told me, with SAS help.class we could.
No, we could change it when you are writing a create a table statement or out statement in your base SAS. Then you can do some changes to your SAS help. Otherwise,
yeah.
Otherwise, it won't work.
In SQL, I'm asking, sir.
In SQL, you can print it in your output window. With a sorted data, you want to print it, you can print it, but you no need to create a new data set. Understand?
Yeah. Okay,
that we have already seen.
Yeah, right. So now if we are adding it, but we can't do it with for the help library data sets, right? We can do only to something we define. Like we
create a table, it's possible, or else without creating it, you print it, it's possible, but you cannot edit it or modify it in the SAS help itself something. That's definitely not possible.
Okay. Just one request, sir. Can you do insert into demo 1 and give a name, just YYY and 67 in that?
Do one thing. Demo 1, what values you have it? S name and as
Name
well
and
as age, right? I'll do one thing. I'll directly insert it. Name, right? First one is name. So make sure insert into demo 1. Okay. Values. Quotations, I'm writing it. Okay. I'm writing the value as a Naidu, and I'm inserting the age of the person is 67 years. Is it okay? And again, I'm writing it one more value. I'm inserting into creating a new variable here as John. So now I'm just giving my values, comma, maybe he is 50 years old. Just hold on a second. 50 years old. Is it okay? From insert into demo 1 and print it as demo 1. So now you can see two more observations will be get inserted into the existing table. You can see Naidu and John is inserted. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Up to 19 records. Earlier we have it up to Tam, up to William, but we inserted forcefully 2 more records. Yes, we can directly insert it. Making sense? Clear?
Sorry, thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much. I was on mute actually. Yeah,
okay,
thanks.
That's okay. Now I'm using my data set as a data. Employee is your data set name input, patient ID, salary, and sale is the variable you are trying to create it, a new data set name called employee now. Perfect. Now what I'm just doing is proc SQL select PID salary plus 1000 rupees as a salary sale from employee. Can you do what happened? I'm doing the modifications in the same variable. The variable already have a value of 2300, but I'm adding 1000 rupees to that salary. I'm storing it in the same variable itself. So how I'm doing it? Proc SQL select PID and salary plus 1000 as a salary. That's it. That simple line is enough to create or else to override the existing variable itself. If you're writing it salary plus 1000 as a salary, so that the same variable will be get overwritten, or else if I'm writing it salary plus 1000 as a salary X, if I'm writing it and sale from the employee table, you execute it and run it, a new variable will be created over there. Instead of salary, you will have a salary X. Got it? If you think that you need salary also to be side by side, you need a salary X also, you need a salary also, make sure to copy salary also with comma. So I need a salary X, I need a salary and sale from the employee table. Now you can see that the difference between the both. Now you have a salary X also and you have a salary also. So I just added 1000 rupees, 2300 rupees plus 1000 rupees. I have added 3300 as a new salary. Making sense? As a statement here we are using to create a new variable. Suppose
Sir,
I think yes please.
Sir, I have a doubt in the previous program. So in the base SAS we used to write set state in the previous program, sir. So here we have inserted the new values in the demo 1 data set. So it's like in the base SAS we used to write set statement first.
Like see the same work if you want to manage with your base SAS programming, you will try to create as a demo 1 as a data set and try to create another data set name as a demo 2, then you will set it so that now we can combine the both data sets together. Agree? Yes or no?
I didn't get you, sir.
Okay. So how you will do it in a base SAS? How you can combine the two data sets together in your base SAS programming?
Yeah, by writing demo 1 and demo 2.
In a set statement, right? Writing data, your final data set name, set demo1 space demo2, so that now we can combine the two data sets together in your SAS programming. Yes or no? The same thing here, without writing any set concept, we can directly insert the values into the existing table.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, so we don't need to write any set statement over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please try to ask on the same point so that no, I can explain there itself. Thank you. Proc SQL select star from, I think this one is done. And now what I'm just doing is proc SQL select star salary plus 1000 rupees as a new salary from the employee and quit. So that what happened? As you already done that. Okay. So what you have done you already made it as a salary X as a new variable. So same thing, I'm doing it as a different variable name as a N salary if required. Yes, you can get it. Salary, sale is there, and N salary is a new variable if you want it. Yeah, you can get it. That's possible. The same thing here. Proc SQL select star from select star. I'm writing it here. Salary plus case. Okay. When sale is greater than 500, then 2000 rupees. Else 1000 rupees end as a new salary from the employee. What is this case? This we call it as a case when statement. Generally, if else statement we call it in our SAS programming. This one is called case when statement. What we are doing, proc SQL select star salary plus case. When salary is greater than or equal to 500, then 2000 rupees you are adding to the salary. Okay, as a new salary. Else, if that condition is not correct, then 1000 rupees we are adding it, and you are just ending that variable as a N salary. So that what happened? Wherever the value sale is greater than or equal to 500, so there you have 2000 rupees is added. Can you see? Is there any sale 500 above? I think in this place you see 591. That means sale is greater than 500. So that 2000 rupees we are adding to the salary. So that earlier the salary is 3100 plus 2000 rupees you are adding it. The salary is now 5100. You are getting it as a new salary. Yeah, you're getting it. And now proc SQL select star from salary plus case. When sale is greater than or equal to 500, then 2000. When sale is greater than or equal to 400 and sale is less than 500, that means we are trying to give a bonus to my employees. When the sale is happening around greater than or equal to 500 million, so then we are writing it as a 2000 rupees as a salary. $2000 we are giving it as a salary. When sale is greater than or equal to 400 and sale is less than 500, that means if the sale is happened within this range 400 to 500, we are writing as a we are just giving as a bonus as a $1,500. Else $1,000 we are giving it as a general bonus, and end new N salary equal salary from employee. Execute it and run it now. Is it done? PID, salary and sale and N salary. Wherever the sale is, yes, please.
I mean, the concept wise it is correct, it is all okay, but I am just ensuring the syntax of the program. So it's proc SQL and then select star. So we are selecting everything from the table. And salary, instead of giving as that new salary, we are giving a case within that whole syntax, right?
No.
Salary as in salary from employee, we were giving like that. So within that itself, we are giving the case and end completely.
No.
And then we are telling.
Let's say new salary variable will be derived based on your salary plus case. Okay. New N salary variable derived is based on your salary plus case. Imagine if sale is greater than 500, salary already there plus 2000 rupees, then whatever you are giving it, that is your case statement. Okay, N salary equal to salary plus 2000, or else salary plus 500, salary plus 1000, as a new salary.
Mhm.
Either of these cases.
Yeah.
Let it be, it may be first case is correct, second case is correct, or maybe third case is correct. It automatically calculate the values as same.
Yeah, and we are giving the new variable name after the case.
Yeah.
That's okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. So now we execute it, and now you are done. PID, salary, sale, and new salary. You are giving it perfect. And now proc SQL update. So if the table is already there, I want to update only certain values. Okay. So set, we already know that we can directly assign a values to your new variable. Instead of writing a value statement we have seen earlier, we can directly use a set to adding a rows. But this case, what happened? The employee table which is already there, but the only problem is the salary variable I want to update it. How I want to update it? So update employee set salary equal to salary plus 1000 rupees. Let it be, let whatever the salary is, I'm updating that salary with 1000 rupees extra. That means I'm updating a what I can say, updating a existing table. Okay. Now we done. I think go for, it's updated. Go for employee. We have employee 1000 rupees, few more added. Now salary plus 1000 rupees is added. Yes, now everywhere it's 1000 rupees added. You got it? Salary equal to salary plus 1000 rupees. If you want it, you can add it. The same thing, I'm just doing it with our SAS programming here. I'm writing a program saying it as a data, your data set name, employee, input statement, PID, salary and sale, and employee table. I'm trying to create it. Perfect. Now what I'm just doing is, I'm applying a format with a comma format. You see now, proc SQL alter a table of employee, add new salary equal to num format. The format is comma tolo dot, you are giving it. That means I'm altering the table. Earlier one, what we have done, we have updated the table, but this time we are altering the table. The table is already exist, we are altering it. How we are altering? Adding a one more a variable to your existing data set, and the one more variable name as a n salary, and while declaring itself the salary variable value, I'm declaring it in a num format. I'm applying the format as a comma with tolo dot format. So that what happened now? If I execute it, done. Go there, check your new data set, alter a table, employee table, and now you can see n salary variable value with the formats. But why the formats are not appearing? Is there any problem? You no need to write it. I think we write it. What is wrong or what is the error you are getting it? First alter a table. You are giving a num format, but where you are assigning a value to your n salary? As you are assigning any value to the n salary, you are creating a new variable value as a n salary. Did you assign any value to the n salary? Can you see? So we are giving it, but n salary is how it is. So now you can write it as a as statement. Now I think I'm doing it. See, in this case what happened, you know, so you see I just assigned the values. I'm not assigning any values. I written a formats and all, but still missing because I have not assigned any values. Now I'm assigning a values in my next program. You see loading a values into my new column. Update employee set new salary equal to salary plus case. When sale is greater than or equal to 500, then 2000 rupees we are adding it. When sale is greater than or equal to 400 and sale is less than 500, 1500 I am adding it, else 1000 rupees and quit. And now you can see select star from employee, and now you can see the new variable with comma separated values. Earlier one we have given a values, it's a missing only. We don't assign any values. If you want to populate that values properly, so we have to write a proper values inserted, then only you can able to get it that.
So
Yes, please.
the previous one was it only for setting the format?
It is just for setting the format and you are leaving it. You are not doing any changes to that. You are creating a variable and applying a format and making that variable value blank. Okay, in the first one.
It's just where a new variable is created with a format.
That's it. If you
that's what alter will do.
Yes. If you think that everything should be in one place, then what you do is you write it in the same line itself here. You do this, then that's enough.
Okay.
Update employee set new salary equal to salary plus case. When sale is greater than or equal to 500, then 2000 rupees. When sale is greater than or equal to, that means you are creating a new variable, you applied a format, you are assigning a value at the update statement.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Yeah, the same thing. I think you asked me, right, Mary? So how we can drop a variable from a data set? Suppose imagine proc SQL alter a table employee drop salary. Keep statement you no need to mention in SQL. Keep, instead of keep, we use a statement called select. But instead of drop will be drop, even in SQL also, in your SAS programming also. You are dropping salary variable from my data. I think I did it. Check my employee table. I didn't see salary variable anymore in my employee. Can you see that? There is no more salary variable. Only unsalary variable is there, but there is no salary variable over there.
Yes, sir, I see.
Yep. Again, this one you see, case one statement, proc SQL select star from star case when SBP value is greater than or equal to 170 then 15 mg. When sale is, when SBP value is greater than or equal to 50, then and SBP value is below, that means 150 to 170 within that range. Do one thing. This time, most of the times it is getting confused. You try writing the program like this, so that it will be easy. So when SBP value is 150 above and 170 below, then 10 mg of the dose you are giving it. Else 5 mg and as a drug, as a new salary. Case when again another variable you are creating it, SBP value is greater than 170, then 3, and SBP value is 150 to 170 below, then 2, else 3, and as a daily dose. Okay, I'm writing it here, daily, and here is a dose. Two variables you just created, and now you run the program, so that you will see. That's it. Created, select. MEDI. I think is it MEDI is available.
Yes, sir. Down next to LL.
But here, what we asked, first of all, SBP and all, I don't think so. Those are all values is there with us, right? Where is SBP?
I think lab data set. So lab data set.
Lab also we don't have it. SBP should be a variable, not as an observation. I think this case actually I don't have an example to explain it. So, but what we are doing is here we are trying to create, we are trying to filter the data, whoever it is we are just printing it in output. Okay, we are not creating any data set here. We are taking the existing data set of your MEDI values and we are creating a 2 more new variables as a daily and dose. I think here daily as, I think somewhere it's showing daily dose. Should be with underscore because you should not write a two variable names. So daily dose as another variable. So one is a drug is a variable, another one is daily dose is another variable. You are creating it with this particular statement. Is it clear? Any questions? I will stop here for today and I will continue the remaining concept tomorrow. Okay, now we will see about the operators. So what is this operators? Operators is nothing but just a joining of two data sets together by using union, all operator and all. We'll see. I have a data with me, so with the name of some date here, I'm just writing it and as well as lab1 is my data set name and I'm just executing it. The new data set is just got created with the name of lab1 there and lab1 with values like so st store number and test and units and as well as you have date also. Now what I want to do is in the next program I'm creating a one more data set with the name of lab2. Here also you have a store number, test and units. The only difference is here you have a date but here you don't have any date. What I'm just using is I'm just joining the two data sets together by using proc SQL unions. Proc SQL select star from lab1 union all select star from lab2. So that what happened? It will join the both data sets together in the two data sets also. So you have a store number, test and units is the same but the only date is different and now you can see and execute it. I'm just joining it. Can you see that? What happened? Store number, test and units and the date will be populated for all the values, not only just for one variable. So it is just populated for all the values and you can see this is how it is appearing is by default. Union all means it will just join the two data sets together. It won't delete or anything. By default it will just join it. So instead of union all we can see some duplicate values in your data if I am understood correct. Can you identify any duplicate values?
Yes, here's a 100.
100 with
100, right?
100 with what? One is HR and second one
89.
is DBP.
89. And 103 is the 89.
102.
103. Up.
So is there any duplicates? Check your data. 102 DBP and SBP, 103 SBP and HR DBP, 101, 102. I think there is no duplicates in your data. No duplicates. So now instead of just using a union operator, union all, let's see what is the difference if I am going for just union. What is the difference between union all and union? If I go for union, what it will do is this is your union. How many observations you are getting it?
35.
In this data set, if I use union, how many you are getting it? Union all, how many you are getting it is my question.
Just one data set combining two of them.
You just scroll down. How many observations here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11, right?
11 observations, okay.
You check it. Is it the same? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There is no difference. What we do is we'll try find out some duplicate values. We try enter some duplicate values. SBP 178 for 1 or 2, right? You try give the same here also. 1 or 2. I'm writing it 1 or 2. SBP 178. I will give it here as it is. Don't change anything. Now we will see. I think the date also will try make it here also 13 instead of 12. Make it 13. Now we will see the difference. What is the difference between union all and union? So now I'm just using union all here. I'm combining it. So you have 1 or 2 SBP with 178 you are getting it. Even here also SBP 1 or 2 with 178 you are getting it as it is, right, for SBP. So there is no difference. But now if I go for union, you will not get that second record twice. You just go for using union instead of union all.
So it eliminates duplicate value?
You can see 178 only one time in your data. Yes, you're right. It eliminates the duplicate value. If the total record itself it is the same, it won't be able to get it in the union all. Union it is just having just like a set concept. But union all, it will remove the duplicate records in your data. The total record itself it is a duplicate, then union all will be removed. Making sense? Yes, no?
Yes.
The difference between union.
So union will remove it.
Union will remove it, yes. But union all will keep both records also.
Yeah, thanks.
Union all with duplicates. Union is no duplicates.
Yes,
right?
you're right. You're right. Perfect. So now let's see how to intersect. I want to common between the both data set. What is the intersect value means? This is one data set and this is another data set. I want it only this part of information only required. Okay, the common between the both data set, the intersect values. Yes, you can get it in this data set. You check it. Data, your data set name, exp, you're trying to create it. Another data set name is unexpected, expected and unexpected. You are writing it. Two data sets. Now I want to know that the common. Do you have a common observations from the both data sets? Do you have anything like that?
Yes, 105 eyelids.
105. Yes, 105 record is the common between the both data set. You want to check that? You can check. Yes, you're getting it. The common. Yeah, you can get it. Possible. Or else except. What is except? Suppose let me draw the same diagram one more time. I'm not at drawing, just bear with me. I'm not good at drawing. Okay, so now I need only this piece of information is required. Only this piece. That means whichever common I don't want it. So I don't want this. Only which are not common only I want it. Okay, only this piece of information. How you are going to get it? Except. What except? A except B or something like that. Proc SQL select star from exp except select star from unexpected. What is very specific to the unexpected? Do you have anything specific for unexpected? 103 and 104. Yes or no?
Yes, 103 and 104
is it? No? First of all, try to understand this one. Select star from exp except select star from unexpected. That means I need the values which is there in my exp data set, which the observations which should not be present in my unexpected. 105 is common between the both data sets, so I will not get that. But what I need values specifically from the exp only, which are not present in unexpected. I think 100 and 1 or 2 records you will get it. Understand? Values very specific to the exp only you will get it. That's it. Making sense? Able to follow me, Sangeeta?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got it now.
So now if you want it in a reverse manner, I need values which is very specific for unexpected, but which is not common in my exp. So that the values which is very specific for unexpected, 103 and 104 you will get it. So you can write either of the way. That's up to you. Except with union. So now what I'm doing is here proc SQL select star from exp except select star from unexpected union, and then we are writing it the same condition. So I'm doing the both also. I'm keeping it some variables and just joining also. I need it. First condition, you see, first bracket, select star from exp except select star from unexp. I need all the values which is very specific for exp only required. I'm joining those with people who are with unexpected, which are not common in xp, so that I want it only unique values from the both data set, so that the 105 record will not be there in anymore, except that remaining all the data with us. You see that 100 and 102 and 103 and 104, 103 104 from my second data set, 100 and 102 from my first data set. Perfect. It is joined together.
Yeah, got it.
Except with union all, so that what happened? It's the same, still same, I think. Is there any difference?
With duplicates, right?
Why you will get the duplicate? There is no duplicate values in your data. Understand?
Yes. So no duplicates.
Yeah, no duplicate means, so you will not see the difference between your union and union all, right? It's the same for both. If you have a duplicate, then you can see some difference when I'm using union all, but it is a normal one, so just union only you will get it. It's the same again, union all except it's also same. Now we will see about joins, how we can able to join one data set with another data set here. Okay, simple join and natural join, outer join, inner join and all. Let's see. Data exa evident is one data set is there. There we have a store number, exa day and ex date and something like that. We have some values and the data set is there with us and it is created. Exposure with adverse events, maybe because of the drug they have given and people are getting some side effects based on that particular dates. So now, here you can see that they got cold and skin problems or eye diseases or something like that. We got it with the different dates. So store number and as well as that information is available. What they have the disease, why they got it that means, so that means which belongs to what, maybe they have given it's a neuroscience or maybe what is that, different variable values here, but the only difference, only the common is 230 and 156 and 245 is there. Wherever the values are matching, only those values you can able to merge it. It's like a merging concept or base SAS programming. How you merge it? What we do, proc SQL select star from X evident with unexpected adverse events, where X evident values of my store number is equal to unexpected adverse event of my store number. That means it's like a by statement. I'm using it in this case. Execute it and run. Only one record. That's correct only, because the 230 is a common from the both data sets, so that you are just getting it now from the both data sets. Got it? Again, tables with the same thing. I'm doing it here. Instead of giving this data set name again and again, unexpected adverse event, unexpected adverse event, it's a big names. Instead of that, I'm just trying to make it some alias. Instead of writing my data set name again and again, the big name, I try to create it as a some small data set, so that we can use it for future reference purpose. Proc SQL select star from X evident as a EX, you are calling it as a unexpected adverse event, you are calling it as a UX. Okay, so that now I can make it some simple names, so that EX dot store number equal to unexpected dot store store number is enough. So I'm just combining it. What is the difference? Earlier you have a big names of my dataset names, but I don't want that dataset names is that much big. I try to cut short it. Instead of just having that much big name, I'm trying to make it as a EX instead of unexpected adverse event as a separate dataset. Instead of big name, I'll try writing as a EX or something like that. So we can just make it alias. There is nothing special. We are just making alias in this. Is it clear? Able to follow me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now we are using an inner join. What we do is proc SQL select star from X adverse event, inner join unexpected adverse event on expected adverse event dot your store number equal to unexpected adverse event. What is the change you have done? We just used only the inner join. Earlier we just merged the two data set without using anything. You directly merged it based on that variable. Now I'm using inner join. Let's see what is the difference. Can you see? Is it inner join variable values and as well as the natural general join values are same or anything different?
I think same.
Is it same? Store number, expected adverse event, expected adverse event date. Store number, unexpected adverse event, unexpected adverse event date. So go for this one. Is it same? Store number, expected and expected adverse event date, and it's both also absolutely same. There is no
why it's
okay. Either you can go for inner join or you can go for just joining of two data sets. Either of the one is same. Now let's see. What I'm just doing is here where expected standard deviation equals inner join. Let's see in this case. Proc SQL select star from expected adverse event as a inner join, unexpected adverse event as a UNX, where I'm writing it here. So where I'm joining it, where EX dot store number equal to unexpected dot store number only, we are writing it. I think it will not work if I understood correct. Yeah, you'll get an error because where you should not use it in this way. Where you can write it with some condition, not with where you can write it where age equal to or something like that. You can write it, but you should not write it a where in this way. Definitely it will not work. So we should not write a where condition here. That is the only thing. So
one question, sorry.
Yeah, please continue.
Like in line 396, that part of the program, we have given inner join. Like I'll just say table 1 and 2. Table 1 inner join table 2, and then on is a new thing that is there, right? Okay, so with join should we use on? Because in union I don't think saw it.
Union does not required. So here in the joins on statement you will use. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
And now you see about right joins. Proc SQL select star from expected adverse event as a EX, right join as a unexpected adverse event. It is like a exactly if B in your legend concept. If in equal to A, in equal to B concept, right? If B, what happened? All the values which are very specific for B and which are matching from A, you will get it. See, all values which are specific for B and the values which are matching for A, you are getting it. Making sense? Yes or no?
Yeah. Can you go to the program once?
It is a just right join. Right join means if B concept. Any questions? No?
Actually, we don't remember the data in each table, right? So maybe if you could, yeah.
Okay, you just see in your data set, what is the common between the both? Unexpected adverse event, 230, 156 and 245.
230 is common.
230 is common.
230.
156 and 245 is not common, right? Check it.
Yeah.
156 and 245 is not common, still it's missing. Only the 230 is common, you are getting it. All the values which is in right side values, you are getting it because you given a merging as a right side, right join. It's a right side if B concept.
So when we gave inner join, we got only 230, which was common in both of them.
Which is common. That's it.
Okay.
That means if A and A equal to B, you will get it. That's the inner join.
Okay.
But now you are writing it if A only. That is your, sorry, if B only. That is right join. Or else if I'm writing if A, that is your left join. So that all the left side dataset values will be present. Plus, what else? Right side, whatever is matching, you will get it. You see that? All the left side dataset values of 230 and 245 and 456, you will get it. All the left side values. Right side, whatever is matching, you will get it. Remaining is missing. Perfect.
This is a left join?
Tell me. Sorry, you're asking.
Is that left join or a right join? Left join.
It's a left join. Left means your left side data set values will be populated first. Then whatever is matching from the right side, you will get it.
Got it.
Right join means all the right side data set values populated first. Then whatever is matching in the left side, that you will get it.
Okay. Thank you. Understood.
Full join. What does that mean? That means there is no n equal to A or B concept. Automatically populate all the values. Can I say? Wherever you have a value, you will have a value. Otherwise, it's missing. See, in the first record, 156, it is there in my second data set, but first data set, that information is not there. It's a missing. 230 is common in both data sets. You are getting it. And 345, you are getting it in left side only. Right side, it doesn't have it. It's a missing. 456, it is there in your left side. Right side, it doesn't have it. It's missing.
Sir, I have a question. What's the difference in between union and full join? As the union gives duplicate values in this join.
Union will join the data sets like a set concept, one by another. Okay. What union is just joining is just joining of one data set with another data set. That's a union. But merging, it will arrange the variables in a side by side data set, one data set to another data set based on the common variable wise. It will try to merge it. Set concept is different and merge concept is different, that we have already seen on our basis programming, right? So union is exactly set concept, merge is exactly your joining concepts.
Merge is like full join, right?
Not only full join, you can use a left join also. Left join means n equal to A concept. Right join means n equal to B concept.
Okay.
Good. Now, natural join means, so let's see what happened. It automatically gives the values. It's also same. The only difference is you will not see the store number twice. Earlier what happened? Store number, unexpected date also, unexpected adverse event date also, expected adverse event date plus your store number used to display twice in your output. But now the store number will not be displayed twice. It is only once right now. You can see earlier we used to have, when you are displaying it, see store number here and store number here multiple times. But in natural join, only one time. But this is only for printing purpose. That's the reason why we can have the same variable twice in your output. But if you want to save the data set with the same variable twice in a data set, that's not at all possible. Can we store the data, the same variable name twice in your data set, in your basis programming also? Yes or no? Can we say data, your X name is one variable and again name is another variable? Can we store a two variable name with the same name? Possible? Yes or no?
No, we have to rename it, right?
We have to rename it. Yes, you're right. The same thing happening here also. Natural join, what it will do is, while creating itself, it will just remove one of the variable value there. That's what happens. That's a natural join. Come here. And if you want to write a where condition, proc SQL, where my BSBP values is greater than my ASBP values. Is there any way? In which condition? BSBP values is greater than ASBP values. In which place?
(198) 237, like ST number.
Line number?
444 and 445.
444 and 445. Okay. First of all, what is that ASB value? ASB value here is 167. 178 is here, and yes, these two rows you will get it, because this one is lesser than that, and again I think you can get this one also, right? 237 one also you'll get it.
So BSBP is first one, right? So 167 greater than 146.
This is the first value. Wherever the values which are greater than ASBP values is where it is 178 here. So 178 means right. This is 167. You will not get this record, first record. But here 167, but here 178. Yes, you will get this record. Here 156, but here 167. Yes, you will get this record also. Here 134 and here 172. Yes, you will get that.
Yeah.
You're getting same, except first record, remaining all the records, you'll get it.
Yes.
Now we'll try to use some aggregate functions like a mean function and all. How we can able to use it, we will see in SQL. I'm just creating a new data set name called MIDI. Now what I want it, proc SQL, select GID. That means I have a GID week 1 and drag 1 and sub week 2 and drag 2 and sub 2 or something like that. So GID week 1 and drag 1 and sub 1 only required. Sum of all my sub 1 as a total. I'm creating sum of my all the sub 1 variable value. I'm summing up the values. I'm storing it as a new variable called total. And maximum of my sub 1 values, I'm taking it. I'm trying to create a new variable as a max sub from the MIDI. So how many variables, new variables you are creating in this? How many new variables you are expecting if I run the program?
2 new variables.
Variable name 1 is total.
Total and max sum.
Max sum, right? Go there. You can see total and max sum. The total of all the values of my sub 1 wise, it's a 166. Is it populated everywhere? And the maximum value of my sub 1 is 60, right? The maximum. So it is populated everywhere. Can you see that? It's done. Or else, if you want to calculate an average, can we calculate mean, maximum, and all the value? Sum of SB1 as a total, mean of my SB1 as a average sub, maximum of my SB1 as a max sub. So can we do that? What is the difference here? We are doing it. Only the mean we are calculating it extra than earlier one. Now you can see the mean is this one. So that means 56 plus 50 plus 60 divided by 3. It's the 55.333. You'll get it. So average also you will get it if you want it. So now if you want it, sum of 2 variables, not only just one variable, sum of 2 variables in a horizontal manner. Let's see. Proc SQL, select sum of your SB1 and SB2 as a total from MIDI. So that horizontally you are doing a sum, not vertical. Now you can see horizontally you are doing a sum of my, what is the variables? Sum of my SB1 and SB2, I think. SB1 is 56 plus 40, 96. Yeah, correct. Sum of my 50 plus 45, 95. Sum of my 60 plus missing 60 only. Getting it? It's a horizontal sum. Earlier one, when I'm writing it one variable, it's a vertical sum. But now this is your horizontal sum. If you want it, you will get it. Or else I'm using a group statement, group by clause. What is that group by? I'm just running the data set. Okay. Now I'm writing it. What I'm writing in? Proc SQL, select star from center, trial and sub and sum of your sub as total from clinical group by trial. So I want to do the sum based on the group wise. Group wise what? Trial variable wise. All the phase 1 will be grouped at one place. All the phase 2 will be grouped at one place, so that you will get the sums accordingly the same. Now you can see all the phase 1s of my group 1 is 179 is the sum. Perfect. All the phase 2s of my group is around 679 is the sum. Perfect. Right? That's the use of a statement called group by. And here I'm trying to create it a new data set name for my next example as a clinical. I'm writing it having center not enough your care. Okay, you are just grouping everything, but you are just filtering a condition. So where center not enough, if the center is the variable is there in your data, not enough care is required. The values are, I need to get the sum of total all the center variable wise, but excluding my care information. You see now, except care, Apollo and NIMS hospitals information is been populating it. Right? So the same, I'm just using a statement called group by, but having center not enough your care, except care, remaining all the people group by sum I required. Yes, you can go for it. You can use it. Count function. What is the count? So when I'm just using clinical data, I'm writing it proc SQL count star as OBS from the clinical. So that what happened? You are trying to get the number of observations in this data set as a count variable. Is a separate variable is required. Yes, you can get it. How many observations you have in the data set? 4 observations. Check it. Is it 4 observations or not in your data? So first of all, yes, open your clinical data set. Let's see how many observations in your data set. 4 only. Perfect. The 4 observations is creating as a new data set. So that means the count you are getting it. How many observations in your data set? If you want to get it, select count star. That means automatically it will count all. Instead of that, only count of center only required. How many centers do we have? Apollo?
Sir, excuse me. So can you please execute that again? I just missed it actually. Select count.
So here,
so I just want,
NIMS information is not properly reading actually. You do one thing. You run it. Now you see. How many observations in your data set here? First of all, let's keep it. And let's see how the data set is. Let it be how it is read. But final data set of my clinical, how many observations you have? How many you have? 4 observations total. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Now, am I getting same? The count of observations 4. Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah, got it.
Okay, in my SAS class, how many observations we have? Do you remember? 19, I hope, if I remember correct.
Class 19. Yeah.
Yes. So if you execute it, proc SQL select star from SAS class and OBS count if you want to see, I think which SAS help, right? 19, perfect. Yeah, you're getting it.
Actually, I think there is a lag, so I'm not able to view the output like properly. That's why I asked you to repeat. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
So data clinical input center trial and sub and a sub. I'm writing it where center equal to clinical. Center wise, the count. How many? What is the count based on the center wise? 6. Because you see that center variable wise, what is the count now? Apollo, NIMS, care, Apollo, NIMS, care. How many records? You are getting it?
6. Yeah.
6 you are getting it, right? Count of my trial. Then tell me what happened. Can we able to get the count of my trial?
5.
Is it 5?
6, I think.
5.
5.
Why you are not
How
getting the
come
missing?
5, sir?
Missing will not be considered.
Okay.
Yeah. Count of AD sub. What you are expecting?
4.
What does it mean, AD sub?
AD sub is the variable which is there with me right now.
Yes, I see.
4. Perfect.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question, sir.
Yes, please.
It says like count of trial as OBS, right? So as whatever, I can even give X, right? It can be anything. Like I'm giving a new name only, right?
Yes, as a new variable name. Okay. So generally you are writing
I can even give count.
Yes. Generally you are writing a variable name X equal to as means. X equal to you are writing a variable name in your base SAS programming, right? The same thing you will do it in SQL.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I will stop here. Is any questions? Okay. So now we will go through data clinical is your data set name, and here what we do is it is just for group by statement. So we are just trying to find out the counts based on the group by. Earlier what happened, we try to find out the counts of everything, but we try to find out group by each group wise how many values you have it. If you want to count it, yes, you can do it. First of all, what you do is data, your data set name, clinical and all. Let's try this, and then go for proc SQL, select trial. You're giving it a count of your trial as OBS from clinical, group by trial. Group by means what happened, group, first of all, trial wise you will get it count. And what is that count? Group by count. That means all the phase ones are done, then you will get it a count of that one. Let's see each and everything. Phase 1 3 times in your data, phase 2 3 times in your data, so you got it. So that is your group by statement. So we can just get the count also from clinical data. If you count it, it will give a number of observations count, you will get it by default. But if you want it a group by each and every category wise count, if you want it, you can get it. This is the same thing we can do with our frequency by using proc freq. Am I right? Yes or no? In the base SAS programming, right? So
Yes,
now
sir.
we are writing it from clinical group by trial. What is the difference in this? I think we done the same, right? So here, but we have a missing value here. Let's see how the missing value will hand over. So what happened? So you got a one more category with missing also, 0. Got it? So one more category, so you will get it by default. The missing value will appear as a 0 there by default. But in SQL, what happened in our base SAS programming? What happened? Missing also frequency 1, you will get it instead of 0. Am I right or wrong? If you have missing value by using frequency, how many missing values in your data? The frequency missing count, you will get it as a 1. But in SQL, you will get the missing value as a 0 instead of 1.
Oh, yeah. So why is it 0, sir? Like it should be showing 1, right? There is one missing value.
So here by displaying the what I can say is by displaying the category itself, it is showing it's a missing value. By default missing value, it is considering as a 0. It will not show it as a 1. So that's the default our SQL. But in your base SAS programming, you try writing the same. Do with proc
frequency.
Proc. Sorry, I need to use my keyboard. Just hold on a second. Proc freq data equal to your data set name. What is that?
Yeah.
Clinical. Right. Table statement based on trial. TRAIL. Right. Semicolon. Run. So now you can see You got it, right? Frequency missing equal to 1, it will directly show it as a, it won't show it as a count or anything. Frequency missing equal to 1, it will show. But in SQL, what happens, you know, it will be default display it as a 0. It's a 0.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm wondering about is, so if it is showing 0, 3 and 2, it is only telling us like there are only 5 trials, right? That's what it
5
means.
categories. That means 3 unique categories you have it in your data. One is with missing value, another one is with phase 1, another one is with phase 2.
Yeah, okay.
All the 3 unique values, you will get it count. But why you are getting a 0 count, even though we have a category, but why we are getting 0 count means? So that's a missing value.
No value. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
So come here in this, the same thing, center, group by trial. Let's see, each center counted each trial, number of trials. Okay, what happens, you know, we need it based on the count of center wise by trial. I'm giving it center and trial, 2 variables. I'm using it for grouping analysis. So now what happened? Apollo, how many times in your data? Only 1 time, right? Apollo and phase 1 is 1 time, and Apollo care with phase 1 is 1 time. If you have any duplicates, then you can see that the count is, the frequency is 2. But each and every category is wise. Right now I'm using a 2 by variables. Earlier what happened, if I go for only center variable wise instead of trial, let's see if I'm writing it only center variable wise. So now you can able to see the grouping analysis with duplicates. You can see Apollo with phase 1, 2 we have it here. That means Apollo's 2 in the data, cares are 2 in your data, NIMs are 2 in your data. That's correct. If I go for only center variable wise, but I want to get the uniqueness based on your center and trial wise, all are unique records. If I go for only center, there are duplicates. If I go for only trial 1, there are duplicates. If I combine with the center and trial, there is no duplicate values in your data. That's the reason why the frequency of each, when I'm writing it here, when I'm writing it trial also, so that you will get it analysis of both. Yeah, you will get it unique values like this. And now what we can do is, I'm writing it here, proc SQL, select center and trial, count of center, sum of your subjects as OBS from clinical, group by and all. So that what happened, your count of, you're calculating a count of your centers, sum of your subjects is variables which is there, and I'm just calculating a sum of those values by I'm using center and trial variable wise. Now what happened, 2 variables wise you will get it, one is count and second one is sum, you will get it. So the count values you are getting it here, and sum values you are getting it here. Got it? Subject variable wise, the sum of each unique values wise, you are going to get it here. Good. So now you do the same again as total OBS. You are trying to create this particular count as a center of counts and sum of subjects. I'm trying to create as a total OBS is a new variable. I'm creating it from clinical, group by center and trial, so that you will have a new variable with have sub values. You see in the total variable, the sum you are going to get it. What is this 267 refers to? Where it is getting it from?
Sum of the
Sum of?
I mean, that's the variable sub. SUB.
SUB sum of what?
Yeah. Apollo.
Yes, all the Apollos wise you will get the sum, and you will get the sum of all the NIMs wise and care wise you will get the sum, the values.
Okay, that's row analysis. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in this category, why you are getting Apollo with 267? You see, first one, what we are getting it, the count. First of all, we'll try to predict it, what value you are getting it. 267. That means missing value with sum wise, it's a 267 only. There is no chance, right, for them. Again, Apollo with phase 1, is there any other category? Only 1 time in your data. So that what happened? 67 only 1 time you can see here, right? I think 67 you have only 1 time, because I'm trying to make it uniqueness. I'll try to do one thing here in my data itself. by only center I will give it. Don't give it trial. Just only center wise. And now you can see the sum values in a different way. Now you can see total Apollo wise. How many values we have with Apollo in your data? You check it. You scroll up. All the Apollo categories by sum. Apollo of 67 here plus 267. Total how many? 7, 7, 14 you are getting it last. That means 4 is the last value. That is your 334 you are getting it. The total 2 Apollos also will be populated with the 334. Again, sum of 2 pairs and sum of 2 names wise you will get it when I'm using it sum of your counts.
Sir, why we got 2 times 334?
Because Apollo, each category wise the value will be populated, right? Apollo, how many times you have it in your data? How many times Apollo in your data? 2 times, right? So the sum of this particular total Apollo will be populated in this particular record also, this record also. Again, sum of your care will be populated for these 2 records, not for 1 record.
Yes.
Good.
Same 2 times, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Is it? I mean, it's just counting the number of times Apollo and NIMS is
number of times Apollo of their subjects. Understand? Not the Apollo sum. Apollo, you won't be able to get sum, right? Apollo, can we do sum? No. Apollo sum of their subjects. How many number of patients participated in that particular hospital of Apollo? The number of patients sum you are getting it. The count as a 334.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Tell me, in this particular data, I have a data set with the name of clinical. Okay, I'm just creating it now. Proc SQL, select a distinct of your center. I'm writing it as a new variable called send list or something like that from clinical data. So what is the distinct values based on the center wise? How many distincts?
Apollo, NIMS and care. 3.
Yeah, you will get it. The distinct values of your Apollo, NIMS and care. No dupe key when you use your SAS programming, right? Proc sort data equal to your data set by center and no dupe key as a new data set name. If you create it, this is your new variables, right? New values. Apollo wise unique, center wise unique, and NIMS wise unique values. You will get it. Good. So now
dupe out, sir. You mean to say dupe out?
No dupe key. No dupe key.
Okay.
The unique values you want to save it as a new data set name, right? Suppose proc sort data equal to your data set name, out equal to the new data set name called KK and semicolon by center variable wise. So that what happened? Based on the duplicate, so how many times? Apollo 2 times, first time will take it, second time will be get deleted. NIMS 2 times, first time it will take it, second time will be get deleted. Care 2 times, first time it will take it, second time will be get deleted. Total how many then? Only 3 categories, right? Apollo, NIMS and care only. You will get it as output when you are removing, after removing a duplicate values in your data set.
Okay. Okay,
sir. You put here distinct. That's why it is giving just just one time.
Yes.
No duplicates.
Unique values.
Unique values. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So the patient is.
Sir, I have a question.
Just hold on a second. Let me explain. The patient, around 10 patients is coming to the hospital. Okay, and each 10 patient, all the 10 patients coming to the hospital around 10 times. So that total how many records per patient for one time, one record? 10 times 100 records, right? 10 into 10, 100 records. But my question is to you, how many number of patients participated in the clinical trial? The answer is 100 or 10? 10. That is your distinct. Distinct is the value will be just to calculate the uniqueness. Let it be the patient is coming to the hospital 10 times, but how many times you will calculate him? Only one time. Now your question is, please continue.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, look, with the distinct function, we are just checking how many unique values are there or distinct values are there. But can we do the count and sum in this?
You do one thing. You try writing it.
Okay.
Try writing it a distinct of your sum and apply a count on top of it.
Not getting it, sir. Actually,
let me write it. Let me write it. Count. COUNT.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay.
COUNT. Can we be able to get it? Count of my distinct values trial. Yes or no? I'll get my value as a 3 if I understood correct. 2 because How many distincts I have in my data? Only 2 right now. Check it, how many distincts. I think you removed it here. So in this data set,
Yeah, phase 1, phase 2, sir, because we are going by trial, right? Yeah, correct.
Phase 1 and phase 2. Try doing it
Yeah.
center variable wise.
Yeah, okay, got it,
And
sir.
you will get it. You will get the count as 3.
Yeah.
So can you keep that count also? Count program? Just don't delete. Keep it in the program, please.
It's already there somewhere. Don't worry.
So you don't erase, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just save it. And yeah, you'll get it 3, right? Because Apollo, center, and NIMS 3 categories, right? You can get it 3.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, what is coalesce function will do with this one? If I go for creating a new data set, data clinical and semicolon and run, I'm giving it. My keyboard, when I'm typing it, it's not working at some of the keys. That's the reason why I'm not properly typing it somewhere. So let's see, clinical data set is there with me. Now what I wanted here in my next program, I'm using a function called coalesce. If center variable values are missing, then I'm putting a value as a miss. As a center, I'm writing it here. And trial and coalesce of sub variable missing, I want to make it 0 as sub. ASB also need it from the variable. So what I'm doing in this total program user, first of all, so how coalesce function is working. If missing values is finding it, then you are assigning to put that value as a nmiss for center variable. If you find a missing value for subject, then you are making it that as a 0, and remaining all you are taking it as it is from the data set. You see, wherever it is missing, then you will have a value miss here.
Yeah, like last but one. Sir.
Yeah, you can see center variables are missing, so that it will be printed as a miss. The last variable here, sub variable, is missing, then you made it as a 0. Making sense? No? Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we are writing a function called coalesce. What coalesce will do is, it is just using it like this. If missing values is there, then it is taking it the value from the what we have assigned. You try
okay,
to.
Sir, so the coalesce works only with missing values, or we can do anything?
Missing. No, missing.
Only missing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So now coalesce sub is there, then 0. Wherever it says 0, you are just putting it from one data set. Now one variable, we are just changing it. See, wherever it is a missing, you are making it as a 0. Perfect for sub variable wise. And now we'll try to play with the views. Actually what happened, this views, when it's come into picture, so we have already seen how to get the uniqueness and how to get the counts and all. Now we'll try to see the views in the sense, so you have a data set in your database is a 1 million or 1 trillion records containing a data set. You can't copy paste all the data into your work library because you don't have that much of space to do it. Then you can create a view from there. What view will do is, it is just like a temporary data set for you. It is just looking into the data. It is not for copying the values from here and pasting it. No, it is just a view table creation, so that even though 1 trillion records containing a data, you don't want it all the variables and all the observations from the 1 trillion data sets. 1 trillion observations are something like that. We can keep a few of the variables or maybe few of the observations from the data set. That's possible. You see, I'm trying to create a new data set called clinical. Imagine this is a big data set. You consider it right now. I can't create around 1 trillion records right now, but you consider this data set as a main data set or master data set. What I'm doing is, I'm trying to create a view. Create a view as Apollo, as select star from a clinical. I need where center equal to Apollo, so that what happened? It will not be created as a data set. So you just see it is a create view, you will get it. That means it just got created. Go there and you can see a data set. Go to your library, work library. So now you can see this data set is a bit different from this one. because this is the original data set, but this is the create view data set. You open it and there you can see that the two variables what you are required. You see center, trial and sub, and the variable of only Apollo patient's information is there. Actually, it is not storing here. Understand what I'm saying? This data set is not storing here at all. It is picking up the information from my clinical. It is showing. It is automatically interlinked to my clinical only, but it is just for displaying purpose we are using it. Is it making sense? No? Yes? See, you can write it instead of create view, you can write it create a table also. That means what happened? You are doing it in that case. You are copying and pasting all the data, but that is not the intention, right? I don't have that much of space to do it. I'm just creating a view for it. Write a create view Apollo as, and then you can continue your job as it is. The only difference is earlier we used to write it to create a table, but now we write it to create a view.
So, but why will we use this, sir? Like we are not reporting or.
Imagine in your data set, in your database, you have connected your SAS software to a database, and your database have a big table, but you don't want all the big table to copy it and paste it into your work library, and then you can start doing it. You don't have that much of space and that much of time also, because when you are copying and pasting a 1 trillion records containing a data set, it's a huge, right? So in that case, you can create a view, and you, based on that view, you can do your reporting analysis, whatever is required. Most of the cases in real time, what we do is we don't want all the variables for our analysis. Very specific variables or very specific observations is required for our analysis. Instead of copying all, you take only the required one. Understand?
Okay.
It's different from proc print, right?
Yeah. It's just a create view. It's a shortcut. Don't expect it is a separate data set. If it is a data set, it's appear like this, but it's not a data set. It's a create view file.
So can we use this view file
for
other calculations?
That's what I'm doing it right now. You see? So
okay.
You can use it that data set also, that I'm just doing it, that also we'll see. So create view, if you need it only the information from care, so that now you can create a view for care if required. See, care is created. Again, if you want it only for NIMS as a create view, so that now 3 views we have created. One is for Apollo patient data, you want to look into it, click on it. Care patient data you want to look at, click on it. NIMS patient data you want to click on it, you can create a views. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now what we do is we'll copy the information from SAS help.class, and we are trying to create a new data set as a 1. You see, data, your data set 1, view 1, set SAS help.class, and where a is less than or equal to, I'm not using any SQL here. You can use it that in a base SAS also. We can create a views. Now you can see 1 is a data set created with view option. Can you see that? In your base SAS also we can create a view if required. What is the option you are doing it? Immediately to your dataset name, you give a slash and view equal to 1. So that no, we are just creating a view table option. Guys, I can see a message saying it, your experience, you are experiencing with the dragged audio quality as a message. Let me know if you think that you have some issues with my audio. I'll repeat the sentence again one more time.
Okay, sir.
So now if you want to do the same thing, like a proc SQL, create a view 2 as this, you already know that SAS help.class, you want to make it as a 2. You can see another view is created for my SAS help.class. You can just see that all the dataset values, but it's a create view option.
In the same thing, we're doing different way, right?
Yes. I'm just creating one data set with the name of employee. Okay, I'm printing it. Now I want to use a where condition. Can we use a where condition like this? Proc SQL, create a table as a employee 1 as select star from employee where where sale greater than or equal to 500. Can we able to get it as a new data set from here? Yes. Yes, you can. You go there.
Yes.
Check your new data set of your original data set as emp1. Can you see that? Wherever the sale is greater than 500, all the values you got it. Same thing You can see here, you can create a dataset view also. Create a view, select from employee. So you want to take it a new dataset from employee to as an employee 2 as a new dataset you want to create it. Can we do it? Yes or no? We can directly, we can create a view for that. So now you see EMP2 as a view created. You can see that it is from your employee only. So that what happened? Whenever the employee dataset is get updated, it is automatically updated. Yes or no? The create view also will, it automatically updates. This is all comes under your view. And if you want to drop the variables, proc SQL, drop table employee 1 and drop view employee 3. So what happened? If you want to drop a tables, so I want to delete the employee 1 table, I want to delete my employee 3 table. I think, do you have an employee 3? I think I don't have it. I'll remove it. If I'm interested to delete the total table itself, I can drop a table from employee 1 and execute it. See, the table 1 is got deleted. Emp1 table is deleted. Possible. So this is all about for creating a views, and so that now we can save our space and time and all, we can do that. And now this is your proc SQL. I'm connecting to a MDB dataset so that we can access the data from your database. Okay, so if the database is already there and you are trying to insert it a new values, let me do one thing. Let me create a desktop, a new folder. New folder is there. I'm trying to create MS Office Access database. Go to click on MS Office Access database I created here. It's empty one. What I will do is I'll directly right click on it, rename it. I'll make it this database name as a test. TEST. I'm writing it here. Okay, now I'm writing it proc SQL connect to access path equal to, you need to mention that where this particular database is located. So I'll make sure, go to my desktop. Okay, click on view. This one you select it. Right click. Go to properties. Go to security. Access database. I'm just mentioning it. Now I'm just connecting to this path. I'm writing it, execute. I'm creating a new table as a GUI. There I have a value PID in an integer format, gender in a character format, age in a integer format. By access you are giving it here, and execute, insert into, I'm just inserting certain values to my database. The database is already connected. I'm directly inserting some values into my database, and finally I'm disconnecting from my access. Maybe I need to see, is it will work with access, or do I need to write it access CS also? Let's see. First I'm just executing it. I think it's successfully created. Go there. Is it you really inserted the values into the database or not? You just open it. GUI is the table created within a GUI. So you just entered the data of your 100 with female and age 45, and again GUI within the same table 101 with male and 45 you entered it. Is there anything else is done here? Only two data you entered into the GUI, right? You created a table with the name of GUI. You entered PID, gender and age and all. I think it's perfect. Have you done this? Clear? Any questions? Yes, please.
I mean, the question is like we have used integer type, right? Here,
you can
like,
use
as of now.
Actually, num is the format not available to here. You cannot write num. So you try to write integer, because when we are dealing with a database, it's an integer type only.
Oh, okay, sir.
Yeah. Is it integer or character? Thanks. That's it. That is the only two things.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
So dollar sign also doesn't work here,
No,
right?
no dollar signs, nothing, because we are dealing with the database. We need to tell that to database what file it is. If it is a PID, we need to tell that which format it is. Is it integer value, or else is it a decimal values, or also if it is just number or date, whatever it is, you need to mention clearly.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so what is the execute and buy, sir?
The execute statement, it is just executing that particular row and inserting into that particular table. Understand? So the database is already created here. It's not a MS Office Excel file. It's a database file. When we are trying to deal with a database file, we trying to tell that execute this particular piece of code to save the file into the MS Office Access database. You are trying to create a new table name with the name of GUEARY. There you are inserting the PID values, gender values, and as well as age value. PID as an integer, gender as a character, and age as an integer value. You are inserting it, and you are executing like a how we generally call it as a values, right? When you are inserting into.
Yeah. Yes,
But
sir.
instead of that, we try to call it as a execute. Finally, we are disconnecting from the Access database, so that Access database is free, and so that we can able to open it now.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the same example like earlier. The path, I'm copying it from here. Insert into, okay, I'm writing it. So two values, so that is your 100 and female and 45, you are trying to insert it. The existing table is already there, and you are trying to insert into the same database. Yes, you execute it. It is just connected to the Access database. I think I have to close my database, check my log. I think, yeah, execute could not connect. So first of all,
I mean, we gave there GUEARY, no, sir. Here it is 2, right?
So what is the table name here? Insert into GUEARY. You're right, madam. So earlier we have given as a GUEARY. You try writing the same. The table is already there.
No, sorry, one more. Execute. Two.
The second step also GUEARY.
Execute.
Sorry, what happened?
Second execution step also you have to give insert into GUEARY.
Okay. So because here. Check it. I think successfully created. 2 more records is inserted. Check it in your earlier 2 records. Now we have inserted 1 more. I think it's inserted, right? 1 more record. Yes or no? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Table.
Sorry.
If you want to create one more table, again we have to go.
Again, you can go for create a table as a GUEARY or something like that, right? Execute, create a table, and then you can create a new table with the name of whatever you think.
Yes, same thing repeats. Okay, fine.
Okay, so that we can do. But instead of that, insert, you need to use create. Understand? See, earlier one, if you want to correct the earlier program, you just keep it as it is too. But instead of insert, don't do insert. Create a table. Understand?
Yes, sir.
So write it, create a table 2, and then you can insert the values over there. That's possible. And you need to declare also. It is like how we have done it for GUEARY. You do the same thing for down also.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question. Like, is this only for Access? Like, can we do Excel also like this?
Yes, Excel also we can do, Access also we can do, MS Office Access databases also we can do, SQL files also we can do. Any database you can connect it. See, all those things we are doing it for. You can see here we can do the things with Excel also. Understand?
Yeah, so it's like similar to import export
concept. Yes, you're right.
Okay, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Everything
Oracle
you
as
can
well?
see, you can connect to your Oracle database also, but unfortunately I don't have Oracle database with my server, so that now we can use giving a username and password, and you can tell that where that particular server is located, and then we can connect it to Oracle database also. Understand?
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
But unfortunately I don't have the Oracle database is installed in my computer, so that's the reason why. So that, yeah, if you want it, you can do that also.
Oh,
Sir,
this
one
is
more question.
one,
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
one of the
please.
way to connect, sir.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please. Someone
Is it?
started.
Yeah. Mary, you can go ahead, Mary.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, is this one of the way to connect to Oracle, or is this the only way to connect to Oracle, sir?
So this is the one of the way. Another way is you can use a libname statement, madam.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah, you can use the libname and SQL and access database. You can connect it directly. Let's see if you want to connect it to access database by instead of using this method, you can write it libname.
Okay, sir.
Libname. Libname, and then your library name is CCESS access, and path equal to, you write it where that particular access database is located. Maybe from your desktop you want to connect it, you can create a library, you can bring all the information from the access database, madam. The same thing you can do with SQL also, we can do with Oracle also. This is another way.
Okay, sir. Fine. Thank you.
Sir, why we're learning so many? If just one
Because
task,
your
we're
job
solving so
is
many
demanding.
ways.
Your job is demanding everything to do in SQL. Okay, stick to this one. You no need to use your base SAS programming at all. Understand what I'm saying?
No, sir.
Yeah. Or else, if you are okay with it, you have a leverage in your organization that you can able to use your base SAS programming also, SQL also, up to you. So then you can go for either of it.
Okay.
Imagine if the project is already written, maybe you are a new person into that particular project, but the project is already written everything from top to bottom SQL. They have not used anything basis. Can we change some code into a basis programming there? It's a bit difficult for you to do that, right? Because they are following some standard. You have to equip the same thing with the same standard. We should not change something over there. So you need to stick to it. Then definitely you need to have a knowledge on the SQL. You agree with me now?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yep.
Now I understand.
Otherwise, it's not my intention that so that I'll make you confuse more.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the same thing, you can connect to your MS Office databases, and you can giving a sum of your salary values. If you want it, you can do the sums also. Or else if you want to add a new salary value plus 3,000 rupees, if you want to do it, you can do that, this also. So I'm just leaving few of the programs for your practice, so that it's the same explanation, nothing much to be explained over there. You just go through it and let me know if you think that if you are not clear. Suppose if you want to alter the information, you can alter it, or else you can delete the some of the information from the database. You can delete it and you can add it, you can modify it. Anything is possible. Dropping the variables and dropping observations, giving a conditional statement, everything into SQL, or the same thing you can do with SQL. What I can say, Excel also. Connect to Excel, path you are giving it, execute what you want it. Create a new table as a sheet 5 or sheet 6 or whatever the sheet name you want to give it, and give your store number as an integer format, AD type, so you are giving it in a character format as a 2 variables, and you are trying to create it. Let me do one thing for Excel also. What I can do is I'll try creating it a Excel on my desktop. So
sorry, sir. Sorry to disturb you.
Please continue.
Yeah, actually, like if we want to import the entire table from SAS to the database, export. So do we have anything like that, like without entering the values each and every time? If my data set is huge, if we want to export the entire SAS data set to Access database, exporting, sir, I'm speaking about exporting actually, from SAS to Access, from SAS to Excel.
So yes, either of these options you can use it, madam. Okay, one way. Another way is you're writing it connecting with path and like a slash with ACC DB. You're writing it, right? The access database file, right? Maybe
Yes.
that may be just example. I'm writing it here. EX. Okay, example database. What I can do is I can simply say what file you want to copy into the database. You'll write it proc copy my keyboard. Okay, proc copy in equal to it's from my which database you want to copy. Which data set? Maybe clinical data set. First of all, I need work library. I'm connecting it out equal to I'm connecting what is my new library KK. So then I can write it select. Then what do you want it? I want to copy only clinical. You just write it clinical semicolon and run. That's it. Automatically the total database will be get export. The data set will be get exported into your MS Office Access database, madam. You're copying everything and you're pasting into that library. Once you're pasting in that library, so that new table will be created with the name of clinical. Everything will be created there.
So with proc copy only, we can actually do the entire lifting of the data set into
or else you can use select star from statement also in this. Execute select star from statement. You can write it instead of this and all. You can write select star from the SAS help.class or whatever it is. Then you can export the entire data set and you can insert it. There is another way.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, you can write a select star from statement. I think you can see that. So select star from statement, we have used it here.
Yeah, from connection to access.
Yeah. So you can do in that way also if required. You can use a multiple ways as we already discussed. You can directly use a proc.
Connection is the database. I'm so sorry. This connection is a data set.
Connections, no, not a database. So here, select star from connections. Yes, it's a database here. Sorry, data set here.
Data set.
Yeah.
Okay.
So could you please explain that method again?
Which one?
The one which you wrote in the another window.
This one you want it. This one. Do one thing then.
Yes.
So let me connect my Access database. First of all, I'll close it. I'm just going to my desktop. So my database is here. I'll copy the path. Libname access path you are giving it. You're doing it perfect. So let's connect this library first. Is it connected? Go there. I think KK library connected. Whatever there in the GUI, I think in the data set we are getting it, right? So now tell me, you want to create one more proc copy in equal to work. In the work library, a lot of data sets. Which data set you want to send it to the in the database? It's a clinical. I'm writing it. Let's run this. Check your log. Perfect. Now go to your KK. We'll have two tables. One is clinical, second one is GUI. What you will do? Go to your desktop. You got it. Clinical data exported from SAS to here. The total table. Yes, madam.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is one way of doing it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
so
much.
Thank you.
Good. So now what we can do is I'm just using the same thing with SQL. Whatever we have done with our MDB file, the same thing we do with SQL, but the syntax is you can write it connect to Excel. You will write it there. You will write it connect to Access, but now you will write it connect to Excel, and by Excel you will write it here. That's the only difference. But remaining syntaxes and everything you can use the same. Which sheet is it? Is it a new sheet or sheet 1, sheet 2, or sheet 3? Whatever the information, you can create it. So you can export also by using sheets. Do you think? Do I need to explain the sheets also? Excel sheets. I think it's the same, right? Do you expect me to explain the same still?
I mean, can we name the sheet, sir? Like,
yeah, that's what we are saying. No, so you can see.
Okay.
You are it. Create a new table as a sheet 5. Got it? This is just creating a table sheet name. Yeah, it's a sheet 5.
But we can't say sheet 1 equal to like how we had.
No. You cannot
sheet 1 equal to.
You need to write it to create a table sheet equal to.
Whatever name you want, you can
write it. Name. Okay, name of the sheet.
Like sheet 1 or sheet 2, you can write it XYZ also here. That's up to you.
Okay.
That's the name you want.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. It is for Oracle database. We are just using it here. Okay. So connect to Oracle software, which is already installed in your computer. You will give the database username and password. Execute. You are creating a new table as a EE. In that employee ID, name and all, you are creating it, and you are inserting. You are creating the first column names. Is it a character format? Is it a number format? Or whatever it is, you are trying to create it. And then you are inserting the values from to that Oracle table. But unfortunately, I don't have Oracle software installed in my computer. That's the reason why I can't execute it. It's the same steps like how you have learned in your MDB file and MDB file, Excel files. So however you have done it, right? MS Office Access database files and Excel file, how you have done. The same thing is, the only extra concept will come into picture as username and password, because database is connected with username and password by default. That's the reason why we have to stick to that.
That means password will be provided by the company itself.
Yes.
We have nothing to do with the username and password, right?
Yeah. The password. So whatever the access you have, it maybe they have given a only view access. That means you can able to see and you can able to copy it. That's it. You can't be able to edit or modify it. Maybe your user access level control is up to just read only access. That means you can't be able to modify anything into the database. What you can do is you can simply copy the information. That's it. You can't delete it. You can't modify the existing values at all. Based on your level of permission, what level you have the permission in the database, that actually matters.
Sir, if it is read-only access, we can copy the things from Oracle to SAS.
Read-only you can copy it.
We have
copy it. So that means which access you have it. Is it a copy access also they have permitted? Read-only. Is it a copy access permitted? Then you can copy it. Or else only they are given access to you, not copying also. They are not allowing to copy. Then you can't do anything. You can create a view from there, and you can create a views. You cannot copy also.
Okay, sir.
Sir, just one more question. Like in this case, for Oracle execute, when we are defining the variables, we are giving number and character. So only for access it is integer, or
no? You can give numbers also. What is the difference between numbers and integers, madam? Integer means we will not have any decimals, right?
Yeah.
In the childhood we learned, right, and mathematics, whole numbers, integers, numbers, and all. Integers means what? You will not have any decimal value. That means you are telling SAS in future also, we will try to give the values here as an integer. If you think that you want to give some numbers, understand? So you can say that it's a numbers. You can write it some floating values you want to give it. Then you can write it that also, the decimal values also, how to give it. The decimals also, maybe some other format is there. So we need to check for that. And that also you can write it. If you think that 1.2, 3.5 or something like that, you want to insert it, I think maybe numbers will help us.
Okay. Now, why I asked this, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, Sangeeta, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so like why I asked this, like in SAS, we are only using num and char, no sir. So when integer came here, it was new, right? So that's why I wanted to know, is it only for access we are using int, or it is like
Mainly
even
with
for Excel
database.
we can use int or.
Mainly with databases. You can use date,
Okay, okay.
integers, and all. We can use it for databases only. This comes into picture, not with your Excels or anything.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
What
Sagita,
about the non-standard data, sir?
non-standard
Like
data,
if it
like
is,
for informative format things, we are talking about the dates and all.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So when you are
Yes, sir.
providing a
Yes, sir.
date, you should be in a 16th January 2008 D, right? So it's no more going to be
Yes.
non-standard data for you.
Okay, okay, sir.
Understand? When you
So
are
no need
providing
of applying
date,
formats and all.
yes, which we have already seen how to give a non-standard data reading into SAS software.
Yeah, date constant.
Yes,
Yeah, yes, sir. Date constant and constant. Okay,
yes,
sir.
you're right.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
So today we'll move on to the next concept, like what are the different options we have it in our proxy chart. We will see one by one. So let me just type SAS. Proc G chart we have done H bar and V bar and all. So now we'll go for a few more options with our G chart. Let me just go with the block chart. What this particular block chart will do, so the same thing like our proc G chart, like earlier V bar, what we are getting it, it's the same thing, but the only difference is you will get it in the form of a block, like a building block. So what you have done here is block G chart or data equal to subject underscore visit block ID somewhere equal to subjects. You are just giving it here. So once you mention it and execute it and run it, now you can see that first of all I need to run my graph ready. The data should be ready first of all before you run it. Then so now if I execute it and run it now, so now you will get it. You will get it in a graph in the form of a like a graphical representation like this. You will get it by default. So now you can see that. So the graphs are whatever the values you have it, ID versus your values. So years wise ID versus. So what we have given ID versus subjects we have given here. So ID it is appearing on your x-axis and y-axis we are taking it as a that your subjects. So now the subject value default 100 and 101 will be get summed and this is what you are getting a graph by default. So we are not doing anything this. So by default this graph will appear in this format. So if you are not interested to have this, and then what we can do is we can just customize it and you can say that which midpoint. So by right now default all the midpoints of your data is just displaying it, but if you are not interested to have all the midpoints, then you can specify that only January and February only if required in your output. If you want it, you will get it January wise 878 and February wise 300 or something like that. You will get it by default. And now what we do is in the next pie chart here. So we are giving a pie chart, means it's in a pictorial representation with 360 degrees of your data. So that means it's a circle format of the data. We can able to produce it. Proxy chart data equal to subject underscore widget. I'm just giving it here. Pie 3D month wise somewhere equal to subjects. I'm writing it here. Execute it and run it now. So now you can see that the same graph. So it's in a different format now. So each and every month wise, so with according to your values wise 878 is the highest value, so that having a highest portion of your data, remaining all according to your data the 360 degrees. That means the 100% of the graph will be splitted according to your values wise. So 878 means it is occupying the highest percentage. That piece is more, then followed by your 591, and then followed by the 567. So each and every piece is based on the size of the value, so it automatically split it. This is called pie chart, so that you will get it the output in the form of a circle. So it's in a 360 degrees of angle of chart you will get it, but the same chart you are interested to display it in the form of suppose imagine with the dollar format. So you can produce it everything in a dollar format, execute it and run it now. Same thing, earlier we used to display some numbers, but now you are displaying with some dollar sign there. So there is no much difference in your programming wise. We are just applying a format to our values so that it's appearing there. And apart from that, here we are writing it an option called explode equal to. Suppose in our some of the business presentation, if you carefully observe, a piece of information will be get portrayed from that particular graph, and so that this is the growth or maybe this is the loss for this particular month and something like that. What this particular option explode equal to Jan will do is you just extracting only the January month outside. Okay, so the part of information you are extracting it and you are showing it as separate. So that is a use of an option called so Jan 878 or something like that, it will be displayed. And now we are writing it proxy chart data equal to subject underscore widget pi month somewhere equal to subjects midpoint equal to Jan and Feb. So now you execute it and run it. Now you see this is your Jan 878 and February. That means instead of having all the months wise, you are interested to have it only specific months. Yes, you can get it. So the specific month wise also, if you want to get its output, you will get it. And apart from that, what we have done as of now. Hello, Sangeeta?
Yeah, so I have one question.
Yes.
Like, we use the format for the for the subject variable, right? So, you can use it for any of the block or pi or VBAR, anything, right?
All the
Yeah.
proc G charts, proc G plots, proc SG plots,
Yeah.
let it be all the procedures, so you can apply the format, madam.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So now what I'm just doing is in this particular case, so I am interested to save my data onto my desktop. So here I'm interested to save it into my desktop. Let me just go to my desktop, and I'm just creating a folder on my desktop. Okay, so the folder name, keep it as a new folder only. I'm not changing anything. I'm just copying the path of this particular file. What I'll do is in this case right now, from now onwards, whatever the graph we generated, it is only for your output window. So now I'm interested to save this particular graph on my desktop. Okay, see user desktop, new folder. I'm just giving it here. So chart1. So chart1.emf, I'm giving it as a, that is my chart name. So that is my file name statement. I'm just using it to create that file into that location. What are the graph options you are activating it? Device equal to EMF, because if you want to support a Windows version, a Windows supported version of the graph, you need to use the device equal to EMF, G unit equal to percentage, and rotate equal to landscape, F text equal to Arial font. I want it on a graph. I need this title as a count of meetings by the department. And apart from that, this G options also is no more required. What we will do is, you no need to write it in a separate. I'll try combining this also with our graph options what you have already used it here. I'll try to paste it here. So now you can see that horizontal text is around 13 pixel width, and as well as horizontal title is 15 pixel width. GSFM name equal to, so graph name you are giving it as a chart1, title is count of the meetings by the department you are giving it, and that's it, you're done. So now once you activate it, from now onwards you run any program, all the programs outputs you can able to see in your desktop only. You just execute it. That means this particular path is activated. So without having any issue, you run any program now. Suppose you run the Py 3D format of the graph and execute it, and now you just select it and run it. Now you are just giving it. See, the graph is executed. So you can go there and looking into your desktop. So there you can see on your new folder. There is one more time I have to. I think it will be created now. Go to your new folder and there you can see the graph is generated. You open the graph with any of the default one. You can see the graph is saved to your desktop in which format you want it. So it is in a .image format. That is a .emf is the format. You are storing this particular graph to a desktop so that now you can use this image wherever you want to embed it. All the options what we are writing, rotate equal to landscape, the Arial font, the title, and everything, whatever the options you have written in that graph options to save it, everything will be just created here and it is there with you. Okay, you can insert this into any of these particular tables or maybe any of these like a PDF document, RTF document, or somewhere you want to insert it. Yes, you can create it with this and you can copy paste in that destination so that now you can use it. Even you can use this into your Excel also. You want to embed it, so you can directly insert as an image, so that is possible. So these are all the options what we are using it in proc G chart. So now we'll try to move on for other concepts. So what is there in our SAS? Yes, please.
Yeah, like what is the GSF name? Is that the name we are giving to the file, sir? Is that the same?
Which one? So yeah, so that is a file name. Yeah, you're right. So that is a graph name, I can say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what
Okay,
name
and
you can give it any name also. That's fine.
I mean, my question is like chart1.emf is the file name we gave.
So that is a file name.
I mean,
So
yeah.
how you can
So is
tell to
we should keep it same?
no. You can keep this anywhere.
Huh?
Okay. Instead of chart one,
Okay,
you can
okay.
write XY also. But whatever the file name
Okay.
you are referencing as a chart one, and you are telling that to save this particular data in which form and which name it is. If it is your name is here, you are writing as a Naidu here, and try writing a Naidu here. This extension containing path, you can write it anything. It should not be the same.
Okay, okay. Like if we are giving a lib name, it is similar to that.
You can consider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But the file's name is the chart1.emf, which can be different.
Yeah. .emf it's mandatory, so that you should not change.
Yeah,
But
like
remaining all the
.vds.
stuff,
Okay.
you can change it to anything.
Okay, sir. And the G unit, sir, like the PCT.
So
I think you
actually,
told
if
last
you are
class.
displaying some information with some 20, 30 and all, if you want to display that information as a percentages, you can display. But right now, we are not displaying any percentages. That's the reason why you will not see the difference.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can see.
Okay, sir.
You can see that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So now, what we will do is we'll try play with some of the proc gplots. As of now, I have not explained anything for the gplot. Let's see all these options, how it will work. Code looks big, but don't worry, each and every line you'll be able to understand. Now one by one, we'll see what we can do. First of all, first line we are writing it. So G options are reset equal to all. So is there any graph options you already activated? Yes, I have already activated some of the graph options. It's working on. So actually I want to reset all those options. You write it reset equal to all. So which format you want it? See background color equal to white. I need a graph background color in a white format. So I'm writing it see back equal to white. So if you want to have a border, then you can have a border also. You come here and you scroll down and there you can see. So if you want to get this border, you can see that the black color one, you have a border, right? So if you want this border, you can write it, but I'm not interested to have my border. Then I'm writing an option called no border. Okay, so let me write it no here, no border. Each text means horizontal text around 10 pixel width and each title is 12 pixel width. I'm giving it. Let me run this particular piece of code is enough to resetting the graph. So whatever I have already activated, let me reset everything. I think we're done. Go to your log. It is just activated without any errors. It is just activated now. What we will do is I'll try to take this data set as a source. So what I want to do it in this data set here. So here I can say year quarter wise, each and every date wise. So how the euro versus pound versus yen, the values that currency is changing it. Okay, so euro versus from 1 so that means 1st January of 2008, how the euro value, how the pound value, how the yen value, all are starting with 0. But we are coming to the April of your 1st January, April of your January, sorry, here you can see is it, I'm not sure, right, month. So month means it's April 1st of 2008. So the euro value is minus 4.25 and 0.30, some value we have it right now. So we try to take this as a data for your reference purpose to explain your graph. I'm just executing it. Done. Go to libraries and work library. I think we are done. So the dataset name called exchange, it is just got created. You want to see that? So the dataset is just got created. Year quarter, euro, pound, and one. So year quarter, why its number is showing as a number? Because default the date values you are not applying any format, so that it will be displayed as a numbers. Now I'm giving a title. What is the title I'm giving it here? The title, I'll just write it as a title currency percentage change against US dollar. You are giving it title 2. You are giving it quarterly data of your baseline. We are giving it. What is this titles where it will be displayed? You just come here and look into your, see, the currency percentage change against US dollars is the title, and quarterly data of your baseline 1/1/2008 and all you are giving it, right? That is your second title, what you are giving it. And that is just for activating your title. I just activated my title. So I have a two axis. One is the x-axis and one is a y-axis. Which axis is calling for what we don't know, but right now I'm simply declaring it as a axis 1 as a, for my x-axis value label equal to none. So axis 1 I'm writing it label equal to none means, so if you just carefully observe in my graph, I don't have any label here. You see that there is no label on my x-axis, and apart from that the values is 2008 to 2013. One thing I no need to mention it. What I'm simply writing is I'm just telling order equal to 1st January 2008 D2, 1st January of your 2013 D by year wise, so that instead of having each and everything, it will be displayed the year. So 1st January 2008, 1st January 2009, 1st January 2010, something like that. It will be displayed by each and everything on your x-axis wise. And apart from that, on the same x-axis, I'm just giving it a offset equal to 1:1%. What is this offset option? So if you just carefully observe, you just carefully observe here, so around 1% of gap, if you're taking a total x-axis is 100%, 1% of the gap it is maintaining in the both sides, so that no, when we are plotting a values, it is not touching your y-axis walls. You see that after 2008 there will be a, so that means the 2008 is not starting exactly where the y-axis is starting. It is taking a small gap. Is the same thing happen here also? It is not touching the directly y-axis wall in right side, so it is also maintaining some gap. Why this is gap is here? Because of the offset option. So this offset option, what it will do is it will take how much of gap is required from the both ends, you can take it. So I'll, instead of just having 1 I'll try to take it. So 5% of the gap I'll maintain it in both sides. Let's see how the graph will appear. So this is my one particular label, one particular axis I just created. Another axis I'm doing it here, axis 2, label equal to, I'm writing it, the label is percentage change is the label, I'm writing it here. You see in my graph the percentage change is the label I need it, but unfortunately it will be displayed in horizontal, so we are rotating into 90 degrees angle, and so that the label will be appear over there, and 90 degrees angle we are repeating that, rotating that particular label. And apart from that, minor, what is this minor? Minors and majors are the two things we need to worry about it always. What is minor means? You see that the small tick marks 0 to 10, there is a small tick mark. This is called minor. How many minors you are expecting from one particular value to another value on my y-axis? Only one minor is there. So, and apart from that, majors, you see that only one major. One major means one tick mark. One tick mark means one particular value it will apply by default. So I'm not worried about the majors, I'm worried about the minors. I want to write it 4 minors, so instead of just 1, so you can write it so 4 here, so 4 minors each I want it, because I'm just trying to change it. There is no big deal in this. I'm just writing it this particular line of code, and I'm just executing it, and now done. So select it and run the program. We are done. So now what happened? The labels also got activated. Now what I need to do is symbol 1, symbol 2, symbol 3. What is the symbols? By default, you can't write these particular symbols from your keyboard of your mouse,
So, excuse
from
me,
your
sir.
computer. Yes, please.
Yeah, like with the offset, should it be always same? Like we should always give it as 1, 1 and 5, 5 to be equidistant?
No, it is not something like that. So 5, 0 also you can give it. So it means it is on the left side, it is taking it up to 5% of space. Right side, you are just touching your y-axis walls. Possible, madam. You can give it.
Okay.
5, 5, why I'm maintaining it? Okay, for your reference or maybe for your request, what I'll do is,
Okay.
I'll try make it 1. 5, 1 is okay. So that means left hand side of my y-axis, around 5 spaces I'm taking it. Right hand side, around 1% of space I'm taking it. Is it okay for you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and apart from that, the symbols you cannot write it directly from the keyboard, so that we need to use some value for this. Value 80x is nothing but euro sign, and value A3x is nothing but pound sign. Value A5x is nothing but yen sign. We are using it. Let me just go for it. Symbol 1, interpol equal to join. What is interpol equal to join? Suppose you are just mentioning a graph. Imagine, so you're just generating a graph. You're generating a graph, and sorry, my mouse, it's horrible for me. It's a new computer. I'm not sure. So here is 1 point, and here is 1 point. Okay, so suppose if I'm not connecting any points, it will be displayed like that. Suppose if you are interested a axial line connecting about all these points, so that we call it as a interpol equal to join. Because if you see in your graph right now what you are displaying it, so is all the points is just connected together. You see that all the points is connected with lines. So that is possible because you are activating it. Interpol equal to join. Color equal to, let's say, instead of don't take the color, you write it this one as a green, you write it, and the next one here you write it red, the next one you write it black. So you're writing it height, the font height, how much you want it. The font height, I need it up to 14 pixel height I want it for each. So I'm giving it for the 3 fonts also. So that means symbol 1, symbol 2, all the 3 fonts, you are giving it up to 14. And how the symbol should be appear? Is it in a Arial, Calibri, or Times New Roman, or how you want it? You can write it font equal to which font you want it, and which value it is. For euro, if you want to write it, it's a 80x. If it is a pound, it should be A3x. If it is a yen, it is a A5x. You will write it. So you execute it and run it. Done. So now you execute this line also. Done. So now we are creating one more line called legend. What is legend? You come here in your graph. So you see that at down euro, pound, and yen. So how it is appearing at the bottom? It is not a label. We are not giving any label. That is your legend. So you can give the values with this, but you can create your legends also if you want it. You write an option saying it as a legend. Legend 1 equal to repeat equal to 1. Repeat equal to 1 means, let's see, repeat equal to 3. We will write it so that now you will see the difference. Shape equal to, the shape height is up to 5 centimeters height. One symbol to another symbol around 2.5 centimeters. You are maintaining a gap. So you see that in your graph. So right now, so it's in a 5 centimeters of your each and every symbol it is taking, and around how much 2.5 centimeters of gap you are maintaining it from one symbol to another symbol. And apart from that, label equal to none. I don't want the label. I need a frame. Frame means.
So sorry to interrupt.
Yes, please.
Can you please explain that 5 comma 2.5? Like what is that 5 exactly?
Okay, I'll try maintaining this one as a 8.5. Okay, we will see once you execute it and run, and we'll make this 5 as a 5, keep it as it is. For a while, we'll see what happens. Label equal to none and frame you are giving it here. So frame means you will get that frame by default. So now what you are doing is right now executed proc gplot data equal to your data set name exchange plot euro versus pound versus yen with year quarter you are giving it. So that proc gplot, instead of proc gchart or any other procedure, we are writing it proc gplot data equal to a data set name exchange plot euro versus pound versus yen versus your year quarter you are writing it. So overlay option you are writing it, because if you want to draw multiple line on a same graph, it's not possible. Overlay option, what it will do is one line on another line. You see that around 3 lines you have written. It's not possible by default without writing a overlay option. So only one line per graph we can write it by default. If you want it multiple lines on graph on another graph, yes, you can write it. You write an option called overlay. And apart from that, legend equal to which legend you created, and you're calling that h-axis, that means horizontal axis equal to axis 1, whatever the axis you created you're calling that. A v-axis, that means vertical axis equal to axis 2, whatever you have given you're calling that. So format of year quarter, so generally year will be displayed with as a January 1st of 2000, January 1st of 2008, and February again January 1st of 2009, something like that. The total date it will appear. I'm not interested. By default, let's appear only the year is enough. So year 4 dot format is enough for me instead of having the total date. So that's it. We are done. So let me run the program, all those things together, and let me close this particular graph which I have created earlier one. Now you execute it. You can see that what happened, what you have done. So you first of all you change the border, you remove the border at top. So that is first thing you have done. Second thing is you are maintaining it. So the you around 5% gap from the left hand side, but right hand you maintain 1% gap. I think you're clear with this. Why this particular left side values is taking this much of gap, on the right side values why it is not taking much gap? Making sense? Yes or no? And apart from that, we change the color to the red, blue and green. So sorry, red, black and green or something like that. So we are getting it. And apart from that, repeat equal to 3 we have given. So you see that earlier repeat equal to 1 we used to get it, but now I changed it to repeat equal to 3, and now you are giving it 5% of the gap from one particular symbol to another symbol. 8.5 you are giving it as the size of the symbol. So now around 8.5 centimeters of your gap. So that means height you are just maintaining it. Because of that, the symbols are appearing that much big, but you are not interested to have it that much size. Then you can write it what you want it, maybe 2.5 or something like that. You can write it. Label is none. So you do the same thing again. You can see the graph size is reduced, and apart from that, euro and pound and yen sign is no more having a repetition. So only one time it is appearing as a euro and pound and yen, but remaining all the graph what you are seeing it, you are getting it. Apart from that, we said around 4 minors to get it for each and every values wise. Yes, we have a 4 minors for each. So on your y-axis, we declared everything. Does anyone have any question on this? Yes, no?
Like it is, sorry, sir, I have question regarding this near the 0. It didn't start from the beginning because of that 5. It started a little bit away from the point.
No, you see what this 5.1% gap, it is just like an offset difference. You see that in the left side. So where the 2008 is starting, why it is taking this much of gap? Can you see that? Why it is
it's
much of gap? But if you see in the right side, you don't have that much of space. Why it is taking this much of gap here, starting of your values itself, this gap? Because we mentioned around 5% of the gap you try to take it to print the value from the left hand side. Right hand side only 1% of gap we are maintaining it.
So I didn't understand. It's a requirement. So we will receive some requirement. It's supposed to be like that. Yep. Or how we decided this 5 point in 1 point from left and right? So that is just manual tuning only. It is not that compulsory this much of gap is required. There is no thumb rule for that. So you can decide how much length you want it. If you are not interested to give it, or maybe do one thing, according to your statistician, maybe statistician is not expecting this much of gap from the left hand side, then you can suddenly come here and you can do the fine tune it and make it to 2% of gap or something like that. Maybe this is suitable, then you try changing it. Okay, sir, thank you.
Yeah.
So I mean, just a question, like if it has to start from 0, should we give 0, 0, or how does it go?
You can give it. No, what is the problem?
Okay.
Let's see. Oh. Without having a mouse and managing a computer is too horrible for me. Can I see that? Is it on exactly on y-axis? Is it plotted?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So 0 means there is no space. You are taking it. You are just exactly touching your y-axis walls.
So in job field, which one we will receive, sir? We will use
at least
0.0 or
1.1% gap we try to maintain, madam, so that it looks neat. Okay. So that it will not touch your y-axis walls. 1:1 ratio we try to maintain as a gap by default.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
You're clear? So this is all about your proc gplot options. What you have it here. You no need to worry about it. So you no need to write a code from the scratch. You come here, you take either of the code and you execute it yourself, and you will get it understanding of where to change, what to change, and all. And apart from that, you just come here and we'll try to see the same graph with a proc SG plot. Let's see what this SG plot will do. Same procedure will be the bit different. The syntaxes are different, so we can able to do it.
Sir, I have doubt in midpoints.
Yes, please continue.
Yeah, sir. If we are not mentioning any midpoint, how it will define, sir? Actually, it's taking some midpoints, right?
So the midpoints are by default, man. So the midpoints you mentioned it right here. January 1 to January 2008 to January 2013. By year wise, you mentioned the midpoints, right? You're controlling it. That means 2008, 2009, 2010, 10, 11, 12, and 13. 5 midpoints you are getting it.
Okay. If I have not mentioned means?
Default, it automatically take the range. Do one thing. Will not give it anything. Let's see what SAS is giving for us. I'm not sure how far this output is correct. Let's decide the SAS. Is it getting it? All the values, whatever you have it on your x-axis. 2008 to 2013, you are getting it. Perfect. But 2008 multiple times you have it in the data, but that is not correct.
Yeah.
It's not making sense.
2009, 2010. Yeah. All are showing multiple times only.
Yeah.
It's like all the observations are calculated and it's displaying.
So that means 2008 one value for your euro, 2008 one value for your pound, and 2008 one value for your N sign. Something like that you are getting by default. How many times you have it, and those many times by default you are getting it. But if you are not interested, then you can write an order statement.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Shall I move? Okay, good. So now we'll take this same graph. We'll go for this one with proc sgplot. Let's see what happened in this graph. sgplots directly, if you see, the code is very small. Here it is explained with ODS also. Let's see that. Now what we will do is we'll try to produce as same. So I have a data with me, data 1. So x and y and type is the 3 variables. I have it. That's okay. I'm interested to create this data set as 1. Fine. So the data set is just got created. So it's there with me. The 1 is there, x and y, and type is the variable. We have it. That's fine. Now I'm just giving it what I'm giving it, proc template. I think we have learned somewhere this template concept. Do you remember?
Yeah.
So you
Proc
learned it in your
tabulate and
proc report and proc tablet also, right? The same thing, proc template, what we can do is we can define styles equal to symbols. For symbols, what you want to give it as a styles. Parent equal to styles dot statistical. You are giving it as a what I can say, the parent type, parent you are taking it here, style equal to graph data 1. Instead of that you can write x also, y also. So markers equal to symbol as a circle fields I want it. And apart from that, contrast color equal to green you are giving it here. And again graph data to circle fields you are giving it, and red I'm giving it. That means, well, earlier what happened, so when I'm writing it subgroup equal to sex, so Mary, by the time she asked how you are going to get the colors, by default automatically SAS is giving those colors by default, but you are not interested to those colors. For each and every subgroup wise you want to different color, then you can write it. So marker contrast color equal to green, I'm writing it here, contrast color equal to red, so that one of the subgroup will appear in the form of green, another one will appear in the form of red. So now you're writing it, the proc template. Then so now ODS listing close, you're writing it. That means you are generating this particular graph in the form of HTML format of the graph. So ODS listing close, you're writing it here. So ODS HTML file equal to the path of the file where you are interested to save this. I'm interested to save it on my desktop. So let me just go to the desktop. On my new folder I want to save this HTML document. I'll try to copy. So I'm just writing it slash highlight.html is the so values we are mentioning it here. So file equal to path is no more required, don't write it. Style equal to styles.symbols, you are returning the style what you declared it, and you are calling it, and you are writing it proc sgplot data equal to 1. Title you are giving it highlight a value of a graph as the title you are giving it. Series equal to x-axis as a x value and y-axis as a y you are giving it, and scatter plot you are writing it x equal to x and y equal to y, and group equal to type. That means subgroup analysis you are giving it here. ODS HTML close and ODS listing close. By default it's not giving any print, and let's see what happens. I think we are running it and we done. So now you just go there, look into the destination. I'm expecting, okay, what is the log? Is it showing any error? Output destination is active. Okay. Temporary HTML number. What I have done, so ODS HTML file equal to, you mention on the desktop. ODS HTML file equal to and all. It should work. Let's run it one more time. I think it's working now. Is it not saving to your desktop? Is there any graph options is activated? Let me just reset all graph options. I'm expecting to get this output. In your result window, you can see the graph is generating it here, PNG, but why it's not going to save it in HTML format? Is it destination is not correct or what? I'm giving it folder slash do one thing, wherever you find it in a HTML, make it those destination as a PDF. Let's see. PDF, you are getting it. So you see that the information what you got it in a PDF, so you are getting it, but HTML something is going wrong, but why the HTML is output is not active, but the same thing it's working for a PDF. You can see here, right? Suppose if you don't want it, so you want it a graph in a horizontal manner, so or else a landscape manner, if you want it, then you can write it. So in a ODS itself, the style you can write it. So orientation equal to, you can write it how you want it the graph is. So you can write it whatever you want it. Okay, so orientation equal to landscape.
Sir, one question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, like when we say in the graph the y-axis, y is like, I mean, can you please show the graph, sir, once?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, the letter Y on the left side, it is written, you know, like vertically, I would call, right? So previously we were using the rotate option, and also here we don't have such a thing, right?
No, you no need to write it. If you want it, still you can rotate it. You need to define it in your label equal to 90 degrees angle, or maybe remaining things you can write it. You can customize a lot of steps in the proc template itself, madam. By default, it will appear like that. So if you think that you want to rotate it, or else use a label split option. Sometimes you want to split the labels into multiple. Okay, do one thing. You see, I think somewhere we'll see proc SG, proc SG render. It is just showing the some options. Maybe there you will have somewhere the options is label equal to split and rotate, and all the options is there by default. You see this Alfred, Henry, and all. So it is just appearing it, right? What they have done, you just go there and check it. Full code. I think label overlay progress render. Can you see something called rotate equal to 90 degrees? They have written on x-axis. Can you see that? So like that, if you want it, you can write it for y-axis values also, madam. Okay. While declaring an x-axis rotate equal to 90, they have mentioned, because of that it's a 90 degrees angle, it is rotated the label.
So So how did you find they have written for like x-axis? Where is it mentioned like x space? No?
Okay. So here they mentioned it here, right? It's an x-axis only. You can see.
Oh, okay.
Understand? This is all about your values. What you are getting it here. This is your x equal to. You're writing it here.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Right, so like this, any graphs we can able to produce it in PDF or RTF document, or any styles you can generate it by using this particular proc template. So this is all about different graphs. So you can use any graph, or you can able to produce any graph right now in your real time. Okay, if you're asking me also, so try to generate a graph from scratch. I may not able to do it, because so nobody is going to learn these many lines of code to just by heart it or something like that. We'll take some reference code and we'll try to use our knowledge to modify here and there, and we will survive. That's how we do, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you can try any of these graphs. Any of these graphs you can try it, and then it will work for you. So this is all about for today. So what I have planned to deliver.